Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Rejoice. As my teammates, you shall be under my protection, essentially possessing the ability to roam freely in this chaotic ninja world. Now, listen closely to my grand ambition. Natsuki spread his arms wide, striking a pose of divine bestowal. Natsuki Yui. Ignoring the dumbfounded Kiba and the blushing, yet admiring Hinata. Blah 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 blah. Eek. Kurenai snapped first. She frantically scratched her head, trying to suppress the goosebumps erupting all over her body. You still remember your name is Natsuki Yui? She roared, stomping her foot. Her eyes flashed crimson, and her physical strength amplified threefold. Boom. Amidst a cloud of dust, she shot into the air, grabbing Natsuki and yanking him back down. The other two Genin scrambled back in terror. Natsuki. Back on solid ground, held tightly in his sister's embrace, Natsuki instantly deflated. A smirk played on Kurenai's lips. Her brother's weakness remained unchanged. Sis. Natsuki struggled to lift his head from between her ample bosom. He saw his sister's eyes glow dread, who was not yet sure if she hadn't been hit by a Ganjutsu by some Uchiha. A terrifying aura emanated from her. So you still remember I'm your sister? You're really cheeky, aren't you? Kurenai freed one hand. Chop. Using it to deliver a swift hand chop on Natsuki's head. Ow! That hurt. Facing his superpowered sister, Natsuki's bravado vanished. He clutched his head, putting on a pitiful expression. He was going for the cute offensive, hoping to charm his way out of trouble. This tactic always worked wonders. His sister's anger would immediately melt and she would become the most tender and caring older sister. Kawaii. As expected, Kurenai squealed internally, the red in her eyes starting to fade. But in the next moment, it flared up again. Don't even think about getting away with it. It's my fault you turned out like this. Dimensional Lord, huh? Chop. Ugh. Eyes of Death, was it? Chop chop. Uck. Founder of the Dimensional Ends Congregation, huh? Chop chop chop. Uck. Even if you were the creator god, you're still my little brother. Begone, foul demon. Return my brother to normal. The hand chops rained down. Chop 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 chop. Uck. Wah. Seeing Natsuki crouched on the ground amidst the dust cloud, finally squeezing out a couple of tears, and Kurenai's anger dissipated. She scooped Natsuki up, gently ruffling his hair. Sister was too busy before, AMD didn't have the time to pay enough attention to you. But now that I'm your Jonin instructor, I'll be watching you every minute of every day. Kurenai's voice was soft. Even when I'm pooping? Natsuki asked, wide-eyed and innocent. Seems like I didn't hit you hard enough. Kurenai raised her hand again. I was wrong. Natsuki quickly yelled. Humphrey. Being a ninja isn't some childish game. Kurenai set her brother down. Now that her anger had subsided, her superhuman strength faded. Suddenly, her brother felt heavier. He wasn't the little boy from years past anymore. Still, boys generally matured slower, and Natsuki had always been delicate and cute. When he was floating in the air earlier, there was a hint of handsomeness she hadn't noticed before. He was becoming a young man. Her opportunities to torment him were dwindling. Kurenai felt a pang of melancholy. The dust settled, and Hinata and Kiba cautiously returned. Is Natsuki alright? Hinata asked anxiously. Lady Kurenai had seemed angry. After she pulled Natsuki down, had there been a fight? The dust was too thick to see, and since they were all familiar faces, she hadn't activated her Tenseigan. I'm fine, Natsuki reassured her, then whispered conspiratorially, but let me tell you a secret. Older sisters are the scariest creatures in this world. 100 times more terrifying than demons. Remembering his own sister Hana, Kiba nodded emphatically. Alright, Natsuki, what about your hobbies and dreams? Kurenai had resumed her gentle, approachable smile. Well, I have many hobbies. Of course, my favorite is tasting my sister's cooking. This earned him an approving nod from Kurenai. As for my dream, It is to protect dimensional peace and spread my dimensional ends congregation across countless dimensions. At this, his sister's expression clouded over. Very well. Let's see if you have the strength to back up your big words. You have half an hour to prepare. Then we'll have a survival exercise. Anyone who fails will be stripped of their gain and rank and sent back to the academy. Kurenai produced 3 bells, shaking them so they jingled. Your mission is to take these bells from me. Any method is allowed. Ambushes, direct confrontation, traps. As long as you get the bells from me, you'll pass. Oh, and you better come at me with the intent to kill, because your teacher is a Jonin. With that, Kurenai fastened the bells to her waist and walked into the forest, the jingling sound fading into the distance. Chapter 81, You have half an hour to prepare. Kurenai's voice echoed through the training ground. Natsuki, should we hide first? Lady Kurenai is very strong, Hinata asked, her small fists clenched, hope filling her eyes. Natsuki was about to refuse, but seeing Hinata's expression, he understood she wanted to spend more time with him. He nodded. It was just a training exercise orchestrated by his sister, so he might as well treat it as a game. There's no need for us to hide. My Akamaru has already pinpointed Teacher Kurenai's location. We can take the initiative, ambush her, and snatch the bells. Kiba declared confidently, Akamaru by his side. No, our teacher knows you have Akamaru, yet she's deliberately revealing her position. This is obviously a trap. Besides, teacher said this is a survival exercise. The bells are likely just bonus points. The bottom line is surviving. If we survive, we win. So, the best strategy is a game of hide and seek. This might be the first lesson teacher wants to teach us. Natsuki spouted nonsense with a serious face, all for the sake of playing hide and seek with Hinata. Whoosh. I see. Kiba exclaimed, his eyes widening in understanding. He bought it. It made sense. A Jonin was purposely letting her bells jingle, making her location obvious even without Akamaru's help. Such an obvious flaw could only be a trap set by their teacher. Natsuki, you're amazing. You figured out teacher's intentions so quickly, Kiba praised sincerely. So, should we hide together or separately? Separately, of course. It'll be harder for her to find us that way. Even if one of us is caught, the rest would be able to survive, Natsuki continued, pausing at seeing how easily Kiba believed him. Oh, and if you're found while hiding, fight back with everything you've got. That'll earn you extra points. Even without the bells, you might still gain teacher's approval, Natsuki kindly added a tip, seeing as Kiba trusted him so much. Okay, thanks Natsuki. I won't be captured without a fight. Kiba said. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Well, time's almost up. Let's go hide. Natsuki waved his hand and pulled Hinata into the forest. Didn't we agree to split up? Seems like I'm just splitting up from you two. Kiba thought, confused. Woof. Akamaru wagged his tail. It's okay, I have my best partner, Akamaru, with me. 2 versus 2. I'm not losing. Using the levitation of his Tenseigan, Natsuki and Hinata quietly nestled themselves high in the dense foliage. Hinata's face was flushed, her voice barely a whisper. Natsuki, are we really playing hide-and-seek with Lady Kurenai? Well, isn't that what you wanted? Natsuki wrapped his arms around Hinata, resting his chin on her head. Huh? Did I say that? I just said we should hide together. But thinking about it, it is hide-and-seek. But this position. Natsuki's breath tickled her face, making Hinata feel a bit lightheaded. What? Don't you like it? Natsuki's voice echoed beside her ear. I like it. She thought for a moment. She did like it. It was exciting to hide like this while wondering if Lady Kurenai could find them. Speaking of being found. Hinata was about to warn Natsuki when suddenly his hand moved, cupping her chest. Nice little buns. They're growing. Hinata lifted her head, a blush creeping up her neck to her ears. Natsuki. SHH, don't talk. Lady Kurenai might hear us. Wait, wasn't that my line? And I can't even move, let alone talk. This is bullying. Hinata thought, feeling his touch. Her heart raced like 100 stampeding deer. A wisp of steam began to rise from her head. Just as she was about to faint, Natsuki released her, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. That's it, slowly adjust. Her tolerance is getting higher and higher, Natsuki thought to himself. Hinata is so cute. By the way, it's been so long since we had breakfast, are you hungry? He asked. Want to go to the barbecue street for a bite? Natsuki changed the subject to ease Hinata's tension. Huh? Aren't we in a survival exercise? Hinata blinked, confused. You know it's a survival exercise, but how can you survive if you're starving? Natsuki stood up. That seems to make sense. But something still feels wrong. However, Hinata agreed with Natsuki. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. So, under the cover of the trees, they once again flew away silently, heading towards Hidden Leaf Village's barbecue street. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru were hiding in a dense thicket. They had heard the sound of bells approaching, then gradually fading away. But Akamaru had caught another scent, following behind the source of the bell sound. Excellent. The teacher carrying the bells is clearly a clone meant to lure us. It's a trap teacher set for us, just like Natsuki said. Sure enough, a moment later, another figure appeared in their field of vision, Kurenai herself. Holding their breath, boy and dog watched her go. Phew, we're safe for now. Good job, Akamaru. Don't make a sound, Kiba whispered, giving his partner a thumbs up. Woof. Hearing his master's praise, Akamaru excitedly stood up, barked, spun in a circle, and wagged his tail enthusiastically. Kiba's face immediately froze. Behind them, a small sapling suddenly sprouted, rapidly growing into a towering tree. Just as Kiba sensed something was wrong and tried to escape with Akamaru, branches shot out from all directions, instantly binding them to the tree trunk. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. A figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Kurenai, who had seemingly left moments ago. Woof woof. Akamaru, struggling in the restraints, realized his mistake and barked anxiously. Your Akamaru is quite good, but he still needs more training, Kurenai chuckled lightly, placing her hand on Akamaru's head, instantly silencing him. Teacher, that was amazing. When did you find us? Kiba asked with a wry smile. She was so quick, using the moment we let our guard down due to our teamwork to cast the Genjutsu and capture us. She clearly knew we were here all along. Insects. Didn't you notice the insects flying erratically out of the grass where you were hiding? So that's it. I learned something. Then, seemingly casually, Kiba asked, by the way, where are Natsuki and Hinata? Kurenai glanced around. Oh? You haven't seen them. Kiba feigned ignorance. Haha. Do you think I, Kiba, would betray my teammates? He subconsciously thought about Natsuki and Hinata's location, but he truly didn't know. Maybe Akamaru knows. Kiba glanced at the now docile Akamaru, then quickly looked away, loudly proclaiming his loyalty. Oh? That might cause you some suffering. As a ninja, interrogation is also a necessary skill to master, Kurenai said, glancing at Akamaru before focusing on Kiba, pretending to be unaware of the dog's scent tracking abilities. Don't try to scare me, teacher. I won't betray my teammates no matter what you do, Kiba shook his head. Well, I have a certain Genjutsu. It can make people see the most terrifying things in their hearts. It's not too late to reconsider. Kurenai raised a finger, wagging it playfully. And no way. I'm not afraid of anything, Kiba stammered, a chill running down his spine. Then demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Wah. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Natsuki and Hinata had been hiding all day. Or rather, eating all day. Ah, I'm so full, Hinata patted her slightly distended belly, looking at the mountain of empty plates beside them. Realizing her action was a bit unladylike, she quickly stopped. Natsuki, with an equally impressive stack of plates next to him, picked his teeth contentedly. With a wave of his hand, he called out, "Waiter! Pack some up. We need to bring something back for teacher and Kiba. Wouldn't want them to go hungry." Chapter 82, What, teacher, I really don't know where they are hiding. Kiba, trapped within the hell viewing jutsu, witnessed a horrifying scene, being disciplined by both his mother and sister simultaneously. Prideful Kiba always felt resentful about losing to girls, and he was no match for his older sister, Hana. Of course, when they weren't fighting, his family was quite loving. Hana's affection was just a bit violent. Just like training her ninja hounds, she believed in sweating more in training to bleed less in battle. And she often included her younger brother in these intense training sessions. Being tormented like this since childhood, this was Kiba's greatest fear. Akamaru, right? Kiba nudged Akamaru with his foot, prompting him to make a sound. Teacher Kurenai was terrifying now, almost as scary as his sister. Hidden Leaf Village girls are frightening. Woof.woo. Akamaru whimpered, indicating he could find them. And so, after searching for a long time, as the sun began to set, Akamaru actually found the place where Natsuki and Hinata had been hiding. But they were long gone. Kurenai searched the vicinity but found no one. Damn it, where did Natsuki go? She thought. But I have to admit, their hiding skills are quite impressive. Even now, Kurenai still assumed they were simply hiding, waiting to ambush her and snatch the bells when she least expected it. She never considered that they might have snuck back to the village for a feast. One reason was their perceived lack of skill, as she didn't think they could leave and return undetected. The other was precedent, as every graduating student always took the final exam seriously. Grumble. Suddenly, Kiba's stomach loudly growled. Just as he blushed in embarrassment, about to explain, Akamaru barked excitedly and dashed into the woods. They quickly followed, soon finding a piece of grilled meat on a tree. What the heck? Did this tree grow grilled meat? Kiba, starving and drooling, spoke without thinking. He barely grabbed it before Akamaru devoured it in one gulp. Don't, Kurenai couldn't react in time and the meat was gone. Damn it, Akamaru. You didn't even leave me a bite. Kiba glared at Akamaru, then said to Kurenai, "It's okay, teacher. There are no enemies here. It must be from Natsuki and Hinata." Indeed, after 15 minutes, Akamaru showed no ill effects from eating the meat. Instead, he sniffed the air and ran off in another direction. Soon, he found another piece of freshly grilled meat. Seeing this bizarre scene, anyone would realize it was deliberate. However, as a jonin, Kurenai wouldn't let her guard down. "Natsuki, is that you?" she called out, attempting to lure them out. And it worked. "That's right. It's us." Natsuki jumped down from a tree. That was way too easy. How can someone this gullible survive in the ninja world? Kurenai thought, her face darkening. She briefly considered sending them back to the academy when Natsuki pulled out another piece of grilled meat. "Are you hungry? Why don't we eat first, then continue the exam?" he offered. "You idiot. Will the enemy wait for you to finish eating on the battlefield? The ninja world isn't a playground." Kurenai finally snapped, yelling. Quickly forming hand seals, she declared, "Today, I'll teach you a lesson, demonic illusion, tree binding death." Countless branches, like pythons, whipped out, instantly binding Natsuki tightly. But before Kurenai could make her next move, the captured Natsuki puffed into smoke, leaving behind only another piece of grilled meat. A shadow clone? This unexpected turn of events made Kurenai's eyes light up. Instead of anger, she felt a surge of excitement. "Aren't you going to have a taste?" "It's delicious," Natsuki's voice came from behind. He emerged from the shadows, taking a large bite out of a lamb skewer. Kiba, who had been behind Kurenai, was gone. It seemed he had been rescued. "I was careless," Kurenai realized. Not bad indeed. "You've improved." Kurenai nodded with a smile, but her expression immediately sharpened. "But you're asking for a beating acting like this." She flicked her wrist, sending several kunai flying towards Natsuki. Poof! Another cloud of smoke. 3 lamb skewers, wrapped in paper, remained in place. Seeing this, Kurenai, who was also getting hungry after a long day, felt a touch of warmth. However, she remembered how much of a troublemaker her little brother was. If she didn't assert her dominance today, leading this team would be difficult in the future. Intentionally ignoring the fragrant barbecue, she said, "You've gotten skilled. Do shadow clones now drop barbecue? But this isn't enough to tempt your sister." "Well, if you don't eat it, I will." This time, Natsuki emerged from the bushes holding a grilled fish. Kurenai's face darkened. Multiple shadow clone jutsu? When did he learn this? Not many people in Hidden Leaf Village know this technique. While praising him inwardly, she said, "Let's see how many you have." With that, she charged at Natsuki again. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the 3-person team reunited. Kiba and Akamaru were devouring the food. "Natsuki, how did you do it?" "It was amazing. You were the one who was awful. As a beast tamer, a child blessed by destiny, you were captured so easily. Your Akamaru has so much potential, but you can't unlock it." Natsuki shook his head, harshly criticizing his new teammate. Woof! Receiving so much delicious food, and sensing Natsuki's praise, Akamaru barked happily. "Really? So Akamaru is strong after all. How do I unlock his potential?" Kiba, more excited about Akamaru being praised than himself, eagerly asked. After all, Natsuki's strength was undeniable, even if his words at times were quite a bit strange. But Kiba understood the gist. "I don't teach people easily. Unless you possess the determination to protect dimensional peace and become a member of our society. The Dimensional Ends congregation bears a heavy responsibility, requiring more people to safeguard the peace of all dimensions. The ninja world we live in is just one of them," Natsuki said seriously. "Dimensional Ends congregation?" Kiba recalled Natsuki's self-introduction earlier that day. He had a bad feeling about this. Do I have to join the club to unlock Akamaru's potential? Can I not join? What do you think?" Natsuki replied, staring intently at Kiba. A chill filled the air. I'll join. I want to join." Kiba shivered, quickly agreeing. "It's just a club with a weird name. What's there to be afraid of?" "Very good. Then, from now on, You are a peripheral member of our society. This badge is proof of your membership. Don't lose it, Natsuki nodded, taking out an elaborate 2.2 badge from his pocket and handing it to Kiba. He then turned to deal with his sister, who was still entangled with his numerous shadow clones. Just a peripheral member? Kiba asked, disappointed, as he took the badge. He had finally made up his mind to join this strange club, only to be a peripheral member. Yes. Don't underestimate our society. Being a peripheral member is already quite good. When you successfully unlock Akamaru's potential and make him evolve, you can become a full member. Natsuki paused, then pointed to Hinata. And by the way, currently, you are the weakest in the entire club. Let me reintroduce you. This is also a member of our society, the first mage. Hinata, understanding his cue, levitated into the air and with a wave of her hand, uprooted a towering tree from the ground 10 meters away. Gulp. Kiba swallowed hard. Did I just join something incredible? He wondered. Chapter 83, one shadow clone would disappear, only for another to pop up immediately. Even more outrageous was that, each clone would drop some barbecued meat. Soon, the aroma of grilled food surrounded Kurenai. Grumble. Finally, Kurenai, who had been starving, succumbed to Natsuki's suggestion to eat first and talk later. She had just picked up a box of grilled fish and torn it open when a puff of smoke erupted from a nearby portion of barbecued meat. It was Natsuki, who had used the transformation jutsu to blend in with the surrounding barbecue. With a swift move, he snatched something from Kurenai's waist. Jingle. 3 bells landed in Natsuki's hands. Teacher, you lost. We passed, right? Natsuki shook the bells. Fine, you passed. Today's exercise is over. Kurenai grumbled, taking a bite of her fish. Now, I'm not your teacher, I'm your older sister. She stomped over to Natsuki and, with lightning-fast reflexes, grabbed his ears. You think you're so clever, huh? Using so many shadow clones to bully me? Littering food everywhere, hoping I'd make a fool of myself? Ow, ow, ow. Sister, it hurts. I was wrong. Let go. Eating is important to survival as well, you can't neglect it. If you don't let go, I'll use my ultimate move. Oh. You're so mean. I'm going to ask the Hokage for a new teacher. Thus, the first day of the survival exercise ended in a squabble. That evening, when Natsuki returned home, he was without a doubt, subjected to another round of relentless head-rubbing from his sister. The next day at 9:00 a.m. sharp, the entire team assembled, officially marking the formation of Team 8. They began their training, focusing on tree climbing, water walking, and chakra control, all while carrying out low-ranking missions for the village. Like that, 3 months passed in a blink. The first month was primarily dedicated to training, so they only took on a few D-rank missions to familiarize themselves with the procedures. Weeding, chopping wood, finding cats, babysitting. Today's mission was another cat-catching one. The owner who lost the cat was the same 200-pound-plus lady who single-handedly kept the D-rank mission payouts afloat. The lady adored her cat, nearly smothering it with affection. No wonder the poor feline kept running away every other day. Arg. When will these annoying D-rank missions end? Kiba howled in frustration. He loved dogs, not cats. He had envisioned a more exciting life as a Geinin, not something even more boring than the academy. Standing atop a roof, Natsuki surveyed the surroundings. Beastmaster of Retribution. He shouted. Don't underestimate our target. I sense the evil presence once again. Use your beast to locate the lair of this evil. Kiba shuddered at Natsuki's words. Passers-by on the street below cast concerned glances upward. Thump. I want to die. Kiba groaned internally. I've boarded a sinking ship. What the hell was I thinking? He felt as if an arrow had pierced his knee, he staggered. Mustering all his courage, he raised his arm weakly. A.Akamaru. Beast of Retribution. Attack. According to Natsuki, only this could unlock Akamaru's true potential. Whimper, Akamaru, my friend, I'm sorry. It's all to make you stronger. Don't falter. Woof. The little puppy Akamaru barked excitedly, sniffing left and right. He quickly picked up the scent and took off running. After turning 2 corners, they found their target. It was basking lazily in the sun on a wooden barrel with another small cat. Natsuki appeared on the rooftop once more. Indeed. My eyes of death have detected the evil. Beast, surrender yourself and allow us to exorcise your wickedness. Meow. The plump orange cat, overfed by its owner, instantly puffed up its fur. To the side, without a second thought for its new chubby friend, the little cat bolted. The chubby cat recognized these people with headbands. They kept coming to capture it and return it to its demonic owner. Akamaru. Kiba shouted. Akamaru lunged forward. The fat orange cat, with surprising agility, leaped high into the air, its plump body avoiding Akamaru's attack as it sailed towards the wall of a neighboring yard. Now. First mage, use universal pull. Right. Hinata responded instantly, extending her right palm. The fat cat's trajectory changed abruptly, pulled by an unseen force, landing squarely in Hinata's hands. Its little paws flailed wildly, but it was held firmly by the scruff of its neck. It couldn't escape. You have nowhere to run now, beast. Natsuki landed beside them, flicking the cat's head. Meow. The cat drooped its ears, seemingly resigned to its fate. All right, let's go back and turn in the mission, Kurenai said, taking the cat from Hinata. The mission was simple, but the commotion caused by Natsuki and the others had onlookers believing they'd captured a tailed beast. It did, however, inject some much-needed excitement into an otherwise dull task. Teacher, this is an evil beast. Natsuki insisted, shaking his head. He took the cat from Kurenai. With a blur of hand movements, he bound the cat tightly with a sack, like a dumpling. There, now it's safe. Kurenai rolled her eyes at the sight of the pitiful-looking cat with only its little head poking out. Arriving at the Hokage Tower to submit their report, they found the office door wide open. The third Hokage was puffing away on his pipe. Teacher, we can't go in, Natsuki said with a serious expression. If this evil beast absorbs these toxic fumes, it will go completely berserk. Before Kurenai could respond, an Anbu member stationed by the door swiftly took away the bundled-up cat, chuckling softly. It's all right. Even the strongest beast can be subdued by Lord Hokage. Clearly, they were familiar with Natsuki's team. Natsuki nodded. I see. Then we'll leave it to you. No one noticed the subtle blush that appeared on Natsuki's face. It was hard to get used to killing yourself socially after all. Apologies, Kurenai said, rapping Natsuki on the head. Please don't mind him, he's just being childish. She quickly ushered her team away. There were no more missions for the afternoon, it was time for training, and perhaps a chance to discipline her younger brother. The Anbu member brought the cat inside, preparing to return it to the mission issuer. Was that Kurenai's team just now? Hiruzen asked, setting down his paperwork and looking up. What did those little ones say? It was Kurenai's team. Same as last time, they claimed the cat is an evil beast, the Anbu replied respectfully. They also said it would go berserk if it inhaled the smoke. Hiruzen, who had just taken a puff, chuckled and shook his head. They're still a bunch of kids, after all. He absent-mindedly exhaled a puff of smoke towards the bound-up cat on his desk. Meow. Yowl. Roar. The cat bristled, trying to swat away the smoke with its paws, but the ropes restrained it. Its eyes suddenly turned red. Its face contorted, becoming increasingly monstrous, and its body rapidly expanded. Snap. The ropes broke. The cat's body swelled, crushing the desk beneath it. Hiruzen and the nearby Anbu stared in wide-eyed shock at this scene which went against every sense of reality they understood. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Hokage. Oh no. It really is an evil beast. The Anbu, remembering who he was, reacted instantly, drawing a kunai and shouting. The cat, now over 3 meters long and no longer resembling a feline, continued to grow, radiating a bloodthirsty, primal aura. Several shurikens bounced harmlessly off its thick hide. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, the Hokage Tower exploded. Once again. Chapter 84, Ding. Your evil king's eye system's true power has been activated. The ginger cat has absorbed evil energy and, through second-hand smoke, transformed into a blazing evil beast. Purify the evil and obtain a crystal core that increases maximum chakra capacity. Friendly reminder, the ferocious blazing evil beast is a fully mutated specimen and such immune to physical attacks, with no weakness to water. However, due to its recent corruption and mutation, its capacity for firepower is relatively low. Utilizing even a small amount of fire-style attacks can overload it, causing self-destruction. A system notification sounded, causing Natsuki, who had just left the Hokage Tower, to freeze. Oh, for fuck's sake. The evil king's eyes ability was triggered, making his chuny words a reality. That ginger cat actually turned into a monster. Rumble. Roar. A tremendous roar along with the sound of a crumbling building erupted from behind him. The nearly 7-meter-tall, 20-meter-long blazing evil beast, impervious to physical blows, had single-handedly toppled the Hokage Tower. What happened? How did a perfectly normal ginger cat suddenly transform into a monster? Could it be, as Natsuki said, it truly was an evil beast? Nearby Anbu operatives leaped into action, countless shuriken and kunai raining down on the blazing evil beast. A clanging sound echoed. Unfortunately, the blazing evil beast remained unscathed, even comfortably half-closing its eyes. The attack was no more than a tickle to the beast. Impossible. How could a normal little cat suddenly turn into a monster? Such a thing has never been heard of in the ninja world. It must be an illusion. I'll break it. A ninja wearing a dog-faced mask shouted. His hands rapidly formed seals. Release. A gust of wind swept through. The scene before them remained unchanged. The blazing evil beast's body even began to ignite with raging flames. It glared at the dumbfounded human, annoyed that he had stopped throwing things for it to scratch against. How dare you slack off, die. With a flick of its tail, like a giant steel whip, it viciously swatted the dog-faced Anbu operative away, crashing him through 2 buildings. Then, it raised its head and roared furiously. Roar. Demonic flame surged around its body, and a character for king gradually formed on its forehead. It was majestic and intimidating. In the next moment, it turned its head, its gaze fixed on an old man with a smoking pipe in his hand. Its eyes gradually reddened. Hiruzen felt a wave of terrifying, violent killing intent wash over him. He glanced at his pipe. He quickly tossed it away. But it was too late. Roar. The blazing evil beast instantly crossed the distance of several dozen meters, slamming a palm down and pulverizing the 3rd Hokage. Its giant paw pressed into the ground, crushing it further. Smoke faintly rose from beneath its claws. A moment later, on the roof of a civilian house, Hiruzen reappeared. If ninja tools are ineffective, we'll use ninjutsu. Everyone, use water style. To extinguish the fire on that beast. Hiruzen waved his hand, commanding all the Anbu surrounding the beast. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Water style, water colliding waves. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Various powerful water style techniques roared from all directions. Boom. They slammed into the blazing evil beast, stirring up a tsunami-like wave dozens of meters high. Everything within a 100-meter radius was instantly swept clean. Hiruzen felt a pang of pain. The bills, banknotes, and valuables from his private properties, which had just been submitted at the end of the month, were all gone. They were in his private lounge, under the rubble, burning, but now soaking wet. It was destroyed beyond the shadow of a doubt. The documents he had spent several days and nights writing, even working overtime last night, detailing the joint Chunin exam's proposal to be sent to the various hidden villages, were also gone. His heart bled. He could only find time to rewrite them. He had to let the other villages witness Hidden Leaf Village's grand event. Hidden Leaf Village was still the #1 hidden village. However, while the Hokage Tower used to be the safest place in all of Hidden Leaf Village, now it seemed to be the most dangerous. He couldn't risk storing valuables in the Hokage Tower anymore. A massive amount of water vapor billowed, gradually forming a dense fog. At the center, a gigantic figure flickered in and out of view. The flames surrounding it boiled even more furiously, as if oil had been poured onto a fire. Impossible. It's still not dead? Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he rapidly analyzed the beast's weaknesses. Then he realized. It had no weaknesses. Invulnerable to weapons and impervious to fire-extinguishing techniques? Moan. Monster. The Ninetales is attacking again. Run. Idiot, that only has 1 tail. How could it be the Ninetales? The Ninetales is only a fox demon, this is a tiger demon. Even more terrifying than the Ninetales. Don't be afraid, everyone. Lord Hokage is here, he'll definitely take care of it. The surrounding crowd was finally drawn by the commotion. Amidst the discussions and frantic warnings, most people ran away, while a smaller group remained, watching from a safe distance with hopeful anticipation. There were always curious onlookers, no matter the situation. Hiruzen's face darkened. The villagers were looking at him, he couldn't falter or let the morale wane. He suddenly remembered the first people who recognized this creature as an evil beast, Kurenai's team. He quickly summoned a pig-masked Anbu, quickly evacuate the civilians. Don't let them cause trouble. Also, immediately bring Kurenai's team here. They seem to have known this was an evil beast all along. The rest of you, use Earth Style and Lightning Style to keep the beast occupied. Yes, sir. The pig-faced Anbu responded loudly, instantly transforming into a puff of smoke and vanishing. At that moment, Kurenai's team was also standing in a nearby alley, observing the chaos. How did such a massive monster suddenly appear at the Hokage Tower? And Natsuki? Could that kitten really have been an evil beast? Kiba asked, dumbfounded and in disbelief. So, all those unbelievably cringy things he spouted were they true? Kurenai wore the same expression of disbelief. Indeed, my eyes of death saw through everything long ago. That kitten was controlled by evil power and had already transformed into an evil beast. It wouldn't have gone berserk so soon, but... Natsuki declared gravely. But, smoke from Lord Hokage's caused it to completely lose control? Kiba's eyes widened as he recalled Natsuki stopping them from entering the Hokage's office. He had said that the harmful substances in the Hokage's smoke would enrage the devil beast. He never expected it to actually happen. "Congratulations, you're learning to appreciate my brilliance," Natsuki said, feigning surprise. "You're actually getting smarter, silly pigman." What? Pigman? Kiba froze, his face twitching as if he too would go berserk at any time. "Don't just give people random nicknames, you asshole." Compared to that, the previous code name was much better. Kiba flailed his arms, wanting to pounce on Natsuki. Akamaru firmly bit onto his pants leg, digging his paws into the ground and pulling back with all his might, preventing him from doing anything reckless. Kurenai watched him with exasperation. What in the hell is this children doing being so dramatic? If you really wanted to teach Natsuki a lesson, Akamaru wouldn't be able to hold you back. She had been planning to send her team away and go support the Hokage and protect Hidden Leaf Village herself. But seeing these goofballs, she knew something else would definitely happen if she left them alone. Just then, a pig-masked ninja quietly appeared before them. "Lady Kurenai," the pig-masked ninja said respectfully. "Your team was the first to discover this evil beast, correct? Lord Hokage requests your presence. Please come with me." "Great." The real pigman appeared. Hinata pointed excitedly at the masked Anbu. Natsuki was really amazing. He always hinted at things with such ambiguity, and they happened. Kiba's face darkened further. He had gotten riled up for nothing. Akamaru's grip on him loosened. The pig-masked Anbu shuddered. "Is it an offense to use pig masks now? Where is the freedom, where is the justice?" Chapter 85, Whoa. "What's that?" "Such a huge tiger, and it breathes fire," Choji yelled, staring at the gigantic beast before them. Asuma's team, having just finished a weeding mission, was on their way back to report. To their shock, the Hokage Tower was in ruins again. An unknown monster is rampaging. "All villagers, please evacuate to the shelter at the edge of the village. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, assist the Hokage guards in eliminating the monster." An Anbu member shouted from the rooftop, his voice carrying across the chaos. "An unknown monster? Things have been getting restless in the ninja world lately," Asuma frowned, turning to his team. "Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, you three stay back and help evacuate the villagers. I'll go assist the Hokage." With that, he vanished in a series of quick body flicker. "Hey! Teacher, don't leave us behind. You forgot about my abilities. We can help too," Choji shouted, but Asuma was already gone. In the distance, the enormous monster effortlessly swatted aside several houses. Choji, who always upheld justice, courage, and hope, couldn't stand idly by. He pulled out his transformation device. "I will carry out justice. Transform." A blinding light erupted, and a giant of light descended from the sky, crashing through two houses before charging towards the fiery beast. "Choji, that idiot. Leaving us behind without a word. I'm not any weaker than you." Ino yelled, the worry for her teammate overshadowed her annoyance. She quickly ran towards the scene. Extending her hands, golden ripples spread through the air. The technique she demonstrated in the club room that day was now unleashed for the first time in the outside world. Troublesome. This is truly troublesome, Shikamaru, the most logical and, arguably, the weakest of the group, mumbled with a resigned sigh as he followed. Watching the vast golden ripples in the sky, the Anbu members who recognized the scene widened their eyes. Isn't that the Hero King's technique? Meanwhile, in the land of water, Gilgamesh, leading the Uchiha in a conquest funded by his vast wealth, furrowed his brow. The dense golden ripples in the sky had suddenly fractured, creating gaps in his attack and allowing Ao, who possessed the stolen Byakugan, and Chojo, both of whom had been sent out to scout, escape. That mongrel. That thief is stealing my treasure again. Unforgivable. Accelerate the invasion. Conquer the entire land of water within 6 months. Gilgamesh roared, seated upon his lofty Vimana. And when the time comes, I'll let land of fire and that puny Hidden Leaf Village bear my wrath. He looked down upon the vast army of well-equipped mercenaries gathered from all corners of the world. You have gathered here for wealth and power, but if you conquer the land of water, you will truly become my acknowledged subjects. I will forge an eternal golden kingdom, freeing you from hunger and poverty. Behold. With a wave of his hand, another mountain of gold fell from the golden ripples, crashing down before the army. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded their greedy eyes. Hero King! Hero King! Hero King! The dense crowd below raised their weapons, their faces filled with fanaticism, chanting his title hoarsely. Soon after, the invasion force grew, their countless ships and warships completely crushing the Land of Water's first fleet. Their land and sea forces swelled, and the outer islands of the Land of Water fell one by one into the hands of the Hero King. It's Ultraman. Choji's transformed into a giant of light. Amazing. He sent that huge monster flying with just 3 punches. The surrounding ninjas were ecstatic. Against such a massive beast, impervious to normal weapons and jutsu, perhaps only a giant of light could prevail. The fallen monster roared, shaking itself and glancing in surprise at the even larger opponent. But in the next moment, its eyes were filled with a savage red. It reared up, grabbing a teetering house and hurling it towards the giant. Before it could reach Choji's Ultraman form, however, the projectile was blasted into splinters by a barrage of golden projectiles. It was Ino, who had arrived to support her teammate. Ultraman gave a thumbs up to his teammate, then leapt into the air, his massive body surprisingly agile as he performed a somersault. As he descended, his shining fist slammed down onto the monster's head. Roar! Boom! The monster crashed to the ground, sending waves of dust and debris billowing outwards. Before the surrounding ninjas could cheer, a fireball erupted from the dust cloud, hurtling towards Ultraman and exploding in a brilliant flash of fire. You're saying this monster has practically no weaknesses and the only way to defeat it is to use fire-style jutsus to make it explode? The third Hokage asked, his face full of doubt, from his position on the rooftop. At this moment, Kurenai's team stood beside him, watching from a distance as the Hidden Leaf Village ninja, aided by Ultraman, worked together to well, it looked a lot like the Ultraman and the beast was working together to demolish Hidden Leaf Village. Can it even be blown up? Are you sure fire won't just make it stronger? Hiruzen questioned, eyeing the blazing monster, wreathed in flames and periodically spitting fireballs. Standard ninja tools only seemed to irritate it, water-style jutsu gave it a hot bath, lightning-style only energized it, and only earth-style could somewhat suppress it. Hiruzen was deeply concerned. Could this thing really be defeated with fire-style? That's right. My eyes of death have already seen through its weakness, Natsuki replied, hands casually tucked in his pockets, seemingly unconcerned. After all, the surrounding shops mostly belong to the Hidden Leaf Village Elders faction. Thwack! Before the third Hokage could respond, Natsuki received a sharp rap on the head from his sister. Idiot! Show some respect. This is the Hokage. Kurenai scolded, pulling Natsuki's hands out of his pockets and making him stand at attention. She then apologized to Hiruzen. I apologize, Lord Hokage. My little brother is still young and immature. I haven't had the time to properly educate him due to my heavy workload. I won't let this happen again. The third Hokage's face darkened. Your workload was heavy? His own son, Asuma, went out of his way to give Kurenai the easiest, safest missions with the highest rewards. To complain about a heavy workload in front of him was simply preposterous. And what was even more infuriating was hearing that she had repeatedly rejected Asuma, causing him to sulk for ages and then blame Hiruzen for it. Forget it, he thought. I don't want to deal with the younger generation's drama. He had a grandson, Konohamaru, who was growing up well and had already started at the academy. Right now, dealing with this fiery monster was the priority. Most of the surrounding buildings were, after all, his investments. It's all right. Natsuki is still young. Hidden Leaf Village is your home, and its future protection relies on you, Hiruzen said, forcing a kind smile onto his face, instantly switching gears. The protection of Hidden Leaf Village relies on us now, Natsuki countered, staring at the monster with a seemingly innocent remark that nearly made Hiruzen fall off the roof. He'd known this kid had a sharp tongue since their super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball Jutsu transaction years ago. But it seemed to have gotten even sharper with age. So, tell everyone to prepare fire-style jutsu to blow up this monster, Natsuki urged. Let's wait and see. It seems Choji has transformed into Ultraman. Maybe he can persuade it to leave or something, Hiruzen hedged. If they really used fire-style to explode the monster, wouldn't that destroy even more shops? Since Choji had transformed into Ultraman, they might as well observe the situation first. But the moment Ultraman appeared, he crushed 2 shops that, incidentally, were secretly Hiruzen's properties. The Hokage winced with each impact, feeling the financial pain. And then there was that girl who was throwing weapons with golden ripples. Wasn't that Gilgamesh's technique? Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be slipping further from his control. All sorts of strange individuals were popping up left and right these days. Still, this generation of youngsters was undeniably strong. They were shouldering the burden of protecting Hidden Leaf Village at such a young age, easing his own burden considerably. He was glad he wasn't from the same era as these kids. If he was, he wouldn't have stood a chance. As he was lost in his thoughts, a fireball suddenly hurtled towards them. Natsuki and the others, who had been focused on the monster, leaped away in time. And 2 nearby Anbu members quickly erected earth-style walls to shield the Hokage. Unfortunately, the barrier couldn't withstand the monster's fireball. A tremendous explosion followed, shattering the earth wall. Hiruzen, preoccupied with his thoughts, only managed to leap back in time to avoid the epicenter of the blast. He couldn't, however, evade the searing heat and black dust that engulfed him. In an instant, his face was blackened like the bottom of a pot, and his beard was singed away. Chapter 86. Hiruzen wiped his face, his hands covered in soot. His chin stung fiercely. Touching it, he realized his beard was gone. Tears welled in his eyes. Old friend, I couldn't save you after all. To be bald and covered in grime. This is hardly the image of a Hokage. Lord Hokage, are you alright? Kurenai's team darted back. When danger struck, they were the first to flee. Now that it had passed, they were the first to offer empty condolences. They were masters of superficiality, their faces as thick as castle walls. Just who taught them shit like this? And why was that student taking pictures with a camera? Where did a kid even get a camera? Those things are expensive. Noticing the third Hokage's sharp gaze, Natsuki didn't flinch. Instead, he said with a composed expression, Lord Hokage, I wanted to capture the moment you bravely shielded us from the evil beast, protecting us and the village from harm. I want to send this picture back to the academy. Let future generations remember that we have such a kind and respectable Hokage. So it was to immortalize my heroic deed for posterity. Good. If everyone in Hidden Leaf Village had this mindset, the will of fire would spread throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen nodded, his gaze softening considerably. He was not ashamed to admit that the children had been taught well. Ahem. As the Hokage, protecting the villagers and Hidden Leaf Village is my duty. The third Hokage stood tall, his robes billowing in the wind, a picture of graceful wisdom. He glanced at the blazing evil beast, pinned down once again by the giant of light and a squad of Anbu. The battle was going well. With a nod, he decided he could spare a moment. Being old, most things didn't matter to him anymore. But reputation did, especially a reputation that would last through the ages. His tone suddenly shifted. However, to serve as a warning for future generations, capturing these impactful images would be appropriate. If you'll excuse me, let me adjust my attire. Hiruzen straightened his messy clothes, trying to wipe the soot from his face. Wait. Natsuki exclaimed. That's the shot. This is the most authentic image. Lord Hokage, at your age, you still fight so hard for the village despite the hardships. Think of the children at the academy. Won't this inspire them to strive for greatness, to abandon laziness and complacency? What a motivating image for them to emulate. Right, Pigman? Natsuki finished, kicking Kiba beside him. Why yes. With Lord Hokage's example, the children will surely work hard. Kiba stammered, then, as if realizing something, loudly protested, I'm not Pigman. Then what are you called? I am the Beast Master of Retribution. Woof. I see, impressive title. PFFT. Kurenai couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. Finally, just before the Hokage lost his temper, a picture was taken. At that moment, the seemingly invincible blazing evil beast finally toppled the Giant of Light, its chest glowing crimson. But Choji's Giant of Light transformation still needed improvement. Even with the red glow, he couldn't use his finishing move. Lord Hokage, there's no time to lose. I suggest we use the method I suggested, using the fire style to burst this blazing evil beast. Seeing Choji struggling, and the surrounding shops owned by the Hidden Leaf Village elders in ruins, Natsuki finally spoke seriously. Is there no other way? Hiruzen asked reluctantly. The plan sounded unreliable no matter how much he thought about it. What if it backfired and his entire shopping district ended up being destroyed? But they hadn't found the beast's weakness, and Natsuki was the first to identify it as a beast in the first place. Maybe his method was the only option? There is but it carries even greater risk. Natsuki hesitated, his face grave. I could use my eyes of death. No, my mystic eyes of death perception and probably slice this beast in one move. But my swordsmanship is still rough. If I accidentally cut the village's or someone else's lines of death, there's no coming back. His semi-corporeal swordsmanship teacher, Artoria, had been dispatched again, teamed up with another member, Izumi, to rake in bounty rewards across the ninja world. The goals were twofold, to earn money and to bolster the reputation of the Dimensional Ends congregation, causing trouble for Akatsuki in the process. Hearing of other potential dangers, Hiruzen, ever the pragmatist, shook his head. He couldn't wait any longer. Further delay would only result in greater damage to his own assets. The third Hokage wiped his face clean and bellowed to the surrounding ninjas, everyone, use fire style to annihilate this beast. Although no one understood why they should use fire style against a creature that was clearly fire-based, the words had come from the professor, the third Hokage himself. Therefore, it must be right step. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Fire style, flame bullet. Instantly, fire style attacks roared from all directions, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The resulting inferno towered dozens of meters high, illuminating all of Hidden Leaf Village. Moments later, the flames rapidly subsided. The blazing evil beast had actually absorbed them all, growing larger in the process. Roar. Demonic flames surged as the beast grew even more ferocious. Something's wrong. The monster seems stronger. Didn't Lord Hokage tell us to use fire style? Has Lord Hokage's eyesight failed him? All eyes turned to the Hokage. Hiruzen's face stiffened. He turned mechanically and asked, Natsuki, did we make a mistake? He could tolerate other things, but if this was a joke, making him lose face in public with a command that invited disaster, then he wouldn't be polite. No. We hadn't made a mistake. Natsuki insisted. Haven't you noticed? The beast hasn't moved since then. Besides trying to scare us, what else has it done? It means it's been focusing on converting that external fire energy. That's its weakness. As long as its conversion speed is lower than its absorption speed. Hiruzen nodded, understanding. He had indeed noticed the rampaging beast's strange stillness. Since its appearance, when had it ever been so quiet? Everyone, increase the firepower. It's converting the flames we're unleashing. Help me overload it. Certainty bolstering his confidence, Hiruzen waved his hand grandly, his robes flapping dramatically. From behind, he looked every bit a wise strategist. Yes, sir. With confirmation received, everyone's spirits soared. This bizarre beast had met its match in the professor, the genius Kage of the ninja world. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. This time, the Hokage led the charge himself. Another barrage of fire techniques was unleashed. Several rounds later, everyone was low on chakra, but the blazing evil beast remained imposing. Its body, originally 20 meters long, had expanded to nearly 100, rivaling even a tailed beast in size. Hiruzen felt sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at Natsuki again. Natsuki was starting to panic internally. The tiny bit of fire energy the system said needed to overlord the beast turned out to be a literal astronomical amount. Thankfully, the village had plenty of ninjas. If it were just him, he would be dead of chakra exhaustion. Lord Hokage. Keep going. We're almost there. It's almost at its limit. Natsuki put on an Oscar-worthy performance of excitement, despite the frantic screaming in his head. The boy's innocent expression bolstered the Hokage's confidence. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. He clapped his hands together, forcing out 3 more blasts of fire. Afterward, he swayed almost imperceptibly. He was getting too old for this. Just a few fire dragon flame bullets had left him exhausted. Hiruzen sighed internally, then looked at the barely phased blazing evil beast. It still wasn't enough. Almost there, Lord Hokage. Just a bit more. Look, it's already half collapsed. Natsuki's voice rang out again. He had a point. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A slightly smaller fire dragon roared forth. Seeing the Hokage's effort, the surrounding ninjas cheered and pushed themselves to their limits as well. Great. It's completely on the ground now. Lord Hokage, come on, one more push. The focused Seagull target fire of the fire dragon flame bullet is the perfect answer. Your power alone surpasses everyone else combined. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Amazing. Lord Hokage. It's on all fours now. Can you hear the villagers cheering? Just a few more and it'll burst. Hearing he needed to do more, Hiruzen swayed, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. Natsuki. When will this end? He trailed off. Wait, this kid knew fire style too. That super invincible thunderbolt fireball thing. His eyes lit up like torches. Lord Hokage, what's wrong? Are you feverish? No wait, your eyes are on fire. A startled Natsuki warned. Natsuki, don't you also know fire style? Hiruzen's voice cut through the heat like a chilling wind. Chapter 87, Lord Hokage, you know me well. The only fire style I know is super invincible thunderbolt fireball. And this jutsu has both lightning and fire properties. As you saw, the lightning property makes the blazing evil beast incredibly excited. If it breaks free from the suppressed state and a beast this huge runs wild in the village, we're truly finished. Natsuki quickly found a reason and uttered the most impeccable excuse he could come up with, and it was indeed true in a sense. Hiruzen thought about it, and it indeed made sense. If the lightning really roused the beast again, they would be doomed. They couldn't even suppress its 20-meter form earlier, let alone its current 100-meter behemoth size. If it moved, who could stop it? Right, Lord Hokage, one last push, Add one more fire-style jutsu. I'll take the opportunity to capture your heroic image of defeating the giant beast. This way, there will be more grand and imposing images for future generations to admire at the academy. Natsuki pulled out his camera again. This action made Hiruzen's eyes light up. While alive, he was the longest-reigning Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. After death, he also wanted to be the most influential Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Wherever Natsuki was learning from had taught him well, he truly understood him. Why hadn't there been such a quick-witted young man before? Ahem, as the Hokage, I will absolutely not let this beast harm the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage shook off his weary demeanor, his face seemingly rejuvenated as if in a final burst of glory. Let me give this beast the final blow. Fire style, dragon fire. His hands blurred as he formed the hand seals in an instant, then took a deep breath. His chest swelled. He turned his head, his eyes questioning Natsuki if he could begin. Yes, I'm ready. Natsuki held the camera in his left hand and raised his right hand like a referee. Hiruzen pushed the air in his chest into his mouth, his deflated cheeks instantly puffing up. Wait a minute, the camera became unfocused. Natsuki lowered his raised hand, frowning at the camera screen. PFFT. Ugh. This action almost made the poised Hiruzen explode. Fortunately, as the professor with decades of experience, he forcefully controlled the release of the jutsu. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He was about to glare at Natsuki, when he heard the boy shout. Good. This is excellent. It can capture everyone in the frame. Natsuki had only moved a few centimeters. Everyone, prepare your fire-style jutsu. Led by Lord Hokage, let's give this terrifying beast the final blow together. I will record this historical moment. Everyone will be a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. The bustling battlefield suddenly fell silent, all eyes turned towards them. They saw Lord Hokage, ready with his jutsu, his face flushed red, his forehead sweating, and his chin beard singed off. Although he was the Hokage, he was also an old man with one foot in the grave. What admirable dedication this was. Then, everyone understood that Natsuki's actions were instructed by the Hokage, asking everyone to finish off the beast together. In an instant, the ninjas began performing fire-style jutsu in unison. This forced Hiruzen to suppress his anger, enduring the possibility of internal injuries just to hold back his jutsu a little longer. Then, get ready. Natsuki raised his right hand again. He whispered to the Hokage, Lord Hokage, with him as a backdrop, you will be even more prominent in the photo. Hiruzen felt a bit better, nodding almost imperceptibly. This time, Natsuki didn't delay much longer because he saw that the old man was really about to lose control. Then, release. Boom. Their vision was instantly covered in crimson, the combined flames surged forward like a sea of fire. Such a massive inferno finally overwhelmed the blazing evil beast, which had been continuously absorbing and transforming flames. Ooh. It let out mournful cries as countless glowing red cracks appeared on its body. Just a little bit more, Lord Hokage. Don't lose to the youngsters. It was the deciding moment, the moment when the loot drops. Natsuki quickly encouraged the Hokage to exert more effort. Everyone wanted to be a hero. After Natsuki's encouragement, everyone was giving it their all. Hiruzen glanced at the surrounding ninja and saw that they were indeed still using fire style, showing great stamina. Natsuki was still taking photos, and these photos would be displayed in the academy later. As Hokage, how could he lose to these youngsters? Suddenly, veins bulged on Hiruzen's forehead as he squeezed out another surge of chakra. The flames he unleashed intensified. The cracks on the blazing evil beast grew larger. Just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more. Natsuki's voice came again. Damn it, is it not over yet? I can't hold on any longer. Hiruzen's forehead was drenched in sweat, he felt half dead. He glanced around and saw that most of the nearby ninja had already stopped using fire style, leaving only a few Anbu and Elite Jonin still persisting. Hold on a little longer. With a ferocious expression, he clasped his hands together and exhaled again, a torrent of flames erupting from his mouth. Crack. A loud sound of glass shattering echoed across the village. Great, it can't withstand it anymore. Lord Hokage, let me lend you a hand. Saying this, Natsuki tossed his camera to Kiba behind him, instructing him to take pictures. Then he stepped forward and stood beside the Hokage. Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. An even larger fireball roared out. One side dwindled, the other surged. The Hokage's flames, after such prolonged use, had been reduced to mere flickers. Compared to Natsuki's charged fireball, they were like a sesame seed next to a watermelon. Just then, Kiba pressed the shutter button. Click. The scene of the two unleashing their jutsu against the beast amidst the ruins was captured. The Hokage's was the tiny sesame seed. Natsuki's was the giant watermelon. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth. You cough, cough. Didn't you say your lightning fire attribute couldn't overload it? Hiruzen was furious, but exhausted and drained of chakra. He lacked the strength to express his anger fully, let alone think clearly. He questioned breathlessly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Using it earlier would have made it go berserk. But now, it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's already at its limit and won't go berserk. Natsuki pointed to the beast in front. Indeed, this time, the blazing evil beast finally succumbed. The dense cracks joined together, tearing its entire surface apart. A dazzling red light erupted. A terrifying energy, shocking to all, leaked out. Oh no. The system only prompted that fire attacks would make it self-destruct, but I didn't expect the energy to be this monstrous. This energy it contains now could level the entire Hidden Leaf village, right? Natsuki, disregarding everything else, pulled down his left eye patch for the first time in public. In his mystic eyes of death perception, he could see countless lines of death filling his vision, one particularly prominent. The immense pressure on his mind made him falter. Fortunately, after years of growth, he no longer collapsed after a few seconds like before. Now, he could use his eyes for a few minutes with no problem. With a pull of his right hand, he drew a pitch-black, bizarre-looking, imposing sword as large as himself from a ceiling scroll. At this moment, the dazzling red light had reached its peak. Not good, get away. It's going to explode. We're doomed. With this much energy, it could flatten all of Hidden Leaf Village. Where can we even escape to? All the ninja were terrified. Even the third Hokage showed despair, but still tried to retreat. However, as he pushed off with his legs. Snap. The exhausted Hokage twisted his waist. Instead of retreating, he stumbled forward. The ground here was higher, and he rolled towards the center of the red light. The scorching air instantly singed and twisted the Hokage's remaining hair. Soon, it caught fire. Lord Hokage! The surrounding Anbu cried out in alarm. At the same time, the extreme red light exploded. A shockwave instantly swept the clouds from the sky. On the ground, an explosion of light like an inverted giant bowl filled everyone's vision. At that moment, a figure, wielding a large sword, flew past the Hokage's head and plunged into the center of the explosion. Natsuki! Kurenai cried out in anguish. Click. The camera shutter clicked. As if frozen in time itself, an imposing image was captured. Under the destructive red light, surrounded by horrified Hidden Leaf Village ninja, a despairing, bald old man lay on the ground. All of their eyes were fixed in shock on the boy in the air, raising his giant sword, facing death with. Chapter 88, Obliterate. Netherworld Demon's Lair. Natsuki roared, his mystic eyes of death perception blazing brilliantly. Wielding his massive sword, he fiercely severed the conceptual line of blazing evil beast's self-destruction. The apocalyptic energy shattered completely, vanishing before everyone's eyes. A terrifying shockwave, centered on Natsuki, swept out in all directions. Thud. Thud. Several Chunin and Geinin who were too close were flung to the ground by the force. In the next moment, everything fell silent. The dense crowd, even the villagers watching from the outskirts, involuntarily gazed at the young man who had pulled chestnuts from the fire, averting Hidden Leaf Village's destruction. Silence. A sense of oppression hung in the air. For a time, no one could believe it. Was the impending explosion, which looked like it could swallow the whole of Hidden Leaf Village, truly averted just like that? With a strange, bizarrely shaped giant sword, a shout, and a swing, he erased the already exploding energy? If not for the surrounding ruins and the massive, bottomless pit at the epicenter of the red explosion, everyone might have thought they were experiencing a mass kanjutsu. We're alive? We're not dead? It seems we were saved by the boy beside the Hokage. What? Yes, if he had been even a second slower, we would have been sent to heaven. Punch me, see if I'm dreaming. Natsuki ignored the gradually recovering survivors and quickly rushed into the smoke and dust. On the ground, a large swath of sparkling objects had appeared. They were the cores left behind after the demonic beast was destroyed, valuable treasures that could increase one's chakra capacity and other energy limits. Taking advantage of the disoriented crowd and the smoke obscuring their vision, Natsuki quickly collected all the cores into his sealing scroll. If these things were exposed to the outside world, it would only invite unwanted trouble. It was better to keep them for his own people. His congregation had many members, a little here, a little there, and soon it would all be gone. One won't know the value of gas, rice, oil, and salt until one runs a household. Where else could they find such a good, considerate and capable leader? Meow. At that moment, Natsuki heard a familiar meow nearby. Natsuki turned to see the fat orange cat. Good heavens, it hadn't died. And, now that the evil energy it had absorbed was purged, it posed no threat. It was just an ordinary ginger cat at the moment. Natsuki. At this moment, Kurenai finally recovered from her shock and called out, sprinting towards Natsuki. Natsuki. Hinata followed closely behind. Then came Kiba. Further away were Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. So, his name is Natsuki. Suddenly, the crowd surged forward. Everyone rushed towards where the smoke was gradually dissipating, towards the young man. Natsuki. How could you be so reckless? Do you know how dangerous that was? Natsuki had just put away the scroll when his sister's voice reached him. The next moment, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Sister, I'm fine, aren't I? Natsuki scratched his head. You have the gall to talk back to me right now. You. Next time, you absolutely are not allowed to do this. Kurenai wanted to scold her brother, but her arms were already wrapped around him, unwilling to let go. She bit hard on Natsuki's shoulder, venting her frustration. Ouch. That hurts. Are you related to Akamaru? Just as he was about to retaliate, he felt water droplets fall on his shoulder. He looked up to see Kurenai, her face already streaked with tears. Sis. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Natsuki's voice softened instantly as he raised his hands and embraced his sister. Moments later, the crowd surged in. Natsuki was lifted high into the air and then caught again. Hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Hero of Hidden Leaf Village. The crowd formed circle after circle. Cheers rose and fell, relieving the fear of death and celebrating the joy of survival. On the outer edge of the crowd, the hairless third Hokage was helped up by several Anbu members. He felt the empty chakra in his body, pressed his aching waist, and touched his bald head. Looking at Natsuki, surrounded by the dense crowd and basking in their adoration, Hiruzen's gaze instinctively sharpened. He had this inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. But remembering how he had exhausted his strength, twisted his back, and fallen to the ground, and how only this quick-witted young man had disregarded the danger to save him, save Hidden Leaf Village, his gaze softened. Forget it. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties, and the biggest crisis was resolved. It was just that his current appearance. He had to face the dignitaries from other countries during the upcoming Chunin exams shortly. Wasn't he looking a bit too shabby? Should he let his old comrade, Denzo, act as Hokage for a while? Being Hokage was becoming more and more challenging as days passed. After all, he was old. Right, he also wondered how Natsuki's photos turned out. Some time later, several photos were added to the Academy's Hall of Fame. Unlike the previous simple portraits, these were pictures of battle scenes. The first was titled Will of Fire, an old man with burned whiskers and a face covered in soot, but with eyes full of fighting spirit. It was the third Hokage. The second was titled The Strongest Hokage. The third Hokage stood tall, dragging his injured body, using powerful dragon fire jutsu, leading the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in attacking the terrifyingly huge blazing evil beast. The third was titled Inheritance. A young man and an old man stood together, using fire-style jutsu to attack the blazing evil beast. The difference between their techniques was as vast as a watermelon compared to a sesame seed. And the previously awe-inspiring third Hokage's was the sesame seed. The fourth was titled Hero of Hidden Leaf Village, under the destructive red light, surrounded by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas with expressions of utter terror, lay a despairing, bald old man on the ground. Everyone's shocked gaze was focused towards the sky, focusing on the young man, Natsuki, who raised his giant sword to charge toward death. The glorious deeds depicted in the painting were passed down by word of mouth among the academy teachers, inspiring generations of new students. Even those who didn't study at the academy would came to admire it. Among them was Hanabi, who idolized Natsuki from that moment on. As for how the photos were taken, who took them, and who added the titles to the paintings, the teachers had no idea. It was said that the last two paintings were only put up when the fifth Hokage took office. Moreover, after the fifth Hokage's inauguration, the titles of the third and second paintings were swapped. Moreover, the third painting's title was changed several times: New Life and Decay, Watermelon and Sesame Seed, Youth and Old Age, but because it was to be displayed in the academy, it was finally settled as Inheritance. Back home, Kurenai was in high spirits. Today had been too exciting. Her brother had faced certain death head-on but emerged unscathed, slain the evil beast, prevented its self-destruction from annihilating Hidden Leaf Village, and became a great hero. This was a great honor. She was even happier than if she herself had become a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. So, she prepared a delicious feast. Cheers. Kurenai raised her glass, calling out to her brother. I suspect you're just looking for an excuse to drink, Natsuki said, his face darkening. What are you talking about? You became Hidden Leaf Village's hero today. It would be sacrilege to not celebrate properly. Look, no one else is celebrating for you. Only your sister is this thoughtful. Kurenai pouted, tilting her glass. As long as there was alcohol, she would become like a little girl, lively, cute, acting spoiled, and a bit of a sly boots. You have the nerve to say that. My friends all wanted to celebrate surviving this with me, but you refused them all. Natsuki shook his head. Though he was teasing his sister right now, he didn't want to spoil her mood this time. Clink. They drained their glasses in one gulp. This world's sake was quite strong, no wonder even someone as powerful as Jiraiya couldn't handle too much. Of course, that was also because he didn't want to use chakra to dispel the effects. To everyone being safe and sound today, cheers. Clink. To Natsuki becoming a great hero of Hidden Leaf Village, cheers. Clink. Oh, and we haven't celebrated you becoming a qualified Genin yet, cheers. Clink. And also, your successful graduation. Cheers. Stop, stop, stop. Can you get any further off track? Do you want to celebrate the first time I learned to walk as a toddler, too? Natsuki quickly stopped his sister, whose words were becoming increasingly incoherent. Oh yeah, Natsuki, you're so smart. Then, to you changing diapers on your own. Kurenai's eyes lit up as she raised her glass again. Knock. Stop. Let's eat. And I have something good to show you. Natsuki firmly bonked his sister's forehead, stopping her from drinking any further. Then, he took out a sparkling object from his ceiling scroll. It was the core dropped by the blazing evil beast. What is this? A gem for your sister? I don't really like these flashy things, you know. You might as well have a couple more drinks with me. Kurenai looked at the object in Natsuki's hand with confusion. No, this is something that can increase your total chakra capacity. Natsuki placed a core in his sister's hand. Crush it. Kurenai stared at the core in her hand, dumbfounded for a moment, then exerted force. Crack. A stream of light instantly spilled out, then seeped into her skin. Kurenai felt a cool energy spreading from her palm to her arm, then throughout her entire body. Her chakra instantly increased by more than half of its total volume. This is... Kurenai was stunned. There were actually such amazing things in the ninja world? Hee, this is what a blazing evil beast dropped. Don't worry, there's more. Natsuki placed another one in her hand. However, the effect of the second core was far less than the first. In the end, it turned out that each person could only use 5. After the 6th, there was no effect whatsoever. But these 5 were enough to double a person's total chakra, instantly multiplying their strength. It was some good stuff. He would use 5 himself, and the remaining dozens would be given to his congregation members as rewards. Natsuki, you're amazing. Feeling the increase in her power, Kurenai happily picked up her glass and leaned closer. So, cheers? Natsuki tilted his head slightly, his eyes flickering. His sister's exquisitely beautiful face was close at hand, her breath carrying a strong scent of alcohol. Humphrey. You're just throwing empty praises around? I don't substantial reward? Natsuki deliberately spoke in a disapproving tone, but his glass still clinked against his sister's. Then he drank it all down. That was enough. He had to stay alert as a ninja. Hee, Natsuki, you're this sister's pride. Seeing her brother's expression, Kurenai giggled and downed her drink in one gulp. The next moment, Natsuki felt something soft brush against his cheek. He instinctively turned his head. Then, the siblings, both orphans of the Yui clan from the night of the Nine-Tails attack and who grew up together by relying on each other, widened their eyes. Chapter 89, feeling the warm, moist touch, Natsuki's heart skipped a beat. Both of them could feel the trace of warm sake on each other's lips. Kurenai was the first to recover, slightly turning her head to break the contact. To ease the awkwardness, she lightly flicked Natsuki on the head. Stupid Natsuki, why did you suddenly turn your head? You scared me. What? You're blaming me after you scared me first. Natsuki retorted. When it came to arguing, as long as his sister didn't cheat, he'd never lost. Humphrey, little brat. If I say you're wrong, you're wrong. Don't talk back. She was definitely cheating. Let's eat before the food gets cold, Natsuki said, rolling his eyes and changing the subject. They then quickly devoured the food on the table, almost as if competing with each other. It had been a long time since they'd had such a carefree dinner. Unknowingly, they drank several large cups of sake. Alright, let's clean up tomorrow. I'm tired today. I'm going to bed. Natsuki snatched the last bottle of sake, preventing Kurenai from drinking any more. He yawned and headed towards his bedroom. Ah, no. Let me have 3 more sips. Kurenai pleaded, her voice slurred, slapping the table twice. Once she was drunk, she couldn't hold up her dignity as the older sister. Hey, no way. Natsuki chuckled, shaking the bottle in his hand. Just as his sister lunged forward with wine, He slammed the door shut. "You heartless bastard. I changed your diapers and raised you." Kurenai pounded on the door a few times. Then, shaking her slightly dizzy head, her eyes darted around before she retrieved the key from a cupboard in the next room. Back in his bedroom, Natsuki placed the sake bottle on the table and once again took out the crystal cores dropped by the beast. He crushed 5 of them one by one. As expected, the chakra within his body immediately surged. His chakra, which was already comparable to a Kage-level ninja, doubled after absorbing the energy from the 5 crystal cores, reaching a terrifying level. Although it hadn't reached the nearly infinite level of the Ninetales, it was definitely no weaker than Kisame, who was known as the tailless-tailed beast. Moreover, as he grew rapidly after becoming a Genin, he could output even more chakra and gain even more terrifying strength. Today was his lucky day, having gained both strength and reputation. Sleepiness washed over him, and Natsuki finally drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face. A moment later, the doorknob quietly turned. Kurenai snuck in. "Humphrey. You're still too naive to try and outsmart me." Seeing that her brother was indeed asleep, she couldn't help but feel the thrill of doing something wrong. She picked up the sake bottle from the desk and took a big gulp. Glug, glug, glug. Midway through, remembering that her brother disliked her drinking habit, she reluctantly put it down. Hick. Hee, well, that's enough. She took one last look at her brother, gently closed the door, and returned to her own room to rest. Half an hour later, Natsuki's door opened. Kurenai, in her pajamas, had returned. Sigh. "I can't fall asleep without cuddling something once I'm drunk." She slipped into the bed, gently hugged the Natsuki-shaped pillow, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight streamed into the room, waking Natsuki first. Just as he was about to get up, he found he couldn't move. Sleep paralysis? He opened his eyes, his mind gradually clearing, and realized that his sister was clinging to him like an octopus. "It's you again." Natsuki freed his right hand and pinched Kurenai's nose. Her black, silky hair spread out, covering half of her face as she let out a lazy groan. Just as he was about to wake her up, Natsuki suddenly realized he seemed to have morning wood. To make matters worse, Kurenai's eyelids fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. Natsuki quickly withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. All in one smooth motion. Kurenai squinted at the bright window. "It's morning already? Humphrey. You lazy little pig, you're still sleeping?" Kurenai looked at Natsuki, whom she was embracing, and reached out with her left hand to pinch his nose. They were truly siblings. However, this action made her easily aware of something unusual. "What's this thing poking my stomach?" Her hand explored downwards. But her one hand couldn't grasp its full length. Kurenai frowned. Why would he be hiding something like this while sleeping? She didn't notice her brother's body trembling. A moment later, realizing what it was, Kurenai quickly withdrew her arm and calmly covered him with the blanket. She tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door. Soon after, the sound of Kurenai crashing into a table and the clatter of broken dishes echoed from outside. At the Hokage residence, Hiruzen leaned on his walking stick, meticulously wrapping bandages around his head. Bolder, yet stronger. Yesterday's rampage by the blazing evil beast had resulted in heavy property damage, with a large area of buildings destroyed. Though the buildings were mostly shops owned by the Elder Council. Compared to the other elders, who suffered losses and gained nothing, he was better off. At least he, the Hokage, now possessed 2 photos that could be passed down through generations, letting everyone know that the 3rd Hokage was still powerful. After all, he had only remained in Hidden Leaf Village during the 2nd and 3rd Great Ninja Wars, without ever taking action himself. Although he had thrown out his back, lost his hair to fire, and seemed to have become a side character to a certain young man, these were minor issues. Hiruzen stared at the uniquely shaped, incredibly imposing great sword on the table. "Grandpa, is this the sword that Hidden Leaf Village's hero, Natsuki, used?" Konohamaru's eyes shone brightly as he stared intently at the weapon on the table. Yes, it was the sword Natsuki had used yesterday. The divine sword that had saved Hidden Leaf Village from destruction, obliterating the explosion along with the beast. When the Hokage asked Natsuki about the source of his immense power, Natsuki had answered that he didn't know. He had simply seen the Hokage in danger and, without thinking, drawn the sword to slash at the destructive red flames. Considering Natsuki's concern for the Hokage's safety and his contribution of the invincible divine sword to be Hidden Leaf Village's treasured artifact, Hiruzen decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, he was indeed old and gradually losing his strength. Now, he could only place his hopes on the younger generation to catch up with Hidden Leaf Village's group of super geniuses. Asuma was a lost cause. He had been quite spoiled. Thus, he placed that hope upon Konohamaru, seeing as how so many miraculous things have been brought on by these young individuals as of late. Perhaps Konohamaru possessed the same potential? Grandpa, can I really borrow this sword? Konohamaru was overjoyed, eager to show off this giant sword to his friends, including his newly acquainted big brother, Naruto. Of course, he now had another idol to admire, Yui Natsuki. Yes, are you happy? But you must train hard in ninjutsu and not neglect your practice. Besides, this is a prized sword of the village and cannot be taken outside for now. Hiruzen ruffled his grandson's hair. Don't worry, I'll definitely train hard. Konohamaru agreed happily at first, but then he became unhappy upon hearing the second half of his grandfather's sentence. Wouldn't this mean he couldn't show off in front of his friends? Wait, if he couldn't take it out, couldn't he invite his friends to his house? The quick-witted Konohamaru immediately found a way to show off and couldn't help but giggle. So, what was its name again? I'll lend it to you for now. Be careful not to damage it. Hiruzen frowned, unable to recall the sword's name. It's called the Nine Nether Heaven Severing Roaring Immortal Slaying Great Sword. Konohamaru loudly reminded him. At this name, Hiruzen's face darkened. Something felt off. Chapter 90, half a month had passed since the boss battle, and the title of Hidden Leaf Village's little hero was becoming increasingly prominent. The little was added later by those who saw how young the actual hero was. The legendary Nine Nether Heaven Severing Roaring Immortal Slaying Great Sword, the weapon used to slay the blazing evil beast, was also gaining notoriety. Its power, exaggerated through rumors, became increasingly absurd. Some claimed the great sword could cut down even the Sage of Six Paths, though those who spread that rumor were swiftly apprehended. The legend then morphed into the sword being able to sever the heavens above and pierce the nine hells below, capable of slaying gods and demons with a single swing. Simply put, its popularity exploded. Unscrupulous merchants, seizing the opportunity, mass-produced peculiar-looking, outrageously flamboyant plastic replicas of the weapon. They were a massive hit with children. Natsuki, naturally, was the first to capitalize on this trend. Groups of children frequently dashed through the streets, brandishing plastic greatswords nearly as tall as themselves. Ha! Evil beast, you can't escape. Obliterate. Netherworld roaring demon slaying slash. Various imitations of Natsuki's dramatic pronouncements echoed throughout the village. Observing this scene, Natsuki nodded approvingly. Hidden Leaf Village's martial spirit is growing stronger, and the reserve of potential members for my congregation is steadily increasing. In time, we will surely sweep across all dimensions. He then promptly ordered the production of more toys, gleefully counting his profits. For over half a month, Team 8 had taken no missions, focusing on rest and recuperation. Since the night she drank too much, Kurenai had been subtly avoiding Natsuki, frequently visiting the hospital for unknown reasons, despite her usually robust health. Finally, one day, Natsuki secretly followed her and discovered the reason behind her visits. She stammered and hesitated for a long time before finally asking the female doctor, for a 12-year-old boy. Down there. Being very large. Is that normal? Very large? How large? The young female doctor's eyes lit up as she instinctively inquired. Kurenai instantly regretted her question. This was hardly information to be casually shared. Her brother's specific measurements were for her to know and her alone. Flustered, she sought out other medical ninjas for a second opinion. A youthful appearance with impressive endowment? The medical ninja seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. It should be normal. Some people develop differently. Hearing the confirmation of normalcy, Kurenai finally breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, the team had rested sufficiently. With no injuries to recover from, further idleness would lead to stagnation. Kurenai summoned Team 8, and they set out once more for the Hokage Tower, which had been swiftly rebuilt after the recent damage. Some missions after all this while. After so many days of rest, I'm practically growing moss. Kiba exclaimed, his excitement evident as he bounced around like an overeager puppy. Woof woof. Akamaru wholeheartedly agreed with his owner, bouncing along beside him. By the way, Teacher Kurenai, can we take on some higher-ranked mission now? Kiba pleaded. Doing D-rank missions all these days was so boring. We defeated such a powerful evil beast that we're totally capable of handling greater challenges. Right, Akamaru? Woof. See? Akamaru agrees. Kiba pressed his case. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Akamaru only barked once. She lightly rapped Kiba on the head to quiet him down. Did we defeat it? It was the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, the Hokage, and of course, our Natsuki who resolved the situation. Natsuki, what do you think? Kurenai turned to her brother for his opinion. The eyes of death have recharged and are ready to accept any challenge, Natsuki declared, his expression stoic, his clothes billowing dramatically around him. He struck a pose of otherworldly grace, something he'd picked up while observing the photoshoot for the Hokage. Kurenai's face twitched. She turned to Hinata, who had her hands raised and was using her powers to make Natsuki's robes flutter. "Hinata, what are your thoughts?" "I'll follow Natsuki," Hinata replied, glancing at Natsuki with a subtle sparkle in her eyes. "Right, I shouldn't have asked them," Kurenai thought. "I'll just decide myself." "Well," she said, "your teacher has been thinking, and D-rank missions are indeed insufficient for your training. So, today we'll take on a C-rank mission." Kurenai had considered the matter carefully. These individuals didn't require excessive protection, in fact, it might hinder their growth. Inside the Hokage Tower, Kurenai requested a C-rank mission directly from the third Hokage. "A C-rank mission already?" Hiruzen questioned, glancing at Team 8. "You've participated in such a dangerous battle and made such great contributions. You could have rested for a while longer." C-rank missions marked the true beginning of a ninja's career. Weeding gardens, babysitting, and catching cats were often intentionally assigned to gain in as practice. However, D-rank was genuinely unsuitable for Team 8, it was a waste of their considerable combat experience. "The children are ready, Lord Hokage," Kurenai responded, forcing a smile. Hiruzen eyed Team 8 curiously. Their expressions had been rather odd since they entered the room. His gaze fell upon the straw hat on his desk. Oh no. In his work-induced fatigue, he'd unconsciously removed his hat. "Next time, I should glue it on," he thought in frustration. "I must never remove my hat again." "Ahem. Let me see which missions are suitable for you," Hiruzen said, his internal panic masked by a calm facade as he seamlessly replaced his hat. He unfurled a large mission scroll, scanning the available C-rank tasks. "Here's one, a C-rank escort mission, perfect for you. You've all been staying in Hidden Leaf Village, your perspectives are inevitably limited. This mission will allow you to experience the culture of another land. It will take some time, however. Will you accept it?" Hiruzen asked with a friendly smile, habitually stroking his beard, or where his beard used to be. His face stiffened again as he remembered the fire had claimed that as well. Although Natsuki had saved Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that wherever Natsuki and Hinata were, trouble followed. Hinata, in particular, was directly or indirectly connected to both instances of the Hokage Tower's destruction. Clearly, their destinies clashed with his. It was best to send them far away, to become someone else's problem. "We accept. It's time to let the people of other lands learn the name of the mighty Dimensional Lord," Natsuki declared before Kurenai could respond. "Escort mission? Could it be that mission? The timing seems about right," he mused. Hiruzen nodded with relief and summoned an Anbu member. "Go and call Mr. Tazuna." Chapter 91, C-Rank. "Tazuna. It really is this escort mission?" A sharp glint flashed across Natsuki's eyes. This was originally Team 7's mission, the main character's mission. Although it was listed as a C-rank, that was because Tazuna couldn't afford the proper payment and lied about the mission's rank. In reality, it was a B-rank mission, involving combat against other ninja. This mission even included Zabuza Momoki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and that gentle little angel, Haku, whose gender was always a mystery. In the original anime, they looked female but were said to be male. As the Dimensional Lord, Natsuki felt obligated to verify the truth, whether human or demon. A simple investigation would reveal the answer. The butterfly effect was growing stronger. Even the original team's growth missions were being intercepted. Natsuki wondered how Naruto and Sasuke would grow now. Or rather, his own arrival had already subtly influenced them, making them stronger than in the original story. Sasuke, after being frightened by Natsuki's super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball at the academy, had already awakened his Sharingan early. Although during the Uchiha massacre, he was still as useless as in the original story, only managing to awaken a single Tomoe Sharingan after witnessing the death of his clan. But his Ai's evolution still surpassed its original state at the same period. As for Naruto, "Teacher Kakashi, this time we have to take on a challenging mission." Naruto's booming voice echoed through the Hokage's office before he even appeared. "No more cat-catching missions. That fat cat scratched my face so many times. Natsuki and his team are already defeating monsters and saving Hidden Leaf Village, while we're still playing house. Speak of the devil. Your face is so thick, and you're afraid of scratches?" Sakura retorted habitually, then agreed with Naruto. "But D-rank missions are really annoying. I don't want to do any more weeding." The next moment, Team 7, led by Kakashi, also stepped into the Hokage's office. "Natsuki." Sakura and the others' eyes lit up, and they greeted him excitedly. "Natsuki, is it true that you defeated the blazing evil beast that even Lord Hokage couldn't defeat?" Naruto crowded in, his face filled with excitement. "Get lost. Don't ask about things that everyone knows already. Sakura kicked Naruto away, sending him flying into the wall with a pia. She then flashed in front of Natsuki, her eyes sparkling. Natsuki, are you hurt? I have ancestral healing ointment at home. If you're injured anywhere, you must tell me. As she spoke, she took Natsuki's right hand and clasped it as if in praying for his well-being. She had a not-so-pure smile on her face though. Hee, I'm holding my Natsuki's hand. She thought triumphantly. I found such a good excuse, even Sasuke can't say anything, right? Natsuki gets more handsome as he grows up. He's much more handsome than Sasuke, powerful, and a genius too. He's just perfect? She slid her fingers along Natsuki's, as if trying to rub something off. Disgusting. Hinata's Tenseigan seemed to flash red as she slightly raised her palm, aiming it at Sakura. Pia. The next moment, Sakura was also sent flying into the wall beside the Hokage, landing in a heap next to Naruto. On their flight route, they knocked off the third Hokage's hat, revealing a shiny bald head. Instantly, the room fell silent. Hiruzen's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as Hiruzen was about to lose his temper and yell, a voice from an Anbu member came from outside. Tazune had arrived. The third Hokage forcibly suppressed his anger, his expression shifting from stormy to overcast, and plastered a friendly smile on his face once more. He quickly picked up and put on his hat. The next moment, a short, stout, and half-drunk old man stumbled in. Good morning, Lord Hokage, Tazune slurred. Don't tell me these shorties are going to escort me back to the land of waves? He pointed at Naruto, who had just gotten up, looking like a disheveled child. Who are you calling a shorty, you old geezer? Don't flatter yourself, who wants to protect you? Naruto yelled, about to rush over and give the old man a piece of his mind. However, Kakashi stopped him midway, pressing down on his head, preventing him from moving forward. Not all of them. Kurenai's teammate has accepted the mission. The third Hokage gestured towards teammate, led by Kurenai Yui. TCH, aren't they still a bunch of brats? Tazuna grumbled deliberately. I bet I'll have to take care of them on the way back, as old as I am. He knew that on their return journey, they would definitely encounter ninja sent by Gato to intercept them. Could these newly graduated kids really protect him? At least there was a Jonin teacher, that was somewhat reassuring. Rest assured, teammate has 2 top students, and their overall combat strength is the highest among their graduating class, Hiruzen said, expressing his strong approval of teammate. Besides, it's only a C-rank mission. Generally, there won't be any danger that can threaten ninja. This made Naruto's eyes widen. What? Natsuki and the others can take on C-rank missions already? Grandpa Hokage, can we also take a C-rank mission? Naruto asked with a pleading expression, then pointed at Tazuna. Of course, not this kind of old man protection mission. Bastard, who are you pointing at, brat? Just looking at you, I can tell you're barely weaned. How could you possibly protect anyone? Tazuna retorted angrily, his breath reeking of alcohol. The 2 shorties started bickering. Then, looking at the composed Natsuki and the others, Tazuna said, Look, you all graduated from the same class, but look at the difference. They are much more mature than you, brat. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsuki stepped forward. Let's go. My eyes of death has already seen that this journey reeks of evil. It's time for me to purify them. Wearing his eye patch, Natsuki glanced at Tazuna and then walked out of the Hokage's office. Yes. Purify. Hinata clenched her fists, seeming to cheer everyone on, and quickly followed behind Natsuki. I wonder if there will be monsters, Kiba said, also following. Woof. Akamaru, on his head, barked in agreement. Tazuna's face stiffened. What kind of ninja are these? Are they a bunch of lunatics? He became worried about the upcoming journey. As expected, you get what you pay for, he thought. A C-rank mission's reward can only attract these people? Damn it, this payment is already the entire village's savings. Building the bridge has used up everything. Fortunately, there's a normal Jonin. Though she's a woman who can become a Jonin must have something special. Mr. Tazuna, please rest assured. Although they are usually a bit rambunctious, when it counts, you'll see that they are indeed excellent ninja, Kurenai assured him. Well then, Lord Hokage, we'll be off. Kurenai greeted the third Hokage and led her team out. I'm so envious. I want to do a C-rank mission too. Naruto said, looking at teammates' departure with envy. Alright, since you all want to challenge more difficult missions, let me pick one for you. Hiruzen opened the large mission scroll. After a while, he found one. Here we go. He announced. 2 days ago, Maple Town in the Land of Fire was attacked by a group of bandits. Team 7, your mission is to investigate the whereabouts of these bandits. Chapter 92, Leaving Hidden Leaf Village. The group slowly walked along the gravel road in the forest. It wasn't that they didn't want to increase their speed and finish their first C-rank mission quickly, but because the client, Tizuna, was an ordinary person. Furthermore, since it was an escort mission, their priority was to ensure his safety. Therefore, walking slowly and eliminating any surrounding dangers was paramount. C-rank missions generally didn't involve battles against ninja. At most, they might encounter harassment from ordinary people, which wouldn't be a big problem. Natsuki, familiar with the plot, knew exactly who their enemies would be. So, the group wasn't overly tense. However, the surrounding environment was filled with novelty for Hinata and Kiba, who were leaving the village for the first time. Although there were only trees as far as the eye could see, small wild animals were abundant in the forest. Akamaru, especially, was happily jumping around, chasing after everything that moved. It had to be said that this world, not yet polluted by large-scale industry, was teeming with wildlife. By the way, Natsuki, does Akamaru really have such great potential? Kiba asked, watching Akamaru frolicking ahead. He remembered Natsuki's assessment of Akamaru. Before, he thought Natsuki's occasional strange remarks were just jokes. But after Natsuki accurately identified the fat orange cat as being corrupted by an evil force and turning into a monster, Kiba began to think that maybe, just maybe, Natsuki's Chayuni talk was actually real? If so, wouldn't Akamaru truly possess terrifying potential? Yes, Natsuki nodded casually. That's great. Then how can I stimulate this potential? Kiba was overjoyed, eager to make Akamaru stronger immediately. After all, Akamaru was a part of his strength. They had already mastered the Fang-passing Fang combination technique, though they weren't yet proficient with it. Woof woof. Just then, Akamaru, who was running ahead, barked loudly at the dense bushes on the right. A loud commotion erupted from within. Moments later, a small lizard darted out, followed by a huge wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds. Its ferocious, razor-sharp tusks grazed the lizard, plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground. Hiss. The lizard dodged frantically. It's a dragon-fanged ironback boar. Natsuki blurted out, his eyes narrowing. What? His words made Kurenai and the others, who had relaxed upon seeing it was just an ordinary boar, tense up again. Such a sharp name, could it be another monster? After all, Natsuki had a track record. It seemed his eyes could really perceive things ordinary people couldn't. He even saw through an ordinary orange cat that had absorbed evil power and was about to transform into a monster. Hinata, Kiba, protect Mr. Tizuna. Kurenai shouted, her hands already forming seals, preparing to release a jutsu. Yes. Hinata responded loudly. Akamaru rushed back to Kiba's side, his eyes fixed on the boar, his gaze sharp. Isn't that just a normal wild boar? Tizuna asked, confused by their actions. Though he admired their combat readiness, what was a dragon-fanged ironback boar? Did such a thing even exist in the ninja world? He highly suspected they were exaggerating to extort money from him. I've already paid the mission reward to Hidden Leaf Village. You can't increase the price midway, Tizuna reminded them cautiously, his pockets feeling light. Ignoring the ordinary old man, Kurenai said with a serious expression, Natsuki, come with me. But before she could finish, Natsuki had already leaped forward. A mere dragon-fanged ironback boar dares to act wild in front of me, the Dimensional Lord? Natsuki declared. You are guilty of a capital crime. Natsuki's right hand shot out, grabbing at the air. With a wave of his hand, the 300-pound boar defied gravity and flew into the air. Oink! A loud squeal echoed as the boar thrashed its legs, its eyes filled with terror as it soared through the air. Ninja art, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. The next moment, a gigantic fireball roared through the sky, exploding in the distance with a deafening boom, painting half the sky crimson. What did you say just now? Natsuki asked, slowly floating back down to Tizuna's side. He turned his head, a red glint seemingly flashing in his right eye. And nothing, Tizuna stammered, swallowing hard. This old man, I still have a little bit of private savings. This is a ninja. He thought, trembling. Too strong. No, I've seen other ninja before. How could they be this strong? A while later, a fire was burning beside a small stream. A simple grill was set up over it, and the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. It was the 300-pound boar. Natsuki, is this really a dragon-fanged ironback boar? Kiba asked cautiously, gnawing on a piece of back meat. Why does it taste just like a normal boar? It's not even tough. Why is it called ironback? It hadn't fully awakened yet. Natsuki, who had quickly devoured an entire pig's foot, casually dismissed Kiba's curiosity with an excuse. Who are you kidding? This is just an ordinary wild boar, Kurenai said, unable to stand it any longer. She mentally face-palmed. She had almost believed it was a new type of monster. But this taste. It was clearly just a normal boar. Well, at least my little brother's cooking skills are amazing, she thought. So delicious. Even Hinata was speechless from the delicious smell. Good heavens, you two have already eaten half of it. The 300-pound boar, which Kurenai initially thought was more than enough, now seemed a bit insufficient. Hiss. Just then, a small lizard darted to Natsuki's side, carefully licking the bone fragments he had discarded. Hey, it's the little lizard that was being chased by the boar earlier. Kiba had a keen eye for animals, except for monsters, of course. Woof. Akamaru barked, greeting the little creature. By the way, Natsuki, how can I unlock Akamaru's potential? Kiba resumed his earlier, interrupted question. Natsuki thought for a moment, then placed his hand on the lizard's head. Watch closely. Just like this. He declared dramatically. Evolve. Agumon. The little lizard looked up at its savior in confusion, then went back to gnawing on the bone. That's it? Kiba deadpanned. You really take me for an idiot, don't you? That's all it takes to unlock their potential? Crack. At that moment, the lizard suddenly bit off the piece of the bone. The next moment, a pillar of light erupted from its body, nearly blinding Kiba's eyes. Within the light, the lizard slowly expanded and transformed, taking on the appearance of a wingless baby dragon. It was Agumon from Digimon. Ding. Your evil king's eye system has activated. The lizard has evolved into Agumon. Silence fell over the group. Everyone was stunned, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief. Kiba's jaw dropped so low it looked like he could swallow Akamaru whole, his eyes bulging out like duck eggs. Chapter 93, The Journey to the Land of Waves continued. However, the team now had an additional member, Agumon. Natsuki led him along, a rope looped around his neck like a puppy on a leash. This Agumon, inexplicably evolved from a small lizard by Natsuki's Chuni outburst, was identical to the Agumon from Digimon, except for his inability to speak. Currently, Agumon's large eyes held a hint of grievance at being led around like this. However, he knew Natsuki was his savior, the one who granted him immense power, freeing him from his fate as bottom feeder, constantly threatened by wild boars, wolves, tigers, leopards and other predators in the forest. Natsuki? Boss Natsuki? Senior Natsuki? What exactly happened? How come you just held its head and yelled evolve? And then, bam, it completely transformed? It's totally illogical. Kiba, staring at the rather cool-looking Agumon, suddenly felt Akamaru was somewhat lacking. He couldn't help but pester Natsuki, desperate for a method to evolve Akamaru. The others in the group also perked up their ears, eavesdropping intently. Tazuna, if I could master this method of mutating animals and turning them into big pets, I could definitely drive away that despicable Gato and finish building the bridge. Hinata, if I also had a unique creature as a pet, wouldn't I be a better match for Natsuki? Kurenai, excellent, Natsuki. When we get back, I'm going to have to interrogate you and get a few cool pets for myself. Imagine, a few guarding the front door, a few keeping watch at my bedroom door, and a dozen more to accompany me outside. Hey, surpassing Lady Tsunade as the strongest kunoichi is within my grasp. Because this little lizard, just like your Akamaru, possessed great potential. That's why it could evolve. Natsuki tugged the leash, making Agumon walk, stop, or even do somersaults on command. He understood human speech, the dinosaur's intelligence shockingly high. Kiba was practically green with envy. So, if I pet Akamaru's head, could he evolve too? Under Natsuki's "are you an idiot" gaze, Kiba's voice trailed off. Right, he petted Akamaru all the time, and nothing like that ever happened. Don't tell me you actually believed evolving creatures was that easy? Natsuki stated with a straight face, spouting utter nonsense. If it were, the world would be full of powerful mutated creatures. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Natsuki, how can I make Akamaru evolve? Please, you have to teach me. If I succeed, we'll be your most loyal followers. Kiba pleaded, clasping his hands together. That Agumon just shot out a fireball. Good heavens, could it get any more ridiculous? To become so powerful from a tiny lizard. If his Akamaru could also evolve. Hey. Then wouldn't the ninja world be his playground? Being Natsuki's follower, second only to him, ruling over millions, didn't sound too bad either. Besides, Natsuki was incredibly strong. Under Kiba's eager gaze, Natsuki held up a finger and began his fabrication. First, you still gotta pet that dog. Maybe it'll just evolve like that. Second, creatures that evolve must possess unlimited potential. This alone prevents countless beings from mutating. Your Akamaru happens to have this potential, so you're already ahead of countless others. As for whether you can trigger it, that depends on you. Finally, and most importantly, you need 8 badges. No, one of 8 qualities. For example, courage, friendship, love, purity, and so on. When you can flawlessly convey these qualities to Akamaru, you can make him evolve. Remember, what Akamaru evolves into depends entirely on you. Don't rush it, or there might be serious consequences. Natsuki spoke eloquently. Kiba's eyes shone brighter after hearing Natsuki's explanation. He automatically skipped the last part. The moment he heard possessing one of the 8 qualities could trigger revolution, his gaze locked onto Akamaru. He couldn't say much about the other qualities, but his friendship with Akamaru was rock solid. Right, Akamaru? Kiba called out cheerfully, practically bouncing with anticipation. As Akamaru trotted over, whimpering happily, Kiba slammed a paw onto his head. Whack! Evolve! Akamaruman! Kiba shouted. The sudden action left Akamaru utterly bewildered. Huh? No effect? No worries. Again. Whack! Akamaruman! Evolve! Akamaru's small body wobbled from the impact. Akamaru, believe in our friendship. One more time. Whack! Evolve! Akamaru! The force behind Kiba's pats intensified, leaving Akamaru dizzy and seeing stars. Finally, Akamaru couldn't take it anymore. Woof! A woo-oo! A howl echoed, making Kiba's eyes light up. It changed. Akamaru's voice changed. Was he evolving into a giant wolf? However, the next moment, Akamaru leaped up and started showcasing his artistic skills on Kiba's face. Sigh, it seems their friendship needs further testing. Natsuki watched the ensuing dog-on-boy action, stroking his chin and shaking his head. Tazuna and the others nodded. Even Akamaru, who had supposedly unlimited potential, struggled to evolve. It was even less likely for them, without any potential-filled animal companions, to revolve something. Sigh, it seems I still has rely on these powerful ninjutsu to complete the bridge. As they walked, a large puddle appeared on the road ahead. It was quite conspicuous under the clear, sunny sky and the dry surroundings. However, distracted by Kiba and Akamaru's antics, everyone seemed to overlook it. Akamaru, running in the lead, even stepped into the puddle without noticing. Akiba with claw marks on his face followed close behind, determined to teach Akamaru a lesson. Soon, everyone passed the puddle. Natsuki, leading Aguman, unknowingly fell behind the group. As Natsuki stepped over the small puddle, Aguman crouched beside the water, seemingly intrigued. Just as Natsuki passed, a head with clear footprint marks suddenly emerged from the strangely murky water. Hey! The first one. A sinister, murderous voice hissed. Aguman, who was jumping over the puddle after Natsuki, was startled, faltered mid-jump, landing squarely with both feet on the strange ninja's face, effectively cutting off the rest of his sentence. Chapter 94. After one of the demon brothers was stomped back into the puddle by Aguman, the second one successfully emerged. Splash! A chain with a sharp, bladed weapon at its end whipped out in a wide arc, binding Aguman tightly, leaving only his head exposed. What kind of strange beast is this? You idiot! You're supposed to capture the people, not some useless animal. The demon brother, who had been trampled, now climbed out of the puddle, furiously berating his partner. I was startled by this strange creature. The other demon brother, glancing nervously at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had noticed them, scratched his head. Since the sneak attack failed, let's just deal with these brats head-on. It seemed a tough fight was inevitable. But surely, a few Hidden Leaf Village genin would be easy to handle, right? The demon brother yanked hard on the chain, pulling the strange beast that ruined their ambush into his grasp. Alright, let's start with this beast that spoiled our fun. He raised Aguman high, drawing his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Aguman, use pepper breath. Natsuki's voice rang out just in time. Aguman lifted his large head slightly, and a small fireball erupted from his open mouth, instantly charring the nearest demon brother's head to a crisp. Simultaneously, tree vines snaked out, ensnaring the other demon brother. Demonic illusion, wood-binding death. A scream pierced the air. The two small fries were swiftly eliminated. Mr. Tazuna. We've encountered a ninja attack before even reaching the land of waves. This doesn't quite match the C-rank mission we accepted. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Kurenai glanced at Tazuna, having effortlessly dispatched an assassin. She now exuded an even more formidable aura. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Tazuna's forehead. He gritted his teeth. As expected, Gato wouldn't let him go so easily. Assassins had appeared so soon after their departure. The dangers ahead were unimaginable. Moreover, these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had quickly realized the discrepancy in the mission's rank. But he truly didn't have the funds to upgrade the mission from C rank to B rank or higher. The surrounding air grew heavy with killing intent. Tazuna's back was drenched in sweat. I don't know why these ninjas suddenly appeared. But I really need you to escort me back to the land of waves. Please. Tazuna knelt, his forehead pressed against the ground. Since the payment was insufficient, he could only resort to emotional appeals. Teacher Kurenai, let's continue the mission. Agumon needs more battle experience. Natsuki spoke. With him around, as long as the enemies were still Zabuza and Hiku, he could ensure his teammates' safety. Besides, Hinata and Kiba needed practical combat experience. After all, the dangerous Chunin exams and the Hidden Leaf Village crush were just around the corner. Kurenai nodded at Natsuki's serious expression. Alright, let's continue the mission. The group tidied up the battlefield and set off once more. Young man, thank you, Tazuna said, taking a moment to express his gratitude to Natsuki. Natsuki simply nodded, not engaging much with the worried old man. Instead, he tugged on Agumon's leash, leading him into the dense forest, setting off a chaotic flurry of activity. Small animals scattered in all directions. Woof! Akamaru, snorting and sniffing, circled Agumon curiously. This little beast was so strong and could even breathe fire. But he clearly remembered that not long ago, this strange little dinosaur was just a weak lizard. He occasionally tried to swipe at Agumon with his paws or feint pounces. However, Agumon's disproportionately large, gaping maw scared him off every time. The Land of Waves was an island nation surrounded by the sea. Controlling its maritime transportation meant controlling the entire nation's lifeline. Currently, this small island nation was under the control of the wealthy tycoon, Gato, whose subordinates included numerous desperate criminals and bounty hunters. Resources were scarce on the island, and the people couldn't be self-sufficient, relying on trade for daily necessities. The villagers were forced to sell their labor for meager wages. To break free from Gato's economic stranglehold and bring prosperity to the people, the bridge builder Tazuna was leading the villagers in constructing a grand bridge to the outside world. Its completion would shatter Gato's maritime blockade. This, inevitably, was met with Gato's fierce resistance. They had secretly reached the Land of Waves by sailboat, navigating a treacherous route through hidden reefs. To gain their assistance, Tazuna finally revealed the whole truth. Traveling along a gravel road through the forest, the group headed towards Tazuna's home. Since they were now within Gato's territory, everyone's vigilance heightened. Hinata even discreetly activated her Tenseigan. As they passed by several towering trees, Hinata was the first to raise the alarm. Everyone, be careful. Someone is rapidly approaching from above on the right. It's a ninja with massive chakra, much stronger than the two we encountered earlier. Hinata's face showed alarm, but her heart remained calm. In terms of chakra alone, this ninja was far inferior to Natsuki. Even teacher Kurenai was stronger. She didn't realize that Kurenai's chakra had doubled after consuming the 5 monster cores Natsuki gave her. In her eyes, Natsuki was the strongest, unconsciously becoming the standard by which she measured others. Whoosh! A chilling whooshing sound cut through the air as a massive sword, the Kubakiribacho, spun rapidly through the forest. Thud! Thanks to their vigilance, the blade struck nothing but a tree trunk. A figure descended from the sky, aiming to land on the embedded sword. Missing the target was fine, as long as the entrance was impressive. His momentum would be secured. Nice sword. Natsuki's eyes lit up. He raised his hand, activating the Tenseigan's gravitational pull. Rip. The Kubikiribacho was instantly yanked from the tree trunk, flying into Natsuki's hand. What? My sword. Zabuza's eyes bulged. He had just landed when he suddenly found himself without footing. The shock of the scene, combined with his loss of balance, sent him tumbling headfirst from midair. Boom. He crashed face first into the ground. Mr. Zabuza. From a hidden vantage point high in the trees, Hiku covered their eyes. Chapter 95. This. Are you sure this guy is stronger than the previous two? Tazuna and Kiba couldn't help but cast doubtful glances at Hinata. Well, in terms of chakra alone, he definitely is, Hinata replied, also perplexed. They watched Zabuza, head buried in the earth, limbs splayed like a frog, his body trembling slightly in a handstand. This ridiculous entrance. Was this really the way a powerful ninja behaved? Everyone selectively ignored the fact that Natsuki had snatched Zabuza's sword midair, which he was going to use as his foothold. After all, if he hadn't been trying to show off, any normal ninja could have landed on a tree trunk even without a typical foothold, horizontally even. Be careful. This ninja might not be that simple. Kurenai's gaze fell on the sword in Natsuki's hand. As a jonin, she possessed far more knowledge and experience than these recent graduates. She recognized the weapon instantly as the signature sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielded by the demon of the hidden mist, Momoki Zabuza. Humphrey. Simple or not, we'll find out soon enough. Akamaru. Bite him. Kiba shouted, charging forward himself. Zabuza was still stuck in the ground, struggling to pull his head out. Woof! Akamaru, glancing at Agumon beside Natsuki, excitedly lunged at Zabuza. If Agumon could take down an enemy, he, Akamaru, wouldn't be outdone. Crunch! Akamaru's bite landed squarely on Zabuza''s rear end. A muffled groan of despair echoed from beneath the earth. TCH, so weak. As soon as Kiba finished speaking, the ninja who was doing a handstand in front of him dissolved into a puddle of water. Look out, it's a water clone. Kurenai warned, drawing her weapon and assuming a defensive stance. She knew it wouldn't be that easy. At the same time, a thick, suffocating fog began to roll in from the forest. Water style, hiding in mist jutsu. A chilling voice echoed from all directions. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, hand over the old man. And, of course, my Kubika Ribicho. Then, I'll let you leave safely. A figure emerged from the dense fog. A man with dark hair, his face wrapped in bandages below the nose, chest bare, and a mist headband tilted across his forehead. It was Zabuza, having escaped using a water clone. Without the executioner's blade, he lacked some of his imposing presence. However, his tone remained arrogant, as if he still held the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja in contempt. After all, as a rogue ninja, he knew of the famous Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, but he had no intel on this particular group. Kurenai was a newly promoted Jonin and hadn't yet made a name for herself in the ninja world. This sword is quite nice. It seems to have self-repairing capabilities. I'll graciously accept it. As the Dimensional Lord, let it be your honor that I even deem your sword worthy. You may leave now. I'll overlook the crime of you recklessly chopping down trees and harming the flowers and grass. Natsuki swung the executioner's blade, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. It seems the title demon of the Hidden Mist doesn't carry much weight anymore. Some little brat dares to disregard me. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Show you what the demon of the Hidden Mist is truly capable of. Zabuza's forehead bulged with veins as he retreated into the thick fog. Now, let me see how much arrogance you can truly afford. His voice echoed once again, shifting and swirling, impossible to pinpoint. Throat, lungs, liver, carotid artery, heart. These are the human body's most vulnerable points. Have you chosen which organ do you want to be stabbed on? Natsuki remained unmoved, even yawning. This further enraged the hidden Zabuza, making him grind his teeth in frustration. Arrogant brat. I'll tear you to pieces. Natsuki, he's in the southeast corner. Hinata's voice suddenly broke the tension. She had also been struggling to perceive anything within the dense fog, but Zabuza's rage had caused a slight disturbance in his chakra. It was like a firefly in the night, instantly giving Hinata, with her Tenseigan activated, a clue to his location. Agumon, pepper breath. In an instant, a small, orange-red fireball roared from Agumon's mouth. Zabuza hurriedly shifted his position, dodging the fireball. He then fixed his gaze on the little girl with the Byakugan. So there's a Hyuga among them. When he first appeared, his attention had been completely focused on Natsuki, who had audaciously stolen his executioner's blade midair, leaving him no time to observe the other brats. But a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan? This team was definitely not ordinary. Just then, Akamaru, following the scent, pounced, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Zabuza. A sensory team, huh? Do you think you can harm me with that? Zabuza scoffed, landing once more on a tree branch. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai's clear voice rang out. In an instant, countless branches, writhing like serpents, sprouted from the trees surrounding Zabuza, attempting to ensnare him. I told you, don't underestimate me. Zabuza clapped his hands together, rapidly forming hand seals. Ganjutsu release. With a surge of chakra, the illusion shattered. The scene before his eyes shifted, and a familiar blade came into view. That's my sword. Zabuza instinctively reached out to grab it, his perception still a bit hazy, then abruptly remembered, his sword had been taken by that eye-patch-wearing kid. With no time to react, he retracted his hand and dodged to the side. Whoosh! The executioner's blade sliced down, drawing a spray of blood. Such excellent teamwork. Zabuza, a deep gash now marring his shoulder, retreated rapidly, a hint of fear finally showing in his eyes. From the moment the Byakugan pinpointed his location, this group's attacks had been relentless and seamless. Fortunately, they don't seem to know any powerful jutsu. Let me teach them a thing or two. As he retreated, his hands blurred with rapid hand seals, water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. I'll drown you landlubbers. You're unfortunate to have encountered me. A deafening roar erupted as a massive torrent of water surged toward Natsuki and the others. Ninja art, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. A blinding flash nearly seared Zabuza's browless eyes. Amidst the resounding boom, the raging torrent was vaporized. The force of the explosion rippled outwards, and a muffled groan quickly faded into the distance. Zabuza lay on a bed, coughing violently, spitting up blood. Mr. Zabuza. Haku, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, rushed into the room and helped him sit up. Damn it, I was careless. Those brats are truly troublesome. If only I had my sword. Zabuza downed the medicine in one gulp. We can retrieve it together when your wounds are healed. Haku softly replied, gently taking the empty bowl. He brushed a stray strand of hair from Zabuza's face. This gentle gesture caused Zabuza, in his weakened and vulnerable state, to pause. Even his heartbeat quickened. He's a boy. He's a boy. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into his head, as if he was reminding himself. No. He blurted out, opposing. Haku tilted his head, confusion evident in his clear eyes. Wouldn't it be safer for them to work together? Remember your place. You are just a tool. Don't question my decisions. To hide his embarrassment, Zabuza resumed his usual cold demeanor, his tone sharp. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Haku lowered his head. Did I speak too harshly? Zabuza felt a pang of guilt, wanting to apologize but unable to voice the words. Ahem, I meant, we'll use a different approach. They haven't seen you before, have they? So. Haku looked up, his eyes bright. Zabuza still needed him. He was still useful. So, I want you to disguise yourself as an ordinary person and approach them. Help me retrieve the executioner's blade. The day I reclaim my sword will be the day they die. Zabuza's eyes hardened, the image of that boy, the one who had taken his sword and humiliated him, burning in his mind. Chapter 96. Not far from Tezuna's house, there was a sea of flowers in a forest clearing. Zabuza and Haku had discovered this place during their preliminary reconnaissance. Haku, captivated by its beauty, often found solace amongst the blossoms. As dusk descended, he returned to the place once more. He had confirmed that the Kana ninja were lodging at Tezuna's residence, making a direct approach to their target risky. And then there was the matter of Zabuza's executioner's blade. What excuse can I use to get close to them and retrieve the blade? Haku mused, his delicate brow furrowed. He always carried out Zabuza's orders without question. Using force was out of the question, as even Zabuza had failed in direct confrontation. Moreover, one of the ninja possessed the Byakugan, making a stealthy approach nearly impossible. He had to follow Zabuza's instructions, disguise himself as an ordinary civilian and infiltrate their ranks. Haku opened his palm, revealing a small, white pill. It was a reward received for completing a mission for a wandering pharmacist during their travels across the ninja world. He only had 3 of these mysterious pills at hand. Upon consumption, they temporarily suppressed one's chakra, making the user appear as an ordinary person, effectively concealing them from the Byakugan scrutiny. A gentle breeze swept through the vibrant flower field, sending countless petals dancing like butterflies. Beautiful, Haku whispered, a few petals landing softly on his outstretched hand. His eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings. No one. He tucked a small yellow flower behind his ear. The combination of the flower, his familiar pink attire, and long black hair created a surprisingly alluring appearance. Akamaru. You got this. You can do it. We can't lose to that Aguman. Alright, are you ready? Woof. Yes. That's the spirit. Now, evolve, Akamaru. A strange series of shouts broke the silent tranquility of the place, startling Haku from his solitary reverie. That sounds like the Hidden Leaf Village ninja with a dog. Haku thought. Still unsure of how to approach the group, his first instinct was to retreat. But Kiba's increasingly loud evolution calls kept him rooted to the spot. What is he doing? Like any young person, Haku was drawn to the unusual. He cautiously crept closer. He spotted a boy in gray, furry clothing repeatedly placing his hand on a small dog's head while yelling about evolution. The scene was undeniably comical. Is this some sort of special ninja dog training method? Haku pondered from behind a tree trunk, imagining himself attempting such a training regimen with a cat or dog. PFFT. The image was too much. Haku couldn't contain a muffled giggle. But Akamaru's keen senses detected the sound. He immediately followed the sound, paws padding softly towards Haku's hiding place, and began barking ferociously. Who's there? Come out, or don't blame me for what happens next. Kiba shouted, alerted by Akamaru's behavior. He knew someone was watching, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. This bizarre training method was meant to be a secret, hidden from the world's judging eyes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Haku emerged from behind the tree, his voice soft and apologetic, almost feminine. I was just passing by and didn't want to interrupt your training, so I hid. I didn't mean to disturb you. Haku held out both hands, palms open, to show he was unarmed. His long hair danced in the wind, the forgotten yellow flowers swaying gently behind his ear. Ah, what a beautiful young lady. Neither Kiba nor Akamaru sensed any hostility. Deceived by Haku's disarming appearance and gentle demeanor, Kiba immediately accepted his explanation. Just as Zabuza had said in the original work, Haku was exceptionally kind and compassionate. Even when facing enemies like Sasuke and Naruto on the battlefield, he had shown mercy, deliberately avoid giving them fatal blows. Miss, are you from around here? Kiba asked, a goofy grin spreading across his face, completely forgetting about his dog training. Wait, who the hell is the miss here? I'm a guy. Haku thought, inwardly cringing, but maintaining a polite smile. No, he began, then paused. Hold on. I need a reason to get close to them and retrieve the executioner's blade. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? I'm not from around here, Haku corrected himself, shaking his head honestly. It would be pointless to lie about his origins, as Tazuna would know the truth. I'm a traveler, journeying with a merchant caravan. I was exploring while they conducted business here, but I got lost. He offered an apologetic smile. Do you know if there's an inn nearby? An inn? There's nothing like that around here, Kiba replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the setting sun and then at the seemingly delicate young lady. A pang of sympathy struck him. How about you stay with us for the night? Would that be alright? I don't want to impose. Don't worry. Old man Tazuna, Natsuki, teacher Kurenai. They're all really nice. I'm sure they'll agree. Then. Thank you so much. I'll pay for my stay, of course. Haku's eyes curved into crescents, his delight evident. Kiba's heart fluttered. Such a kind and charming young lady. This is the type of person Kiba, should be pursuing. He thought dreamily. As they walked back towards Tazuna's house, Haku paused, turning to Kiba. A few strands of his silky hair brushed against Kiba's cheek, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Actually, Haku began, I'm a boy. Kiba froze, then chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Miss, you're a funny one. Do I look like an idiot? Chapter 97, a boy? You are indeed an idiot, he's a boy. Back at the house, as expected, the kind-hearted team agreed to let Haku stay the night. However, when Natsuki confirmed that Haku was indeed male and would be sharing their room, Kiba nearly jumped out of his skin. Tazuna's house didn't have many spare rooms, so they had to make do. She's a girl. How can she be a boy? And share a room with us? Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how someone as naturally beautiful, prettier than many girls in his class, could possibly be male. And she's wearing a pink outfit. I'm sorry, Haku stammered, lowering his head apologetically. I like white and pink clothes. His world had once been gray, devoid of hope. It wasn't until he met Zabuza that he felt a sense of purpose, and gradually developed a fondness for brighter colors. Ignoring Kiba's stunned silence, Natsuki addressed Haku, go and wash up first. You're covered in petals and dirt. Haku looked down and sniffed his clothes. Indeed, they were soiled with mud, leaves, and flower petals. He hurried into the bathroom to clean himself and his clothes. Kiba felt a pang of disappointment. He had rarely felt such an immediate connection with someone, only to discover they were male. He absent-mindedly petted Akamaru, his thoughts still lingering on the person in the bathroom. The sound of running water conjured up inappropriate images in his mind. No. He's a boy. Stop thinking like that. Kiba mentally berated himself, slapping his own cheek. You animal. He finally calmed down, but then his gaze drifted towards the bathroom again. His heart leaped into his throat. Haku emerged, freshly bathed, his long hair damp and cascading down one side, his slender frame draped in a loose white garment. You're telling me that's a boy? Kiba stared, utterly bewildered. Excuse me for intruding, Haku said with a slight bow. Thank you for taking me in. Don't mention it. Kiba blurted out without thinking. It's dangerous for a girl to be out in the wilderness alone. It's no trouble at all, we have plenty of space. Haku's face twitched. This guy is dense. Actually, there are only 2 beds, Kiba. And you know I toss and turn in my sleep, Natsuki said, stifling a laugh. I think Haku should sleep with you. But how can I? Kiba stammered, his face flushing crimson. Haku can have my bed, Akamaru and I will sleep on the floor. We're used to it from camping out. Alright, then it's settled. It wouldn't be right to make our guest sleep on the floor, Natsuki said quickly, cutting off Kiba's protests. Kiba had a feeling he'd been played. A short while later, huddled on the floor in the corner with Akamaru, Kiba watched Natsuki and Haku chatting animatedly in the beds above. I've been tricked. He realized. Natsuki, with his good looks and reputation as a heartbreaker, had snatched the gentle young lady away in an instant. I shouldn't have given up my bed. My love. It's over before it even began. At least I have Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru, sensing Kiba's dejection, nudged his head with a paw, offering comfort. Agumon. Bring me my sword. Natsuki called out the door. A moment later, a small, dinosaur-like Agumon emerged from the nearby woods, carrying a menacingly large sword in its mouth, Zabuza's executioner's blade. However, as it approached the doorway, the horizontally held sword got stuck. You klutz, Natsuki chuckled, getting out of bed to help retrieve the sword. He tossed a piece of meat to Agumon as a reward. He wasn't sure what it liked to eat, but as an omnivore with a preference for meat, treating it like a dog seemed to work just fine. Natsuki, is this your weapon? Haku asked, his eyes shining as he leaned forward, fixated on the executioner's blade. This was his target. It looks so dangerous. Nah, it's a confiscated item. Some punk ninja was littering, so I taught him a little lesson, Natsuki replied, casually swinging the massive blade. He glanced at the smooth skin of Haku's neck visible above the loose collar of his garment. There was a movement there. Yep, definitely a boy, he thought, suddenly losing interest. Really? Haku's face darkened for a moment, calling Zabuza punk was almost too much for him to bear. But years of training as a ninja allowed him to quickly compose himself. He forced a pleasant expression and offered an insincere compliment. I heard ninjas are really powerful. You must be very skilled, Natsuki. Skilled? Yen, I'm extraordinarily skilled, Natsuki boasted with his usual confidence, causing Kiba and Akamaru to roll their eyes. But Haku giggled, his eyes crinkling into crescents. Natsuki found himself strangely affected by the display of innocent charm. How can a boy be so adorable and feminine? He wondered. The feeling of discomfort reminded him of a certain Chayuni patient who wanted to make the world feel his pain. That's it. I can't be the only one suffering, he thought. Do you like this sword? He asked Haku, a sly grin spreading across his face like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Huh? Haku blinked, caught off guard. Besides its unique shape, this sword isn't very useful to me. Since you seem to like it so much, I'll give it to you, Natsuki offered, laying the bait. Is this Natsuki's legendary seduction technique? Kiba marveled from the floor. Using casual conversation to subtly figuring out what the girl likes, then sealing the deal with a gift. Genius. He buried his face in his hands, feeling utterly defeated. Natsuki was superior in strength, looks, and even social skills. As his teammate, he felt so inadequate. He briefly considered leaving the room and sleeping outside, but he couldn't just abandon Haku, especially since he was the one who'd invited him to stay. Haku started to decline, wanting to conceal his true intentions. However, the powerful ninja who had injured Zabuza clearly sensed his desire. He decided honesty was the best approach. I do like it, he admitted with a nod, then shook his head, his voice filled with hesitation. But it's yours, Natsuki. I couldn't possibly. Wear a dress, Natsuki interrupted, and it's yours. Huh? Haku tilted his head, completely thrown by the condition. The boy with the eye patch was too unpredictable. What did he mean by wear a dress? Put on a dress, Natsuki repeated, and I'll give you the sword. Chapter 98, Haku, what are you doing? Zabuza asked, his throat dry. Haku, dressed in a white dress, with light makeup enhancing his already pale complexion, looked incredibly sweet and innocent. The only thing slightly disrupting this image was the executioner's blade, a grim weapon, resting on his slender shoulder. Zabuza was speechless. He had always known Haku possessed a gentle beauty, but now, dressed in women's clothing, the radiance Haku exuded left him flustered. If he hadn't taken Haku in as a child and known for sure that he was a boy. Damn it. Why did such a perfectly gentle and kind person have to be a boy? I. Haku lowered his head nervously, a blush creeping across his cheeks. He replied hesitantly, it was Natsuki. He said if I dressed like this from now on, he would give me the executioner's blade. So. That bastard. That brat again. Zabuza's eyes widened in anger. Don't listen to a single word from that scoundrel. If you get the chance, just cut him down. He had been careless and gotten injured by Natsuki, who had even stole his sword. And now, Natsuki was making fun of the innocent Haku. It was unforgivable. Once he recovered, he would send that kid straight to hell. As a ninja, any means can be used to accomplish the mission. That's what you taught me. Haku lifted his head, his expression serious. Fine. As long as the mission is completed safely. In 2 days, after I recover, I'll take you with me to deal with them. Knowing Haku's personality, Zabuza didn't say anything more. He took the executioner's blade, his gaze sharpening once again. However, when his eyes fell upon Haku's delicate figure, Another wave of emotion washed over him. A gentle softness, something Zabuza had never shown before, crept into his eyes. Mr. Zabuza? Haku tilted his head, asking with confusion. Cough, go take a bath. You smell like that brat. It stinks. Zabuza quickly waved Haku away, trying to hide his turbulent feelings. Do I? Impossible. I haven't even touched him. Haku quickly lowered his head, sniffing himself. I said you do, so leave. Finally, Zabuza's face flushed crimson, and he roared in exasperation. Oh. Haku hurried into the bathroom. Mr. Zabuza can be quite childish sometimes, throwing little tantrums like that. It's rather endearing. After hurriedly taking out some clean clothes from a storage scroll, Haku thought to himself. The mission was easily completed, and he had witnessed a rare, flustered side of Zabuza. He couldn't help but feel happy. The next moment, the sound of splashing water accompanied by a cheerful hum echoed from the bathroom. Zabuza, whose racing heart had just calmed down and the flush hadn't completely faded from his face, felt his blood boil again at the sound of the running water. He had never noticed before how charming Haku was. But he was a boy. Zabuza felt a sense of disbelief. Though known as the demon of the hidden mist, his preferences were normal. Why was he acting like a beast in heat today? He could only swing his executioner's blade, forcing himself to suppress these chaotic thoughts. His mind quieted once more. Mr. Zabuza, I forgot to bring my clothes. Could you please get them from my room? Thank you. A slightly apologetic voice from the bathroom shattered the silence. Oh. Zabuza, at a loss for words, could only respond with a couple of stunned sounds before walking towards Haku's room. Opening the door, he was greeted by a clean and tidy bedroom. A row of light-colored clothes hung neatly on the clothes rack. White, pale yellow. Zabuza was dumbfounded. He recalled that, on days without missions, Haku did indeed prefer to wear light colors. Damn it, who did he learn this from? Weren't there any more masculine clothes? Wait. There actually were. The dark Hanbu uniform from when he impersonated one. Zabuza's face lit up. He reached out to grab the Anbu uniform. Suddenly, a light pink lounger caught his eye. Haku would probably look good in this. As if possessed, his hand changed direction and picked up the pink garment instead. Then, he quickly fled the room. Arriving in front of the bathroom, he was about to knock when he looked at the light pink clothing in his hand. What? What's wrong with me? This is madness. Zabuza slammed his head with his fist. He was about to turn back and get the ugly Anbu uniform for Haku when the bathroom door creaked open slightly. A small head poked out. Droplets of water glistened on Haku's long hair. He looked as fresh and beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Thank you very much, Mr. Zabuza. Haku's eyes curved into two crescents as he happily took the clothes and closed the door. Outside, Zabuza, finally coming to his senses, mumbled, You're welcome. Then, like a walking corpse, he took a few steps. A voice as soft as a mosquito buzzed in his head. He's a boy. He's a boy. He's a boy. Damn it. Suddenly, Zabuza grabbed his head with both hands and slammed it against the wall. Thud. Mr. Zabuza, what's wrong? A cry of alarm came from the closed bathroom. The next moment, the doorknob turned. Zabuza quickly covered his injured forehead, grabbed the executioner's blade, and ran. This injury, it seemed, wouldn't be healing anytime soon. Chapter 99, What did you say? Zabuza ran away? Inside a heavily guarded, luxurious mansion, Gato roared in fury. He took my money and ran off before finishing the mission? I'll teach him that Gato's money isn't so easy to take. Find him. Capture him. Also, go to the black market and hire that bounty maniac, Picasso. Tell him I have a big job for him. Compared to those untrustworthy rogue ninjas and mercenaries, Picasso, although more expensive, at least always completed his employer's tasks. But even for the wealthy Gato, the thought of the fee for hiring Kakazu made him wince. That amount of money was enough to hire 100 rogue ninjas. Yes, sir. Lord Gato, Zabuza's companion hasn't left yet. Should we capture him too? A nearby rogue ninja asked. Capture him. Don't let any of them escape. Yes, sir. A few days later. After a period of rest and recovery, Natsuki and his team, escorting Tazuna, finally arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge. However, they found the situation there far from peaceful. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Chaotic shouts came from ahead. A figure in a pink kimono, limping, ran towards them. Behind him, a swarm of rogue ninjas and mercenaries, armed to the teeth, surged forward. It's that little sister. Kiba in Yuzuka, with his sharp eyes, recognized Haku immediately. That's a little brother, Natsuki reminded Kiba. Instantly, Kiba felt a wave of nausea, as if he had bitten into an apple only to find a fat worm inside, and only half of it at that. Be on guard. Protect Mr. Tazuna. Team Captain Kurenai quickly positioned herself in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Haku, in his desperate escape, also noticed Natsuki and his team. A look of apology flashed across his delicate face. In order not to involve Natsuki and the others, Haku abruptly changed direction. However, this sudden shift allowed the swarming rogue ninjas to quickly surround him. After his bath the previous night, Zabuza had left without a word, for reasons unknown to Haku. He hadn't found Zabuza after days of searching and had even been ambushed by Gato's men, despite being employed by Gato. He had been caught off guard and was severely injured. Stop running. Even your companion abandoned you. Why don't you just surrender? You're nothing but Zabuza's tool, to be discarded at will. Taking most of Lord Gato's bounty and leaving behind a mere tool while running off himself, only the demon would do such a thing. The rogue ninjas taunted loudly. Mr. Zabuza is not like that. He must have encountered something and left temporarily. Haku gritted his teeth, deflecting several incoming projectiles with a kunai held in his reverse grip. Temporarily? To come back after Tazuna's bridge is finished? How cunning and cowardly. A ninja with a scarred face sneered. Don't you dare talk about Mr. Zabuza like that. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Senbon Shower. Instantly, a dense volley of water needles shot down, piercing the rogue ninjas in the front lines who couldn't dodge in time, causing them to howl in pain. Damn it. She's alone and injured. Let's all attack together and capture her for the bounty. After a few shouts from the crowd, these desperate individuals lunged forward again. Humphrey. So many fucking grown men bullying a single girl? I, Kiba and Yuzuka, won't stand for it. Akamaru. Fang over Fang. Two sharp tornadoes ripped through the crowd, landing in front of Haku. Where did this brat come from? How dare you meddle in our business? We'll take care of you too. Look at his headband. He's a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Look over there. Isn't that Tazuna? Great. If we take them all out at once, the mission will be complete. We'll be living the high life after this. The rogue ninjas clamored loudly but didn't immediately attack. Instead, they let the mercenary thugs, who weren't even ninjas, swarm forward, while they hid behind them, throwing shuriken and using jutsu. Rogue ninjas might not be powerful, but their brutal survival experience from wandering the ninja world had made them cunning and adept at avoiding danger. If the enemy was strong, they would cautiously probe, not daring to approach. If the enemy was weak, they would attack like sharks, devouring them completely. Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. Kurenai mumbled softly, and phantom feathers suddenly rained down from the sky. Those who couldn't dodge the feathers collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Damn. It's Kanjutsu. Be careful not to touch the feathers. Let's retreat from this area. We'll throw shuriken together from the rear and stab them to death. The rogue ninjas abandoned their mercenary companions and scattered, glaring menacingly at Natsuki and his team. They waited for the feathers to settle before making their next move. Just then, a dark figure crashed down into the middle of the field. You all really are a bunch of useless trash. So many of you can't even deal with a group of children? In that case, let me take care of them all by myself. Of course, I'll be taking all the bounty too. An icy killing intent instantly swept over the entire area. The newcomer was Kakazu, who had came to take on a private job. He was known as Akatsuki's treasurer, Akatsuki's moneybag, the money-grubbing maniac, and the black market expert. Chapter 100, Kakazu? It's Lord Kakazu? The money-grubbing maniac, the immortal monster. Compared to Zabuza, these rogue ninjas were more familiar with the black market expert, Kakazu. There was no helping it, the guy was obsessed with wealth. As long as a mission had a high bounty, he was almost always involved, and he almost always succeeded. Most importantly, the guy was a workaholic. At his busiest, he could complete over 10 missions a day. According to some informed individuals, the wealth he had accumulated was probably enough to buy a small country. Possessing such riches, he still hadn't forgotten his original aspirations, remaining active in the black market every day, taking missions everywhere, and earning bounties. Of course, there was no shortage of people who set their sights on him, but for decades he had survived. The name Immortal Monster slowly began to spread throughout the ninja world. Seems like we've got a real tough one here. Akamaru, are you scared? Woof. Good boy. You're not afraid at all. Alright then, let's take this guy down. Fang over Fang. Kiba roared, pulling up two fierce tornadoes with Akamaru. They swept across the terrain. Kiba, don't be impulsive. Come back. Kurenai, being a jonin, knew some intel on Kakazu. This was simply not an opponent a Hidden Leaf Village genin could handle. Too late. Wind style, pressure damage. The wide robe behind Kakazu suddenly bulged, faintly revealing some wriggling black threads hidden within. The next moment, 2 high-pressure wind spheres whistled out. The fierce wind pressure swept all the fallen leaves in the surrounding area into the air. Kiba and Akamaru, bearing the brunt of the attack, understood the severity of the situation. They quickly slammed towards the ground, trying to use the opportunity to retreat. Damn it, it's too late. Kurenai's eyes widened, her body flashing as she rapidly ran forward. Just as the high-pressure wind spheres attacked from the air, Kiba and Akamaru, unable to dodge in time, suddenly floated into the air and swiftly drifted backward. Tenseigan, universal pull. Rumble. The violent wind pressure caused a large area of the surrounding ground to collapse. Tearing wind blades gradually enlarged toward Kiba's rapidly retreating form, then vanished into nothingness. Holy crap, I almost died. Woof woof. Having narrowly escaped death, Kiba's eyes widened. He patted his chest, still in shock, then picked up the equally trembling Akamaru. Kiba, you idiot. Don't act so recklessly. Don't you even see who your opponent is? Natsuki's lazy voice came from behind. It was he who had used his Tenseigan's ability to pull them back. Thank you, Natsuki. Knowing that it was Natsuki's strange abilities that saved him once again, Kiba quickly thanked him loudly. That guy is tough. Everyone be careful. I'll hold him off. You guys take Tazuna and go. Kurenai said with a solemn expression. Thank you, but they're after me. You should leave quickly, I have a way to stall him. At this moment, Hiko walked over apologetically. His pink kimono swayed in the wind, and several scars were clearly visible on his fair calves. Coupled with his current breathless appearance, he was even more charming than a delicate young lady. Do you really think you're his only target? Didn't you hear what he said when he showed up? We're all his targets. Seeing Hiko like this, Kiba felt a pang of sympathy. But he also knew he was no match for that monster, so he could only look at Natsuki. In his opinion, Natsuki was not only powerful, but also a teammate who could create miracles. Kiba's right. We can't run far, we'd still be on this island. I'll deal with him. You guys just cover me. Natsuki took a step forward, his entire body slowly levitating in front of everyone. He stood half a foot off the ground, facing the wind, with quite the air of a powerful expert. What kind of jutsu is this? Those Hidden Leaf Village guys seem pretty powerful. Aren't those just a few Hidden Leaf Village geinin? Since when did geinins become this strong? Maybe it's just a bluff. No, he just helped his teammate dodge Lord Pikazu's attack from a distance. The rogue ninjas discussed amongst themselves. In the ninja world, flight was still a difficult feat. More often than not, it required the aid of summoning animals or tools to achieve short-distance flight. Natsuki casually hovering in the air like this was truly frightening. Interesting. Let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeve. Pikazu's voice was deep as he stared intently at Natsuki. Having roamed the ninja world for decades and even escaped from the first Hokage, he was adept at thinking and remaining calm. He had survived countless life-or-death situations, escaping danger not by relying on his bizarre abilities, but on his sharp mind. Earlier, when he saw Kiba being pulled away out of thin air, he had become wary, secretly taking note of this exceptionally handsome boy. Now, seeing him levitate, he was even more astonished. He had only seen this kind of technique used by one other person, his current leader, Pain of the Akatsuki. Could this kid have some connection to leader? This thought flashed through his mind, making Kakazu even more hesitant to act rashly. Agumon. At this moment, Natsuki waved behind him. A peculiar-looking monster with a large head and a small body trotted over, panting. Then, under everyone's bewildered gazes, Natsuki placed his right hand on Agumon's head. Agumon, evolve. Agumon tilted its head, blinked its eyes, and stared at its owner in confusion. Silence fell over the scene, everyone looked at each other. They thought this boy with the strange abilities was about to unleash some powerful technique, but it turned out to be a dud. Ahahaha, the pose was a bit wrong. Let's try again. Natsuki quickly laughed, placing his palm on Agumon's head once more. Evolve, Agumon. After a brief silence, the rogue ninjas finally erupted in an uproar. He thinks a beast can evolve just by patting it? I think this kid is messing with us. He's definitely stalling for time, waiting for Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements. Let's just go ahead and kill him. Immediately, some rogue ninjas charged forward from the side furthest from Kakazu. However, before they could reach Natsuki, circles of ice mirrors rose from the ground. The several charging ninjas were instantly knocked to the ground. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. It was Haku, with his unique KK Genkai, who had made the move. Could I be wrong? Does he have no connection to leader? Are these just some unknown parlor tricks? Kakazu, who had been keeping his eyes on Natsuki, noticed that the boy, despite possessing an ability similar to Leader's, showed no other unusual signs. He wasn't even wearing a ring symbolizing Akatsuki membership. He even needed others to protect him when facing danger. It seems I was overthinking it. In that case, there's no need for you to exist. Fire style, searing migraine. A vast sea of surging flames erupted, with Hiku's demonic mirroring ice crystals bearing the brunt of the attack. Layers of erected ice mirrors and walls were instantly melted away in large swathes. Natsuki, is this the trigger for evolution? Kiba's eyes gleamed. Yeah. Natsuki glanced at Agumon, whose head was dizzy from being patted, and nodded with slight embarrassment. Compared to the others' disbelief, thinking Natsuki was playing them, Kiba, as a teammate who had already witnessed Natsuki successfully evolve a lizard into Agumon, firmly believed him. He finally understood why he had been trying to make Akamaru evolve but had always failed. It was the wrong timing. Then, here goes nothing. Kiba also called Akamaru over and slammed his right hand onto its head. Akamaru, evolve. After a while, besides the crackling of the approaching flames burning the fallen leaves, there was no other unusual activity. Ha 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 ha. As expected, they're just here for comic relief. These are Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? There's nothing to be afraid of. Once that little girl's ice shield jutsu is broken by Lord Kakazu, it'll be their death. The dense crowd of rogue ninjas in the distance burst into laughter. They had initially thought some unexpected turn of events might occur, but now it seemed there were no surprises to be had. Later, they would just charge behind Lord Kakazu, safely earning their mission rewards. Natsuki, Kiba, run. I can't hold on much longer. Haku, who was shielding Natsuki and the others, turned his head and urged them with difficulty. Fine beads of sweat rapidly slid down his delicate face. Ice mirrors continuously rose, melted, and were devoured by the sea of fire 10 meters ahead. No, it'll work, it definitely will. Seeing Hiku's situation, Kiba became even more anxious. He pressed his right hand hard onto Akamaru's head again. Please, I believe you can do it. Akamaru, evolve. A dazzling pillar of light shot up from the ground. Chapter 101, If anything happens to Hiku, I will tear you to pieces. You think these weaklings can protect you? Corpses lay scattered across Gado's estate. Inside the most luxurious bedroom, the diminutive Gado was being held up by the neck by Zabuza. Stop. Cough. I'll tell them to stop chasing your companion. Gado choked out. Cough. Cough. You better hurry and find him. This time. I hired Lord Kakazu. If you're late. It might be too late. Gado stammered, his body trembling. You bastard. A loud crash echoed, followed by a figure shooting out from the destroyed wall. Haku. A rare hint of worry flickered in Zabuza's eyes. After leaving for a few days of solitude to clear his head, Zabuza finally understood his own feelings. He cared about Hiku. He had long stopped seeing him as a mere tool, a weapon for killing. The thought of his past harsh treatment filled him with guilt. He rushed back, intending to treat Hiku differently, but instead of finding him, he was met with Gado's assassins. Enraged, Zabuza stormed Gado's estate. He then discovered that, because of his absence, Hiku had become a scapegoat, hunted by ninjas hired by Gado. Among them was the bounty hunter, known as the Immortal Monster, Kakazu, with a near 100% mission completion rate. Even Zabuza wasn't sure he could defeat him. Haku, you have to hold on. Zabuza slammed his foot on the ground, leaping into the air and chasing after the direction indicated by Gado's men. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light pierced the sky in the distance. An ominous power washed over him. Haku. Zabuza roared, expending chakra to use the body flicker jutsu, vanishing instantly. Ding. Your evil king's eye system's true ability has activated. Akamaru has undergone a dark path evolution, transforming into the zombie hellhound. Within the enormous pillar of light, a colossal figure came into view. What? What kind of summoning beast is that? Those two brats. Were they actually serious? They really managed to evolve a powerful beast. This aura. It feels even more sinister than a tailed beast. Everyone was stunned, utterly shocked by the sudden appearance of this monstrous creature radiating an aura of pure evil. The amassed rogue ninjas on the opposing side gaped in disbelief. Ha ha ha, success. I told you, my Akamaru is the best. This size, this power. Who can stand against us? After a brief moment of surprise, Kiba erupted in joyous cheers. Akamaru was his best friend, his happiness at Akamaru's new power was boundless. Akamaru, go. Show these bastards what we're made of. Kiba excitedly slapped Akamaru's hind leg. Indeed, the evolved Akamaru was taller than a house. Even with Kiba standing on his tiptoes and reaching out, he couldn't touch Akamaru's body. Kiba. You need to leave quickly. Your Akamaru. He seems a little off. Hinata, who was hiding in the distance with Tazuna, called out worriedly. Hearing Hinata's warning, Kiba finally looked up to take in Akamaru's full form. At that moment, startled by Kiba's earlier pat, Akamaru turned his massive head to glance back. Kiba finally saw Akamaru in all his terrifying glory. Akamaru's once pristine white fur was turning grayish-black and beginning to rot and fall off. A repulsive stench of decay emanated from his body. His gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, dripped with acidic saliva that sizzled as it hit the ground. The bright, clear eyes were now replaced with bloodshot orbs. This was Akamaru's evolved form, a hellish, zombie-like hound. This. Is this my Akamaru? Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily speechless. Careful. A warning shout came, followed by an unseen force pulling Kiba backward. It was Natsuki. Snap! The sudden movement allowed Kiba to narrowly avoid a bite from the corrupted Akamaru. The monstrous jaws snapped shut, the force of the mist bite making a chilling sound. At the same time, Haku's ice mirrors shattered under Kakazu's searing migraine. A raging inferno swept across the battlefield. This caught the attention of the corrupted Akamaru. The massive beast charged headlong into the flames. The next moment, the entire sea of fire was absorbed into Akamaru's body. Black and red flames ignited across its form, demonic flames billowing outward. Its first target was now Kakazu, the greatest threat present. With a mighty leap, leaving a long, black-red trail of fire, Akamaru lunged towards Kakazu like a falling mountain. Damn it, what the hell is going on? How did that little mutt turn into such a terrifying monster? Kakazu leaped back, rapidly forming hand seals. Water style, water formation wall. Powerful jets of water roared forth, slamming against the corrupted Akamaru. Boom. The zombie hellhound's charge was halted, but the attack didn't inflict significant damage on it. It didn't even extinguish the black-red flames covering its body. Akamaru shook itself violently, scattering the water vapor, its gaze fixed once again on Kakazu. High defense, attack power should be considerable as well. But low intelligence, likely fighting on instinct, uses fire-based attacks. I'll have to use water style to keep it at bay. However, I mustn't engage directly before capturing Tazuna and the other targets. I just don't know anything about this beast's stamina. In a single exchange, Kakazu had analyzed the monster's approximate combat capabilities. His eyes scanned the numerous rogue ninjas who were retreating. An idea sparked in his mind. I'll use you all to test this monster's limits. Changing his escape route, Kakazu led the zombie hellhound straight into the crowd of fleeing ninjas. This. Natsuki, what happened to my Akamaru? You said he'd evolve. How did he turn into this? This thing? Kiba panicked, grabbing Natsuki's arm and asking like a distraught child. He did evolve. And his current combat power far surpasses the original Akamaru by leaps and bounds. But perhaps because you were too anxious, too desperate, Akamaru underwent a flawed evolution. You see, the form evolution takes is heavily influenced by the will of its master and the surroundings. Natsuki watched the corrupted Akamaru rampaging through the crowd, recalling how Agumon in the original series had wrongly evolved into Skullgreymon due to Tai's impatience. Akamaru's situation seemed similar. Kiba pondered this, realizing his mindset had indeed been unstable. Seeing Haku trapped and struggling against the fire, he desperately wished for Akamaru to evolve immediately to alleviate the pressure on Haku. I'm sorry, Kiba. If it weren't for me, Akamaru wouldn't have become like this. Haku limped over, his face flushed from the heat, sweat beading on his forehead from exertion. He had escaped injury, thanks to the corrupted Akamaru absorbing Kakazu's flames. It's okay. That guy over there is the one to blame. The most important thing now is whether my Akamaru can return to normal. I'd rather have him back the way he was than have him be this powerful but monstrous creature. Kiba turned to Natsuki, his gaze pleading. The miraculous power of evolution came from Natsuki, he must have a solution. Yes, Natsuki was there, he would know what to do. As if sensing Kiba's desperate hope, Natsuki nodded. If I'm not mistaken, he can indeed be turned back. But only after his current power is completely exhausted. Chapter 102, Kill It. Run. Run for your lives. That monster doesn't even fear fire style. It can't be killed. Idiot. Water beats fire. Use water style. I don't know any water style jutsu. You idiot. Everyone, stop running. We can't outrun that monster. We'll be caught and eaten. Let's use shuriken and water style together to kill it. I don't plan on outrunning the monster, just you lot. Maybe if it's full after eating you, it won't chase me anymore. Idiot. Rumble. With a tremendous roar, the corrupted Akamaru swept through the fleeing rogue ninjas like a swatting hand against flies. As the chase continued, 3 villages slowly came into view. Look. Haha. We're saved. If we lure that monster into the villages, we can escape in the chaos. The remaining rogue ninjas rejoiced. Just as they were about to head towards the villages, a figure dropped from the sky. A dozen water clones instantly appeared, blocking their path. Zaboos. The rogue ninjas immediately recognized the newcomer. They had fought together not long ago, all employed by the wealthy Gato. Where's my companion, Haku? What happened to him? Tell me, or none of you will leave this place alive. Zabusa, executioner's blade resting on his shoulder, didn't even bat an eye at the hundreds of rogue ninjas. Zabusa, get out of the way. There's a monster behind us. It tore apart so many of us, and it seems to be tracking us by scent. Yeah, you should be grateful we're not attacking you. You're a wanted man now, with a bounty on your head placed by Gato. Leave now while you can, or you won't escape this island alive. Several rogue ninjas drew their weapons, shouting at Zabuza. I'll ask again. Where is Hiku? I won't let any of you leave until I see him. Besides, that bastard Gato is already dead by my hand. If you still want to work for him and collect your payment, go to hell and ask him for it. Zabuza sneered, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him as he began to form hand seals. Lord Gato is dead? That damn Zabuza killed my money bag? The rogue ninjas erupted in anger. They were only gathered here for the money. Now that their employer was gone, what was the point of fighting? Even Kakazu, hidden among the crowd, frowned. He was here for the money. But in the next moment, his eyes locked onto Zabuza. Gato was gone, but Zabuza's head was still worth a considerable sum. Just then, another scream echoed from behind. Through the thick mist of water and fire, a hellish hound breathed in black-red flames, its body resembling a rotting corpse, lumbered into view. Damn it! The monster's here. Zabuza, move or we'll attack. Your companion had a bounty on his head from Gato. We don't have him anymore. Because he's already been eaten by that monster. He was closest to it. That's right. He was definitely torn to shreds. Everyone saw that Haku was standing right next to the monster. Zabuza's eyes widened in fury. What did you say? Say that again. Your Haku was probably eaten by the monster behind us. If you don't believe us, go and check it out yourself. The rogue ninjas didn't dare waste any more time. After tossing out those words, they took advantage of Zabuza's momentary shock and swarmed past him. I said, no one leaves until I see Haku. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Zabuza's hands moved, completing the final hand seals. A massive torrent of water erupted beside him, sweeping towards the hundreds of rogue ninjas and a zombie hellhound behind them. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. This is bad. We can't let it get any closer to those villages. There are a lot of civilians there, Tazuna said worriedly. Kiba, worried about Akamaru, had followed closely behind. Natsuki and the others, to prevent Tazuna from being attacked by stray rogue ninjas, kept him close by. I'll try to call him back, Kiba said, turning around. Akamaru grew up with me. Even if he's evolved into this, he should still remember me. Don't be reckless. Remember, he tried to bite you earlier, Kurenai quickly stopped him. He's suddenly gained immense power, his memories and consciousness are clearly suppressed. Wait a bit longer, until his power subsides, Natsuki advised. While everyone's attention was focused on the massive, corrupted Akamaru, he secretly created a shadow clone. The shadow clone slipped away from the group, heading towards a secluded corner. Taking out a sealing scroll, he released a puff of smoke, revealing the often helpful Ultraman Zeta model. Alright, old buddy. Time for your legend to spread throughout the ninja world. The next moment, empowered by Natsuki's Tenseigan puppet control, the Ultraman Zeta model moved. It levitated into the air and shot up into the clouds with lightning speed. Ultra power, activated. A dazzling golden light emanated from within the thick clouds. The brilliant glow gradually attracted the attention of everyone in the land of waves. Even the chaotic battlefield around the corrupted Akamaru quieted down. All eyes turned towards the sky as the radiant golden light sped towards them. Then, a colossal giant of light burst through the clouds, descending from the heavens. Chapter 103, What? What is that thing? How come another huge one showed up? Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted Gato's mission and came to this cursed island. Yeah, we haven't earned any money, and we're about to lose our lives. Wait, that looks like the giant of light that appeared in Hidden Leaf Village a while ago. Giant of light. I think I've heard of it. They say it's the embodiment of justice, protecting good villagers. Embodiment of justice? Great, we're saved. The rogue ninjas, trapped in dire straits, saw a glimmer of hope and immediately cheered up. Seeing the giant of light descend from the sky, they didn't retreat, but instead excitedly rushed towards it. As long as they stayed close to it, they wouldn't have to fear the hellhound in front of them. Little did they know, the giant of light paid them no mind. Like a mountain, it descended. Boom. Squish. A massive shockwave erupted, and dozens of figures could vaguely be seen being sent flying. PFFT. Who just said this was the embodiment of justice? A rogue ninja cursed, spitting blood. Could it be because we're not exactly good villagers? Poof. An unknown voice, seemingly coming from nowhere, made the ninja die on the spot from sheer anger. The giant of light ignored the ants on the ground. After landing, it threw a right hook at the zombified hellhound, which Akamaru had transformed into, knocking it to the ground. Compared to the other rogue ninjas who were desperately trying to escape, Zabuza had a clear goal: kill this monster. So many people had vanished, supposedly eaten by this monster. He had to cut it open and see if it was true. He absolutely couldn't let it get away. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. After performing the complex 36 hand seals, a gigantic water dragon rose from the ground and, along with the giant of light, charged towards the zombified hellhound. The giant of light. Why is the giant of light here? Isn't that unique to our Hidden Leaf village? Kiba scratched his head in confusion, turning to ask. Who said the giant of light is unique to Hidden Leaf village? Remember, the first time it appeared, it also fell from the sky, coming from somewhere else. It's obvious now. This giant of light appears wherever there's a huge crisis, Kurenai retorted, rolling her eyes. Great. I don't know what that thing is, but this giant of light you're talking about is blocking the monster's path to the village. It must be protecting the villagers of the Land of Waves. Tazuna said happily. You old fool. That's not a monster, that's my Akamaru. But it's great that the giant of light showed up. This way, Akamaru won't cause too much destruction. Kiba let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, will my Akamaru be killed by it? Teacher Kurenai, which side should I be cheering for? Idiot, of course you cheer for both sides. It would be best if they didn't hurt each other. Natsuki couldn't help but smack Kiba on the head before walking forward. Oh, right, cheer for both. But no, I have to keep an eye on Akamaru and make sure they're both okay. Kiba rubbed his forehead and hurried after Kurenai. Water style, water shark bullet jutsu. Die. Zabuza went all out, fighting with his life on the line. Even Kakazu, hidden nearby, couldn't help but nod. As expected of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But he's just a tad bit foolish. Then, his gaze fell upon the giant of light. He then recalled the Hidden Leaf village genin who possessed an ability similar to their leaders. When did so many powerful beings appear in the ninja world? No, I must return to the organization immediately and report this to leader. After a moment of contemplation, Kakazu left a clone behind to continue observing while his main body quickly departed. The shark formed from water rapidly charged towards the hellhound, which was locked in a struggle with the giant of light. The hellhound was once again pinned to the ground by the giant of light, its head held down. This finally enraged the violent, zombified hellhound. It abandoned its attempts to bite the incredibly durable giant of light and turned to charge at Zabuza. Its body leaped, and a large wave of flame surged forward. Water style, water formation wall. A massive wall of water rose from the ground. Boom. Unfortunately, it didn't even last a second before being shattered. Zabuza was instantly sent flying, blood spraying through the air. Like a cannonball fired from a muzzle, he flew towards a distant hill. Landing would undoubtedly mean being smashed to pieces. Lord Zabuza. A familiar cry pierced his ears. Was he hallucinating? Wasn't Hiku dead? Well, death was a ninja's ultimate fate. Dying together under the same monster was a decent end. It was a pity he hadn't properly said those words to Hiku before dying. Hiku had always been waiting for his acknowledgement, hadn't he? The fierce wind whistled in his ears, and the surrounding scenery flashed before his eyes like a whirlwind. Zabuza slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the moment he would be crushed. Suddenly, an invisible force lifted him upwards, making him feel dizzy. Yet, he didn't crash into the deadly hill. Finally, he gently landed in a warm embrace. He opened his eyes in disbelief, and the familiar, angelically gentle smile met his gaze. Yes, it was this smile that had pulled him out of his nightmares of mountains of corpses and seas of blood every day, allowing him to gradually regain his humanity. Hiku. It's so good to see you. Even in hell. The surprise of seeing Hiku alive made Zabuza unable to process the situation. He thought he was dead after all. No, someone as gentle as you shouldn't be in hell. In the end. Did I drag you down with me? I'm sorry, Hiku. I never had the chance to apologize to you when you were alive. You're not my tool. You are the person I cherish most. Uncontrollable tears dripped onto Zabuza's face. Hiku's eyes were also filled with tears, but their smile remained as warm as the rising sun. Lord Zabuza. You really are a fool. Haku chuckled softly. In his memories, this was the first time Haku had ever scolded him. It felt like a spring breeze to Zabuza. Chapter 104, Aboard a merchant ship sailing away from the land of waves, Haku, dressed in a pale yellow dress, stood facing the wind, gazing at the gradually receding island. Haku, do you really have to keep dressing like that? Wouldn't it be better to go back to wearing something more gender-neutral? Zabuza walked out from the ship's cabin and said helplessly. No way. I promised Natsuki that I would always wear girls' clothes from now on. Haku shook their head. Damn it, that brat again. Zabuza grumbled in dissatisfaction. You can't talk about Natsuki like that, Haku said, turning around and wagging a finger. He is our benefactor. Indeed, Zabuza hadn't crashed into the hill in the end because Natsuki had used the power of the Tenseigan. That boy had also used this ability many times during the subsequent battle where he and the Giant of Light exhausted the Hellhound. Humphrey, at worst, I'll repay him with my life. What about mine? Should we repay them together? Haku asked. Yours is out of the question. Fine, I admit he's our benefactor. Do whatever you want. Anyway, he's good-looking, and after just a few days together, you talk about him all the time, Zabuza conceded, grumbling. Hee, Lord Zabuza, you're getting grumpy again. Haku tilted their head and walked over with a giggle. They gently shook Zabuza's arm, whispering, Lord Zabuza will always be the most important person to Haku. Humphrey. Although Zabuza still wore his usual deadpan expression, he was secretly pleased. By the way, we have new identities now, Haku announced. What identities? Members of the Dimensional Ends congregation. Codenames, Demon of the Hidden Mist without eyebrows. And Angel of Dawn. Zabuza's face stiffened. Your codename, Angel of Dawn, is pretty good, he admitted. But what the hell is mine? Is having no eyebrows something to be ashamed of? I came up with it, Haku giggled. What? Change it. Demon of Hell would sound better than that. No can do, mister. It's already decided. Haku, you're getting cheeky. The ship sailed further and further away. Two figures, one tall and one short, stood side by side at the edge of the ship, gazing at the sea. The organization's emblem on their chests gleamed in the morning light. Back in the land of waves, at Tezuna's house. Natsuki, when will my Akamaru wake up? Kiba asked, holding his listless Akamaru in his arms. He'll be fine. He just needs some rest, Natsuki replied, glancing at Akamaru. Akamaru, having mistakenly evolved into a zombified hellhound and rampaged through a group of rogue ninjas, was thoroughly beaten down by the Giant of Light controlled by Natsuki. After completely depleting his evolution energy, he finally reverted back to his normal form. Meanwhile, upon learning that Gato had been killed by Zabuza, Tezuna and the entire population of the Land of Waves sprang into action. The Great Naruto Bridge was slowly completed through everyone's collective efforts. The Giant of Light and Natsuki's team became famous in the Land of Waves. People even erected statues in their honor. Teacher Kurenai has already finished the handover with Tezuna. Mission accomplished. We'll rest for 2 days and explore the Land of Waves. We can head back the day after tomorrow. Really? That's great. I'll take Akamaru out for some fresh air and check out that flower field, Kiba said, excitedly running off. Natsuki shook his head, thinking that Kiba was destined to be disappointed. The little sister he longed for was a gentle boy, and had already left by sea. Natsuki, shall we go for a walk too? Hinata asked, her face flushed. It was a rare opportunity, just the two of them, without any interruptions and away from the watchful eyes of the village elders. She wanted more beautiful, carefree memories. Sure. Natsuki readily agreed. They soon arrived at the seaside. The cool sea breeze was refreshing. The sea is a rare sight for us from Hidden Leaf Village. Want to go play in the water? Natsuki asked Hinata. Yes. Hinata nodded slightly, her ears already tinged with pink, lost in her thoughts. They both took off their shoes and socks and started splashing each other in the knee-deep water. At first, they simply used their hands. Later, caught up in the moment, they unconsciously used the powers of the Tenseigan. Countless water spheres rose from the surface of the sea, suspended in midair. Then, they shot towards each other. Splash. 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 Under the clear blue sky, the dense water spheres collided and burst in the air, transforming into a curtain of artificial rain that fell with a pitter-patter. Through the dazzling sunlight, 3 rainbows shimmered in the misty rain. Natsuki, look, look. It's so beautiful. Hinata exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the mist-filled sky. Her cheeks were flushed, making her look incredibly cute. Yes, we created this rainbow. Natsuki walked to Hinata's side, and they looked together at the artificial rainbow that appeared briefly in the mist. It truly was beautiful. But in the next moment, Natsuki found something even more beautiful. From the water fight, Hinata's cheeks were flushed crimson, and her wet hair reflected a soft sheen in the dazzling sunlight. Crystal clear water droplets dripped onto her delicate shoulders, soaking her clothes. Her every smile and frown was captivating. Emerging from the water, a hibiscus drags its long silk, bathed in the rising sun, it blooms like colorful clouds. Natsuki couldn't help but recall a poem from his past life. What? The rainbow in the sky gradually disappeared as the mist dissipated. Hinata reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Hearing Natsuki mutter something incomprehensible, she couldn't help but ask. It just means very beautiful, Natsuki explained casually. It really is, so beautiful, Hinata nodded, thinking Natsuki was referring to the rainbow. Only then did she realize that Natsuki's attention had shifted to her. She looked down slightly and realized that the water fight had left her clothes completely soaked. Don't look, Natsuki. Hinata cried out in alarm, frantically trying to cover Natsuki's eyes. But her foot slipped, and she fell face first into the sea. I'm so embarrassed. Steam practically rose from Hinata's head. In the last moment before she lost consciousness, she vaguely saw Natsuki shake his head and gently pick her up. Chapter 105. 2 days later, Team 8 bid farewell to Kazuna and embarked on their return journey. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Kurenai reported the enemies encountered in the Land of Waves, including the Giant of Light. This undoubtedly intensified the third Hokage's search for the mysterious Ultraman Zeta. He also discreetly observed the members of Team 8, but still found nothing unusual, except for the strange little beast that Natsuki brought back. Time flew by. It had been nearly a month and a half since they returned from the Land of Waves. Team 8 had subsequently completed several standard C-rank missions. As the Chunin exams drew near, the village bustled with increasing numbers of visitors. Natsuki, it's been half an hour. Teacher's still not here, Kiba, spinning in circles with Akamaru, asked Natsuki, who had been waiting there for a while. Their team leader was Natsuki's older sister, so asking Natsuki directly was the same as asking Kurenai. I don't know. There seems to be some meeting, many team captains were called in. Natsuki shook his head, keeping his speculations to himself. If he guessed correctly, based on the timeline, the Chunin exams were approaching. As he spoke, he tugged on the leash in his hand, pulling back the small beast that was lunging playfully. At the end of the leash was Agumon. Agumon wore a dejected expression, enviously watching Akamaru frolic with his owner. 3 days ago, Agumon had snuck out of the house while Natsuki wasn't paying attention. He'd chased chickens and dogs through the streets and even set a butcher shop's kitchen on fire trying to cook some meat. In the end, Natsuki had to pay a hefty sum in compensation. If he hadn't registered Agumon as a summoning animal beforehand, he might have been interrogated by the Anbu again. There are a lot of people from other villages in the village lately. Could it be related to this? Hinata softly suggested. Oh yeah, is there some kind of festival? It's been a while since Hidden Leaf Village has been this lively. But what does that have to do with us going on a mission? My mom and dad are being tight-lipped too. They won't tell me anything, just making me train like crazy. I'm exhausted. Going on missions now is like a vacation, so relaxing. Kiba grumbled, I just don't want to take missions inside the village though. If it were like last time, a long trip to the Land of Waves or something, that would be pretty nice. As he said this, Kiba recalled the gentle soul named Hiku. He truly hoped to see her again. Just then, Kurenai arrived, leaping swiftly from the distance. In the blink of an eye, she stood before them. Sorry everyone. Lord Hokage had an important announcement, so I was late, Kurenai said without the third Hokage's habit of rambling about irrelevant matters before getting to the point. She directly relayed the meeting's message. Today, Lord Hokage announced that in 1 week, a joint Chunin exam will be held. This Chunin exam is the largest in recent years. Ninjas from many other villages will participate. Therefore, this exam will be stricter and more dangerous than in previous years. Although our teammate has good overall strength, and I have confidence in you, I still want to ask you guys, do you want to participate in this Chunin exam? Kurenai finished, her gaze calm as she looked at her 3 students, betraying neither expectation nor worry. The decision was entirely up to them. They were already qualified ninja. A joint Chunin exam? Awesome. Finally, I can show the other students my amazing growth. And I can see ninja from other villages. Teacher Kurenai, I want to participate. Kiba's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand, loudly declaring his participation. What about you two? Kurenai nodded noncommittally, turning her gaze to Natsuki and Hinata. It's rare for Kiba to be this excited. As teammates, how can we be party poopers? I'll participate too. Natsuki grinned, his pearly white teeth flashing brilliantly in the sunlight. This is the Chunin exams, you can't mess around. Kurenai felt a pang of anxiety seeing her brother's expression. It was an expression she was all too familiar with. She was worried, not for Natsuki, but for everyone else. Natsuki was too much of a troublemaker. During their trip to the Land of Waves, she had omitted many details in her report to the Hokage. Without her supervision, she truly feared what Natsuki might do to the Chunin exams. Even the renowned demon Zabuza was no match for her brother, who had even managed to turn Zabuza's partner into a... well, let's just say he wouldn't be winning any masculinity contests anytime soon. This Chunin exam would be child's play for Natsuki. Since they're both participating, I'll participate too. Lady Kurenai, I'll keep an eye on Natsuki. Hinata stepped forward, gently tugging on the corner of Natsuki's shirt, her face full of determination. Kurenai's eyes were suddenly fixed on Natsuki, making him feel like he was being scrutinized. Hey, what's with that look? Natsuki shrugged, exasperated. Humphrey. You can't just be playing around. It's good that Hinata is watching you, I feel a little more at ease now. Kurenai brandished her fist, her threat lacking any real menace. This week, everyone should review the jutsu you're proficient in and keep yourselves in top condition at all times. Dismissed. As soon as she finished speaking, a puff of smoke arose, and Kurenai vanished. It was a clone. Looks like teacher has other tasks. Natsuki, can I borrow some of your time? Kiba hurried over with Akamaru before Natsuki could leave. Recently, I feel like my connection with Akamaru has deepened. Could I have him spar with your Agumon? Maybe it will help Akamaru evolve normally again. The last time in the Land of Waves, Akamaru's erroneous evolution into that zombie-like creature had been terrifying. After returning, Akamaru's condition had stabilized after a period of adjustment, but he couldn't evolve anymore. Kiba didn't want him to evolve into that violent creature again. Thankfully, Natsuki had explained that Akamaru's faulty evolution was due to Kiba's own impatience. As long as they both worked together, Akamaru wouldn't evolve into that horrifying form again, right? A spar? Sure. My Agumon has been a bit too energetic lately. Natsuki nodded and released Agumon's leash. Roar. Agumon howled excitedly. Without waiting for Natsuki's command, he charged towards Akamaru. Akamaru, dodge. Use passing fang. Kiba quickly commanded. He wouldn't underestimate the monster that had evolved and breathed fire in Natsuki's hands. Woof. Akamaru dodged Agumon's lunge with a powerful leap. Then, a fierce whirlwind arose as Akamaru transformed into a horizontal tornado, rapidly spinning towards Agumon. Agumon, use baby flame. Natsuki's voice came just in time. A dazzling flame gathered in Agumon's open mouth. There it is. Observe that strange summoning animal carefully. In the trees some distance from the training ground, two masked ninja intently watched Natsuki and the others. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage was also closely observing the scene within a crystal ball. The image within clearly showed Natsuki's training ground. It was the third Hokage's signature jutsu, the telescope jutsu. Chapter 106, Amazing. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and a fierce wind swept across the training ground. These two kids are quite something, possessing such powerful summoning animals. Kiba Akamaru is from the Inuzuka clan's breeding program, that's understandable. But Natsuki's summoning animal is a bit mysterious. He goes on one mission and picks up a powerful summoning beast? We've been on so many missions, and we've never found one. That brat has too many secrets. I say, Lord Denzo should just grab him and interrogate him thoroughly. Well, the joint Chunin exams are coming up. The Hokage is watching closely, there can't be any mishaps. After the Chunin exams, the two root members hiding in the shadows stared intently at Natsuki and a small, dinosaur-like Agumon on the training ground. Akamaru and Agumon had already exchanged several blows. Agumon had the stronger offensive power, but Akamaru, aided by his wind abilities, was more agile. For a time, they seemed locked in a fierce battle, but neither had actually landed a solid hit. Akamaru, go for it. Remember his scent. Use passing fang and finish Agumon in one blow. Kiba shouted towards the smoke-filled area. Useless. Agumon, use baby flame continuous bombardment. Flush him out. Natsuki commanded in response. Intense flames erupted once more within the smoke and dust. After several explosions, Akamaru was sent flying. Kiba caught him before he hit the ground. Alright, warm-up's over. I'll give you another chance to learn. Watch carefully. The timing for Akamaru's evolution is when his own fighting spirit is soaring, and you, as his partner, convey to him the unwavering belief in victory, a belief that resonates with his own qualities. Natsuki walked towards Agumon as he spoke. And what my Agumon uses is courage. As soon as he finished speaking, He slammed his right palm onto Agumon's head. Agumon, dig evolve. A moment of silence passed. Grumble, grumble. A familiar sound came from Agumon's stomach. Ha, Agumon's hungry. Let's do this again next time, Kiba. We'll be going now. Natsuki gave an exaggerated laugh, reattaching the leash to Agumon. He grabbed Hinata's hand, pulled on the leash, and vanished from sight in a flash. Oh, okay. Kiba's jaw dropped. He wanted to call Natsuki back, but stopped himself. The others might not understand, and would have thought of it as a boy's childish enthusiasm, but Kiba understood. Natsuki had shown him the method. Whether they could succeed depended on them. Right, Akamaru? You don't want to lose to that Agumon again, do you? He can dig evolve using courage. We can too. Woof. Woof. Then let's do it. Let's work hard together. Kiba clenched his right fist, pumping his partner up. Then, he slammed his right palm down. Akamaru, evolve. Again, Akamaru, evolve. Is that how you make a summoning animal stronger? The two root members in the forest exchanged bewildered glances. Say, should we report this to Lord Denzo? I don't know. Do you think Lord Denzo would believe us? Well, Lord Denzo would probably think we're idiots. We should still report it. What if something does happen? If we withhold information and they find out later, we'll be the ones in trouble. You're right. But only 3 people need to report. Who's going? You go. Your body flicker jutsu is faster. But I'm low on chakra. Your taijutsu is stronger, you're more suited for it. Fine, let's do it the old way. Duel it is. A quiet, unnoticed battle unfolded in the forest. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing through his telescope jutsu, dispelled the image in his crystal ball. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with a weary sigh. A method to strengthen summoning beasts? That's it. Forget it, I'll have the Anbu try it. Someone come in. The third Hokage raised his head and called towards the door. Instantly, a figure wearing an animal mask appeared. Gather all Anbu members with summoning beasts at the Hokage Tower. I have a mission for them. By a small reservoir upstream from the forest, a simple barbecue was set up. Skewers of plump fish were grilled to a golden brown, dripping flavorful oil onto the sizzling flames. Natsuki, will this really make Akamaru evolve? Hinata asked, blinking her large eyes curiously as she devoured the grilled fish, a pile of empty skewers beside her. Of course. When have I ever lied to a teammate? Natsuki replied, tearing off a piece of fish with his left hand while tossing a 10-pound grilled fish to Agumon with his right. The eager Agumon leaped up, eyes fixed on the treat. He gobbled it down excitedly, practically wagging his non-existent tail. The small dinosaur, evolved from a lizard, still seemed a bit simple-minded. Natsuki shook his head and turned his attention back to the lovely girl across from him. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Hinata, you have some fish on your cheek. Ah. Really? Hinata quickly put down her food, flustered. Oh no, the fish was so delicious, I forgot my manners. I must look terrible. Panicked, she became even clumsier, her small hand swiped at her left cheek. No. Not there. It's on your right. It's not there. Silly, let me help you. Natsuki leaned closer. His warm breath brushed against Hinata's cheek. There, right here. Hinata's eyes widened, a blush creeping up her neck and ears. Visible steam practically rose from her as she overheated. Natsuki. Kei kissed me. Chapter 107, Time flew by. The Chunin exams finally arrived. Hidden Leaf Village was bustling with activity, filled with unfamiliar faces. These were mostly foreign emissaries and the Geinin participating in the joint Chunin exams. The influx of merchants and tourists added to the lively atmosphere. The first exam was a written test, held in the familiar ninja academy. When Natsuki and the rest of Team 8 arrived, the place was already packed. 2 Chunin guarded the entrance. Dispel this pathetic ganjutsu. I need to get in and take the exam. A familiar voice rang out. It was Sasuke from the main character's team, Team 7. To think we'd arrived just in time for this iconic scene from the original story. Next up should be the other 3 members of Team Guy, right? Natsuki, what are they doing? Hinata frowned slightly, worried the exam might be delayed. It's nothing, just a small test. They can handle it, Natsuki chuckled, patting Hinata's head. As expected, the 2 Chunin, embarrassed at having their tricks exposed by mere Geinin, flew into a rage and suddenly attacked Sasuke. But a thick-browed boy in a green jumpsuit intercepted them. His fluid and impressive movements stunned everyone present. Standing nearby was the prodigious Neji Hyuga, who possessed the Byakugan. And there was also a girl in a pink kipao and a short-sleeved jacket. It was the older, Team Guy, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, and the wealthy Tenten. Wait, something about that last name seemed off. Natsuki racked his brain but couldn't recall Tenten's family name. Just as Lee was basking in the spotlight, with the surrounding examinees eyeing him warily, he suddenly abandoned his cool demeanor and dashed over to Sakura from Team 7, delivering a passionate confession. The sudden display shocked the onlookers, jaws dropping all around. Unsurprisingly, the confession ended in failure. Sakura was known for being attracted to handsome boys. With the farce concluded, the examinees began to file into the exam hall. Let's go. The Genjutsu is dispelled. We should head in too. Natsuki led Hinata and Kiba, along with Akamaru, towards the staircase. Perhaps hearing Natsuki's voice, Lee, who had been devastated by Sakura's rejection and was moping near the staircase, suddenly sprang to his feet. He seemed to have regained his energy, completely revitalized. It was Natsuki, the one who taught him the hidden lotus palm. Teacher Natsuki, we meet again. Lee excitedly rushed over to Natsuki, beaming. Natsuki's face darkened. He reiterated, don't say that. Guy-sensei is your teacher. I only offered you some casual pointers before. Hee. Natsuki, are you participating in the Chunin exams too? Lee didn't press the issue. After all, Guy was not only his teacher but also a father figure to him. Yes, we might even be competitors from now on, Natsuki nodded. That's fantastic. This is a perfect opportunity for you to see the results of my training. By the way, Natsuki, I still can't perform the hidden lotus palm. But whenever I'm injured, if I perform the gida, my wounds heal much faster. So I must have at least grasped the basics, right? Lee scratched his head, asking sheepishly. It had been years, and he still hadn't mastered it. No wonder Natsuki didn't want to be called his teacher. He was just too slow. He knew better than anyone the true power of the hidden lotus palm. The accelerated healing was a clear result of his practicing the kata diligently. I didn't expect this guy to be this stubborn and practice that technique for so long. But if he hasn't succeeded after all this time, could it be that Lee lacks the real spirit of Chunin? Perhaps he should give up on the hidden lotus palm and focus entirely on the 8 inner gates. Natsuki pondered, about to deliberately steer Lee towards the 8 inner gates to encourage him to abandon the hidden lotus palm. Just then, Tenten walked over. Hey, are you the one who turned our already idiot Lee into this? Besides his regular training, he spends hours pushing trees and yelling something about the hidden lotus palm. Villagers have complained several times that there's something wrong with that guy's head. You bastard. Change Lee back this instant. Don't think just because you're handsome, I won't hit you. Tenten marched up to Natsuki, initially fuming and ready to grab him by the collar. But upon seeing his handsome, cute features, her voice gradually softened, and her raised hands instead went to smooth the hair by her ears. Damn it, how could there be such a handsome and adorable guy? Tenten, what are you saying? How can you speak to Natsuki like that? The hidden lotus palm is real. I haven't learned it yet because I'm too stupid. You're not allowed to talk to Natsuki like that. Before Natsuki could reply, Lee hurriedly pulled Tenten back, the normally docile boy scolding his teammate for the first time. Even if his teammates hadn't understood, he did. The hidden lotus palm's healing effect was incredibly helpful for a training fanatic like him who was constantly covered in bruises. However, he also knew Tenten was acting out of concern for him, so he softened his tone. Alright, do you still want to take the exam? We can talk about this later. Making a scene here will only make us a laughingstock. Neji Hyuga, the prestigious Byakugan prodigy of Team Guy, reprimanded his 2 teammates, instantly silencing them. And Neji. Seeing her familiar clansman approach, Hinata, who was beside Natsuki, greeted him softly. Her voice held a hint of fear towards her cousin. Humphrey. Neji glanced at Hinata and said coldly, Lady Hinata, you shouldn't be participating in this Chunin exam. You're simply not suited to be an in. Boom. Before Neji could finish, a small, orange figure slammed into him fiercely, sending him flying. Agumon, get back here. What are you doing running wild again? Natsuki's scolding rang out at just the right moment. It was Agumon who had sent Neji flying. Agumon wobbled to its feet, clutching its head in confusion. It had been standing quietly behind its master when a sudden force pulled it forward, causing it to crash into the guy with the white eyes. Damn it, this world was dangerous. It missed the days as a little lizard, eating and sleeping to its heart's content. There were so many bugs in the forest, so much food. Bastard, who attacked me? Neji, who had landed flat on his back, roared after Lee and Tenten helped him up. The crowd in the hallway who hadn't yet entered the exam hall turned to look. No one attacked you. It's just my Agumon being a bit silly, Natsuki's calm voice replied, as if the incident was truly just Agumon's playful antics. Neji turned to see a strange little creature on a leash beside Natsuki. He realized he had indeed been knocked down by the small beast. By the way, you really aren't suited to be a ninja. Your awareness is terrible. You were knocked over by my Aguman without even noticing. If that were an enemy, you'd be dead already. And with your skills, you shouldn't even be in this Chunin exam. Farming might be a better career path for you. Natsuki said indifferently, pulling Hinata along and walking past Neji without a backward glance. You bastard. Seeing Natsuki's arrogant attitude, Neji's anger flared. Veins bulged on his forehead. Neji, the exam is about to start. Don't waste your energy using your Byakugan on this, Tenten quickly intervened. Neji stumbled, nearly falling again. This was the problem with being from the Hyuga clan. He was just angry, his vein bulging, yet everyone assumed he was about to activate his Byakugan for a fight. However, amidst the commotion, Natsuki and the others had already disappeared up the stairs. Forget it. I'll see him in the exam. Neji waved his hand wearily. Natsuki, was it? I'll remember you. Chapter 108, Natsuki, you were so cool back there. Kiba burst into laughter as they climbed the stairs, noticing the others hadn't caught up yet. That was Neji Hyuga, the genius of the Hyuga clan. Well, compared to Natsuki, he's still a bit lacking, isn't he? Kiba recalled the few times Natsuki had displayed his power and felt there was no comparison to those still participating in the Chunin exams. Good thing he's my teammate. Kiba felt grateful once again for his luck during team assignments after graduation. Ignoring Kiba's comments, Natsuki turned to Hinata, who was still looking down. He gently ruffled her hair and said comfortingly, "What's wrong? Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you, not even with words." Hinata responded softly but didn't lift her head. Her face was flushed crimson, and her eyes overflowed with happiness. Natsuki standing up for her was so cool. The overwhelming sense of security and the scene replaying in her mind caused puffs of shy, white steam to rise from her head. The trio soon arrived at the exam classroom. Perhaps by special arrangement, Natsuki saw many familiar faces in this room. Team 7, the Inoshikacho trio, Gar's team, the Sound Ninja team led by Dasu, and others. Oh, and there was also Kabuto Yakushi, the double agent. The noisy classroom fell silent for a moment with Natsuki's arrival, and sharp gazes focused on the three of them. Though surprised by the leading boy's good looks, in the strength-oriented ninja world, especially during the Chunin exams, people subconsciously focused on more dangerous opponents. Thus, in the next moment, the foreign ninjas shifted their attention to the renowned Hinata of the Hyuga clan. Only the girls maintained their focus on Natsuki. What a cute-looking boy. A Hidden Leaf Village headband. Damn, another Hidden Leaf Village ninja, Temari's voice rang out, followed by a few grumbles from Kankuro. Natsuki. Natsuki. The seat next to me is empty. I wonder if Natsuki's seat is assigned here? No way, the seats in front and behind me are empty. It must be mine. Natsuki is still so handsome. If I could sit next to him, I'd share the exam answers. I'm really good at the written test. The chattering of the Hidden Leaf Village girls nearly lifted the roof off the classroom. Natsuki responded with a slightly pained wave of his hand, then quickly found his seat and pretended to sleep by slumping over his desk. After all, it was an exam. The seats of acquaintances were separated, with Hinata and Kiba each 2 rows away. Hey, Kabuto. What's the deal with that sleepyhead? He seems really popular, Temari called out to Kabuto, who was not far away. Kabuto had just demonstrated his intelligence-gathering skills, successfully gaining the favor of Naruto's team. Consequently, Temari, who was nearby, also learned that Kabuto possessed information on the examinees. Let me see. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and pulled out a card from seemingly nowhere. It displayed Natsuki's personal information. Natsuki Yui specialties, ninjutsu, kenjutsu. Missions completed, 35D rank, 3C rank, 1B rank, 0A rank, 1S rank. Achievements, created the astonishingly powerful lightning fire dual attribute ninjutsu, the super invincible thunderbolt fireball. Assisted the Hokage in slaying a powerful magical beast, saving the whole of Hidden Leaf Village. Holds the title of Hidden Leaf Village's little hero. Hiss. Kabuto's voice wasn't quiet. The surrounding onlookers gasped, the room temperature noticeably rising. Is this guy even human? Creating his own jutsu at this age? Are you sure he's here for the Chunin exams, not the Jonin exams? What kind of monsters are in this Chunin exam? The Byakugan, the Sharingan, the sand-wielding Gaara. Turns out the biggest monster is this guy. Is there a practical combat assessment in the Chunin exams? I hope I don't have to face him. Is it too late to withdraw from the exam? The foreign ninjas buzzed with discussion, some even starting to plan alliances against the monster of Hidden Leaf Village. Even Gaara, usually indifferent to his surroundings, couldn't help but open his eyes to search for Natsuki. Ha, keep blowing smoke. Not only does Hidden Leaf Village want to be the best in the ninja world, but you also want to create a national idol? Creating jutsu, slaying magical beasts, Hidden Leaf Village's hero. Tch, did you know I slew a dragon on my way to Hidden Leaf Village? Zuko stood up, his face full of disdain. Hey, it's understandable that you can't comprehend such things. After all, your tiny sound village doesn't even have a single decent genius, Kabuto retorted, disparaging the sound village. As expected, this provoked an attack from the sound ninja trio toward Kabuto, who then feigned weakness by dramatically collapsing and coughing up blood. He successfully downplayed the threat he posed and the importance others placed on him based on the information revealed. Just as the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, especially Naruto and his team, were about to retaliate against the sound ninja team, the proctor entered. This year's ninjas are quite lively. Let's see if you can continue to laugh later. Ibiki Morino said with a cold smile, his face covered in terrifying scars that sent chills down people's spines. Alright, please return to your seats. In 10 seconds, anyone not seated will be considered to have forfeited. As soon as he finished speaking, the examinees, ignoring everything else, hurried back to their assigned seats. Once everyone was settled, the written exam papers were distributed. After the distribution was complete, Ibiki announced loudly, "Tune-in exam. First stage, written test, begin." Everyone picked up their pens and started to answer, only to be dumbfounded by the content. The first question involved function calculations. Most of the examinees' thoughts went like this: Kakazu, the missing ninja from the hidden waterfall village, was said to have thrown a kunai from 800 kilometers away and hit Hashirama Senshu, the god of shinobi. Question: based on the parabolic trajectory shown in the diagram, how high must Kakazu stand to throw a kunai over 800 kilometers and hit the god of shinobi? Math? I don't know, skip. Next question, history. I'm good at this. Question: during the Third Great Ninja War, at the Kanabi Bridge, how many kunai did Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, throw? Everyone was stunned. What kind of outlandish questions were these? Were these even answerable? Just as the examinees suspected the proctor was playing a trick on them, a few people began rapidly answering the questions. What kind of monsters are these? They can actually answer these questions? This time, even the proctors were taken aback. These few were planted individuals meant to encourage the examinees to cheat using various methods. Of course, if their methods were too crude and they got caught, 2 points would be deducted. Getting caught 5 times meant expulsion from the exam hall. Surprisingly, one of those answering was a genuine examinee. It was the pink-haired Sakura Haruno. Since someone could answer the questions, it meant the written test wasn't impossible. But they didn't know which of these answering examinees had genuine knowledge. Therefore, they should target the most capable one. Countless gazes immediately fell upon Natsuki, with his impressive record. But Natsuki, who had been pretending to sleep at his desk, was now emitting faint snores. Is he actually asleep? This is Hidden Leaf Village's little hero? The examinees who were hoping to copy answers from the top student exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 109, Seeing the Hidden Leaf Village's little hero, the most likely candidate for a perfect score, fast asleep, the examinees nearly collapsed. Fortunately, as ninjas, they possessed exceptional composure. Quickly regaining their bearings, they turned their attention to those who had started answering first. Following their lead, everyone resorted to their own unique skills. Eye of Sand. A sand-formed eye quietly materialized in the air, transmitting images of the entire classroom and other examinees' answers. This was Gaara's technique. Though he currently had a violent temper, it didn't mean he was foolish. His goal was to pass the exam. If he didn't know the answers, he'd find those who obviously did. After all, this was the method left by the examiners for passing. Indeed, except for a certain pink-haired girl, the rest were examinees planted by the examiners, all knowledgeable of the answers. First question: Kakazu, the missing ninja from the hidden waterfall village, was rumored to have once thrown a kunai from 800 li, approximately 400 kilometers, nearly hitting the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senshu. Question: as shown in the diagram, how high must Kakazu stand to throw across 800 li and hit the god of shinobi? To calculate this, one first needed to know the flying speed of the shuriken, which was the speed generated by Kakazu's arm swing. Gaara compared his answers with the fastest examinees and found theirs were identical. It seemed this was the standard answer provided by the Hidden Leaf Village. Solution: the arc length of Kakazu's arm swing, L equals R out of 2 equals 1.46 meters. Swing time, D equals 1 out of 50s. VT equals VO plus AT. Finally, The speed of the kunai when leaving Kakazu's hand was v equals 146 meters per second. Shuriken flight speed, T listing the horizontal uniform motion, S1 equals Vt minus 146 tons. The final result, 398 kilometers. That is, for Kakazu's kunai to fly 800 li and hit Hashirama Senshu, he needed to be at an altitude of 398 kilometers, with a horizontal distance of 42 kilometers. Currently known, Kakazu did not possess such powerful aerial capabilities. Therefore, this rumor was false. What the hell kind of question was this? Gaara felt his veins bulging even from just copying Byakugan. Neji Hyuga's veins also bulged as he started answering rapidly. Sharingan. Sasuke directly mimicked the writing motions of others, guessing the answers from their movements. Akamaru. Woof woof. Kiba and Yuzuka communicated closely with the puppy on his head, Akamaru. Mind-body switch jutsu. This was Ino Yamanaka. Seeing the examinees employing various methods and gradually starting to answer, only the honest Naruto was still sweating profusely, staring at the blank paper, his teeth gritted in concentration as his whole body trembled. Many cheating methods were easily detected by the examiners, especially those using KK Genkai. But they turned a blind eye. However, those who used crude methods, such as passing notes, were caught on the spot. Sure enough, several examinees were soon escorted out of the examination hall. Time ticked by, and many had completed their papers. But many still had blank sheets. Like Naruto, and like Natsuki, who was sound asleep. What's wrong with Natsuki? Can't he answer the questions? No wonder, these questions are too difficult. No, maybe they're too simple for him. Natsuki deems it unworthy for him to do them. If he fails the written test, will he be eliminated? As more than half the exam time passed, slight whispers of worry for Natsuki began to spread through the examination hall. Hey, Natsuki, you still have to rely on me to rescue you. Ino smirked. If Natsuki woke up and knew she had completed the test for him, he would be so touched, right? Thinking of this, Ino hesitated no longer. Her small, delicate hands, hidden beneath the desk, quickly clasped together. Mind-body switch jutsu. Instantly, Ino slumped onto her desk, unconscious. Meanwhile, Natsuki, who had been sound asleep, abruptly sat up straight. The jutsu, devoid of any malicious intent, had unexpectedly succeeded on the first try. One should know that Ino had previously tried many times to possess Natsuki, to build a closer connection him in a meaningful way, but each attempt had failed. Forget it, no time to dwell on that, I need to answer the questions. In the blink of an eye, she completed 90% of the test. Only the last essay question remained, which no one else knew how to answer. Just then, Sakura's test paper in front of her accidentally revealed more than half a page, clearly displaying the answers to the last 5 big questions. What a good friend she is. Ino silently praised her friend. Because of Natsuki, the two weren't competing for Sasuke and remained good friends. Quickly finishing the answers, Ino quietly released the mind-body switch jutsu. Just as she returned to her body, Ino saw Natsuki, asleep once more in the distance, and couldn't help but smile sweetly again. Yet, a slight regret lingered in her heart. Regret? What? Just now, I controlled Natsuki's body. And then, I actually used it to answer the test? Answering the test was one thing, but I shouldn't have come back so soon. I should have taken a good look. Ino pounded the desk several times in frustration, drawing stares from the surrounding examinees as if she were a lunatic. Indeed, Ino's actions just now, slumping on the desk, then suddenly sitting up, looked like she was having a seizure. And her face too, looked that part. Too scary, better stay away from her. The surrounding examinees from other villages moved their chairs a bit further away. Ino ignored these small fries around her. Her mind was still full on her earlier blunder. No, I have to try again. I can't miss such a good opportunity. Ino slapped her thigh, determined, and clasped her hands together once more. However, just at that moment, the terrifying-looking Ibiki spoke. All right, time's up. Everyone, put down your pencils. The last 3 questions. His booming voice exploded in the silent examination hall. Instantly, Natsuki, who was sound asleep, woke up. Mind-body switch jutsu. At the same time, Ino just completed the hand seals. A long moment passed, yet there was no body switch. Damn it, I failed. That damn scar-faced no-life bastard, why did he have to time it so perfectly? After a moment of stunned silence, Ino pounded the desk in frustration again, her face contorting like a demon. Now, I will announce the 10th question of the exam. Ibiki's icy gaze swept across the entire room. Alright, finally the last question? Natsuki rubbed his sleepy eyes. Familiar with the plot, He had long decided to only answer the last question. Then, he saw his own test paper, which should have been blank, filled with neat handwriting. What? Did my test paper gain sentience? It actually answered itself? Chapter 110, Now, I will announce the 10th question of the exam. Ibuki's icy gaze swept across the room. A terrifying aura like they were about to be interrogated washed over the examinees. Some timid ones unconsciously fell into his rhythm, subconsciously gulping and nervously awaiting the proctor's words. You can choose to answer or not answer this question. If even one person chooses not to answer, then the entire 3-person team will be disqualified. You can then wait until the next Chunin exams to participate again. If you choose to answer, those who answer incorrectly will be permanently barred from ever taking the Chunin exams again. Do you understand? You maggots, make your choice. Ibuki slammed his hand on the podium. His head, covered in gruesome scars, coupled with a sinister sneer and terrifying presence, frightened some examinees into falling to the floor. It must be said that for examinees with weak willpower, Ibuki Morino, a proctor specializing in psychology whose daily work involved interrogating criminals and spies, was a demon. Most importantly, the rules of this 10th question were simply too outrageous. If you answered incorrectly, you would never be able to become a Chunin. In this era, ninjas were divided into Geinin, Chunin, and Jonin. Each promotion granted more mission choices and priority in becoming the middle management. Ordinary ninjas who wanted to stand out rose through the ranks in this manner. Of course, this excluded the unorthodox, exceptionally strong Geinin, like the main characters of the Rookie 12. How could there be such an absurd question? I thought the written exam was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect this 10th question to be even more so. Being a Geinin for life? You don't have the right to make this decision for us. After all, they were ninjas. Some examinees overcame their fear and loudly questioned Ibuki. What a joke indeed, it was such a severe punishment. Didn't that render all their hard work, all their skillfully copied answers, useless? This is the joint Chunin exams. The leaders of your villages are also here. Perhaps, you can try challenging whether I have this authority or not? Ibuki sneered again, further intimidating these recent graduates. What a joke. I don't want to be a Geinin for the rest of my life. You agree, right? Finally, one examinee, unable to bear the pressure, suggested to his teammates that they forfeit. They could always take the exam again next time. Thus, several teams successively forfeited. Seeing the bandwagon effect, as more and more people were about to leave, Naruto suddenly slammed his hand on the table and passionately shouted, "What a joke! I, Naruto Uzumaki, am going to become Hokage." A speech filled with unwavering will and belief in his ninja way brought everyone back to their senses. Even if I remain a Geinin for life, I will become Hokage, just you watch. From this moment on, the infectious power of Naruto's art of negotiation began to influence countless people. It had to be said, he was indeed the reincarnation of Azura. Natsuki, familiar with the plot, also nodded. Compared to watching the anime in his previous life, experiencing this firsthand was even more shocking. Naruto's greatest strength was still his art of negotiation. Ibuki Morino also looked at Naruto in surprise, finding that the wavering hearts of the surrounding examinees had become firm again. He could only helplessly announce that all those who remained had passed. He then explained the meaning behind this final question. Just as Ibuki finished speaking. Crash. With a loud bang, a figure crashed through the classroom window. Anko Mitarashi, dressed in a fishnet shirt and with a bold demeanor, burst in. She first glanced at Ibuki, sarcastically remarking, "You actually let so many survive." Then, turning to face the examinees, she said, "Don't get too excited, rookies. I am the proctor for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi. What comes next is the true test of your abilities." The first Chunin exam concluded with Anko's grand entrance. The second exam would take place tomorrow, in the terrifying forest of death. When Natsuki returned home, his sister, Kurenai Yui, was already busy in the kitchen. "Why are you back so early today? Don't you have to go on missions and help maintain order in the village?" Natsuki asked as he closed the door and changed into slippers at the entrance. As soon as your exam finished, I immediately requested leave. My dear little brother is participating in such an important Chunin exam, of course, I have to find time to take care of you, Kurenai said, carrying a plate of braised pork. Dressed in loose-fitting pajamas and slippers, she walked out with a pad. Outside, Kurenai was a stern jonin and a serious team leader. But at home, she was a doting older sister. "Don't worry, the Chunin exams are so easy. Just wait for your little brother to take first place," Natsuki said, helping to carry out a dish of boiled fish. "Haha, you're just bragging. Many strong ninjas from various villages have come this time. While I have confidence in you, you still need to be careful. The path of a ninja requires caution above all else. Tomorrow, your exam will be in the Forest of Death. It's a closed-off area. You'll be locked in for several days, surrounded by enemies everywhere. You won't even be able to sleep soundly. Let's see if you're scared then. Kurenai wrinkled her nose and lightly tapped Natsuki's head, reminding him not to be so arrogant. Natsuki pretended to be in pain, clutching his head. Okay. I'll be careful, nagging old crook. Huh? What did you say? Pa. Forget it, I'll eat all the food tonight myself. You can go to the exam tomorrow with an empty stomach. Ah, no. Lady sister, I was wrong. Dinner ended amidst the playful banter between the siblings. Back in the bedroom, Kurenai helped Natsuki pack several storage scrolls. Besides numerous combat tools, the scrolls contained a large pile of daily necessities, such as tents, blankets, wash basins, and even a chamber pot. She even stuffed in several bento boxes. Sis, aren't we prohibited from bringing our own food according to the exam rules? Natsuki asked, his eyelids twitching. Silly, rules are meant to be broken. Do you really think they can check each and every one of your storage scrolls? Besides, it's not for you to eat as soon as you enter. It's only for when you can't find food in the Forest of Death. It's better to be safe than sorry. You'll be staying in that spooky forest for several days. Kurenai didn't even look back as she stuffed in a few more steaks. Phew. Done. I'm exhausted, completely out of chakra. Kurenai clapped her hands and let out a long sigh. Fine beads of sweat had indeed appeared on her forehead. Thank you, sister. It's so nice to have such a caring sister, Natsuki said sincerely, looking at the mountain of storage scrolls before him. His eyelids twitched again. She almost emptied the entire house. Humphrey. Isn't this what I should do? What are you still standing there for? Go to bed. You have the exam tomorrow. Kurenai turned around, seeing Natsuki still standing there, and shooed him toward the bed. It's only 8 o'clock. Who can fall asleep so early? Natsuki said, gesturing towards the clock on the wall. Why don't you go take the exam, sister? I think you're more energetic than me. Go take your exam. I'm a Jonin. Sleep, even if you can't. Rest your eyes. If you keep joking, sister will have to use her ultimate move. Kurenai tapped Natsuki's head again. Natsuki, who usually bullied others, didn't dare talk back in front of his sister at this moment. He obediently got into bed, turned off the lights, and lay down. Hey, sister's still here. In the bedroom, Kurenai mumbled in dissatisfaction. Fine, considering you'll be having a hard time for the next few days, I'll accompany you. Saying so, she kicked off her slippers, lifted the blanket, and slipped into the bed. Hey, lady sister, your room is across the hall, Natsuki said, stunned. This is my room now. I'll make sure you sleep properly. Isn't a free body pillow good enough for you? Kurenai finished and snuggled up to him. The soft mattress, the warm blanket, and his sister's soft body made Natsuki feel exceptionally comfortable and secure. Little brother, you're almost as tall as me now. Time surely flies, Kurenai said, her bright eyes staring unblinkingly at Natsuki in the dark room. It's normal to grow taller at my age. It's not at all normal to be short, Natsuki mumbled, his sister's alluring fragrance making him feel lightheaded. Humphrey. Grow slower, you hear? My feet are so cold, warm them up for me. Saying this, she forcefully slipped her feet under Natsuki's calves, lightly clamping them. Sleep. This was Kurenai's only flaw. When it was time to sleep, she acted like a spoiled child. Surrounded by a fragrant aroma and warm sensation, Natsuki actually fell asleep unknowingly. Chapter 111, Ring Ring Ring. Natsuki was jolted awake by a girlish ringing. He opened his eyes to see his sister, clad in a pure white nightgown. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swaying teasingly just above his nose. Stop it, it's still early. I'm currently sealed by the blanket sealing jutsu. Wake me up in 2 hours, Natsuki mumbled, turning over to fall back asleep. No way. Don't forget about the Chunin exams today. If you delay any longer, we'll be late. Huh. If you don't get up now, I'm going to hit you. Huh. Seeing her brother's perfunctory response, Kurenai raised her arm threateningly. Big sis, let me sleep a little longer, Natsuki pleaded, turning over again and snuggling against his sister like a piglet, letting out a couple of satisfied grunts. So cute. Kurenai's resolve grumbled. Natsuki truly possessed the most handsome and the most adorable face she had ever seen, no wonder he was so popular at the academy. At this moment, devoid of his usual mischievousness, his peaceful, glowing sleeping face made Kurenai's breath catch in her throat. Natsuki, if you don't get up now, I'm really going to have to resort to using force, Kurenai whispered in his ear, her breath warm against his skin. It sounded less like a wake-up call and more like a lullaby. Predictably, she received no response. A moment later, Natsuki was startled awake by a soft, moist sensation. He snapped his eyes open to see his sister gazing down at him, her eyes as clear as a mountain spring. Natsuki shoved Kurenai away. Sis. What are you doing? You haven't even brushed your teeth yet. Your breath stinks. His words instantly transformed the amusement in her eyes into anger. She sprang to her feet and delivered a swift kick. Bam. You little brat. You're the one who stinks. Ungrateful brat. No breakfast for you today. With that, Kurenai stomped out of the room in her slippers. Slam. The door to Natsuki's room was slammed shut, leaving him alone and bewildered. Wow, how did I become the bad guy here? Women are so unreasonable. Training Ground 44, at the entrance to the Forest of Death. A group of young ninjas gathered, listening attentively as a female ninja explained the rules. This ninja was Anko Mitarashi, a special jonin of Hidden Leaf Village and the proctor of this exam. Just like in the original story, it was still a Heaven and Earth scroll retrieval competition. Each team would receive a scroll by drawing lots. If a team drew a Heaven scroll, they had to find a team with an Earth scroll and take it. Then, they had to successfully reach the central tower to pass the test. Undoubtedly, for the next few days, the Forest of Death would become a stage for fierce battles of competition. Blades would be drawn, and lives could be lost. Therefore, every ninja participating in this exam was required to sign a death waiver. Where's Natsuki? Ino Yamanaka, ever impatient, paced anxiously as she watched the examinees enter the forest one by one. I'm sure he'll be here soon, Hinata said, trying to sound reassuring, her eyes fixed on the path leading to the training ground. She had wanted to go directly to Natsuki's house to meet up with him, but she had been escorted here by her clan's ninjas. There he is. Natsuki, over here. Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up as she spotted a figure approaching. Suddenly, Hinata bounced up and down like a schoolgirl who had just spotted her idol. Natsuki. She called out, waving. Then, realizing she might have been a bit too enthusiastic, she quickly smoothed down her clothes and lowered her head slightly, though her eyes still sparkled with joy. Sorry, I overslept. Let's go in, Natsuki apologized to his teammates. He almost missed the exam. Humphrey, it's all Sis's fault. It's okay. If we go in later, we might encounter fewer enemies, Hinata quickly responded. Hey, Hinata, you're talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. It's the other way around. If they went in earlier, they could have found better spots to ambush us. Kiba in Yuzuka complained. He felt like he and Akamaru had unintentionally been force-fed dog food again. Hinata was way too biased towards Natsuki. And looking at Natsuki. Sigh, if only I had Natsuki's looks and strength, what kind of life would I have? Kiba's thoughts trailed off, his mind wandering like a dog off its leash. Haha, wouldn't it be great if they dared to ambush us? Natsuki chuckled. Not to mention Hinata, even Akamaru can easily pinpoint their location. Natsuki subtly complimented his teammates' abilities. Hearing such praise, Kiba immediately puffed up with pride like a preening rooster. Of course. No matter where the enemy hides or what kind of ambush they set, they can't escape Akamaru's and my nose. We'll definitely pass this exam this time. Right, Akamaru? Woof woof. Haha, watching these two goofballs, Natsuki couldn't help but recall the scene in the third exam where Kiba was knocked down by Naruto's fart. Should I warn him? Seeing how proud he is of his abilities, it probably wouldn't be helpful. Let him learn his lesson. Alright, let's go. Following the last team of examinees disappearing through the iron gate, Natsuki and his team followed suit. Half an hour later. As far as the eye could see, there were towering trees. The forest floor was covered with traces left by poisonous insects and wild animals. Setting aside other concerns, there should be no shortage of food in this forest. The main worry was avoiding poison. Hinata, Natsuki, walking at the front, called out with a smile. Hi. Hinata's crisp voice came from behind, as if she had rehearsed it countless times. Tenseigan. Her vision expanded infinitely, and the chakra movements of the surrounding examinees clearly registered in her eyes. The closest teams to us are 4. 2 teams in the southeast are engaged in combat. The team due north is moving away rapidly. There's a team to the northwest, hidden in the treetops, waiting in ambush. Hinata reported her observations, her expression suddenly turning serious. Another team has appeared. One of them possesses an abnormally large amount of chakra and is pursuing the team heading north at high speed. An abnormally large amount of chakra. In this exam, only 3 people should possess such a large chakra reserve. One was Orochimaru, disguised as a Kunoichi from the hidden grass village. The other two were Jinchuriki, Naruto and Gaara. But Natsuki wasn't afraid of any of them. Well then, let fate decide. Let's randomly choose a lucky team. Saying this, Natsuki took out a coin and tossed it into the air. Heads, we ambush the team in the northwest. Tails, we take down the two teams fighting each other. If it lands straight, we pursue the team heading north. The coin slowly rose to its highest point, then began to fall. Chapter 112, Under the shade of the dense canopy, two teams clashed fiercely. However, due to their equal strength, neither could gain an advantage, resulting in a stalemate. Natsuki, these two teams below are so weak. Aside from the basic three-body jutsus, they don't know any other jutsu. Can I go down and finish them off? Kiba, perched on a tree branch, suggested eagerly. Natsuki had flipped tails, so they had chosen to pursue these two battling teams. Quiet. Let's watch the show. Wouldn't it be better to go down and reap the rewards after they've tired themselves out? Here, have some fruit. Natsuki tossed an apple to Kiba. Catching the apple, Kiba asked with confusion, where did you get apples from? My sister packed them for me. So it was teacher Kurenai. Damn, your sister is too good. Unlike my sister, Hana. She not only didn't help me prepare my ninja tools, but she also took away all the soldier pills I had prepared. She said that the Chunin exams are meant to test true strength and that we're not allowed to bring extra things. Damn it, doesn't one's own assets also count as part of their strength? Kiba was utterly envious as he bit into the fruit ferociously, as if he were taking a bite out of someone. Oh, is that so? Then you can't have these. Natsuki pulled out a pile of fruit, eating some himself while feeding the rest to Hinata in his lap. Natsuki. It's too much. I can't eat anymore, Hinata stammered, her face flushed, patting her slightly distended belly. She had already eaten 10 bowls of rice at home before leaving. Oh, okay. I'll save them for next time. Natsuki nodded, putting the fruit away and gently rubbing Hinata's stomach. Across from them, Kiba endured another wave of cringe. He secretly vowed to find a girlfriend after the Chunin exams. Woof. Suddenly, Akamaru let out a low bark. Kiba looked at him quizzically. You don't want to be my girlfriend, do you? Akamaru, that's a dangerous thought. Do you even understand what a girlfriend is? However, a moment later, he realized that Akamaru was staring at the two teams fighting below. The two Genin teams, after exchanging blows, had suddenly stopped fighting. They seemed to have realized that they were evenly matched and wouldn't be able to determine a victor anytime soon. To avoid being ambushed by others, they had decided to call a temporary truce and seek out other targets. You guys are the weakest ones here. Do you really think you can take on other targets? Kiba couldn't help but retort. Just as he was about to go down and finish them off, Natsuki flicked a kunai downwards. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as the kunai precisely sliced off a lock of hair from a tall ninja below. It startled both teams, who had just shaken hands and were still wary of each other. Instantly, chaos erupted. Bastards! They weren't sincere after all. Kill them. They used a clone to trick us. They're treacherous. Finish them off. Bullshit. You're the ones who attacked first. Don't waste your breath on them. This time, we'll make sure they don't see tomorrow's sun. Amidst a cacophony of angry shouts, the two teams clashed once more. This time, fueled by rage, their attacks were lethal. Soon, blood was spilled, and casualties occurred. Well, Natsuki. I just realized, you're pretty sly yourself, Kiba said admiringly, watching the dramatic turn of events. Natsuki ignored Kiba's teasing and instead turned his attention to the other side of the clearing. Careful, a terrifying guy is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling killing intent surged through the forest. Sand-binding coffin. Yellow sand flowed rapidly across the ground, instantly forming a pair of gigantic hands that ensnared several members from both teams. What's happening? Enemy attack. The members of the two warring teams stared at the newcomer in horror. A team of 3, led by a red-haired boy, emerged from the forest without any attempt at concealment. It was Gaara's team from Hidden Sand Village. Trash should all die. Dark circles underlined Gaara's bloodshot, bloodthirsty eyes. An overwhelming wave of killing intent washed over the clearing. One of the ninjas, caught in the brunt of Gaara's killing intent, was so terrified that he fell to the ground. We can't handle this. Run. The two teams instantly recognized the terrifying power of their opponent and scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing in the opposite direction of Gaara. Sand drizzle. A hoarse voice, like something from hell, echoed through the forest. Above the fleeing ninjas, countless grains of yellow sand rapidly condensed into small pebbles. The next moment, they bombarded the ground like a deadly hailstorm. Blood splattered everywhere. The two teams, who had been locked in a fierce battle moments before, were annihilated in an instant before Gaara. Witnessing the ground covered in mangled corpses, Temari, as an older sister, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Mustering her courage, she nervously tried to persuade Gaara, Gaara. This is the Chunin exams. There's no need to be so merciless. We already have enough scrolls. Before Temari could finish, Gaara's murderous gaze fell upon her. Shut up. Say another word and I'll kill you both. Kankuro quickly pulled Temari back a couple of steps, his expression tense. Temari wanted to speak but ultimately dared not provoke Gaara any further. Gulp. Up in the trees, Kiba was also shaken by Gaara's killing intent. He swallowed nervously, not daring to move a muscle for fear of attracting attention. Just then, Natsuki's sudden action nearly made Kiba's heart leap out of his chest. Hey, those two teams below were our prey, Natsuki called down, revealing himself from the treetops. Taking the scrolls without our permission is a bit rude, don't you think? Kankuro and Temari, who were collecting the scrolls, froze. They never expected anyone to dare appear before Gaara so brazenly. His chilling aura, the murder-happy vibe, and especially the carnage on the ground, hadn't deterred this newcomer. Even Gaara was slightly taken aback. Then, an expression of rage twisted his features. You imbeciles. Sand-binding coffin. Countless grains of sand surged towards Natsuki, forming a monstrous claw that lashed out. Boom. Amidst the flying dust, Natsuki effortlessly evaded the attack, hovering calmly in midair. What? He can fly? Kankuro's eyes narrowed. Flight was a considerably difficult skill to master. Moreover, the ease with which this newcomer achieved it. Could it be a new type of jutsu or a Kekkei Genkai? The unknown was truly frightening. No wonder he dared to show himself despite witnessing Gaara's power. He was clearly very confident in his own abilities. This realization made Kankuro and Temari instantly become serious. They both moved to Gaara's side, ready to fight alongside him. No matter how ferocious Gaara was, he was still their younger brother. Although they had always believed that no one among their peers could match Gaara, protecting him was still their instinct. This was also the reason why Gaara, despite his frequent harsh threats, had never actually harmed them. Sand. Failing to hit his target further enraged Gaara. He raised his right hand, and the sand on the ground began to stir once more. Say, with those dark circles, do you ever get a good night's sleep? A slightly lazy voice suddenly sounded beside Gaara, accompanied by a light pressure on his head. I see, so you're also someone who has a great demon sealed inside them. What? Kankuro and Temari's eyes nearly popped out of their heads in astonishment. The enemy, who had been floating in the air just a moment ago, was now standing next to Gaara, a cheerful smile on his face as he patted Gaara's bright red hair. Damn it, are you even close to him? We, as his older siblings, don't even dare to do that. Wait, why isn't Gaara's sand automatically attacking him? The sand in Gaara's gourd was capable of automatic defense. Any attack with malicious intent towards Gaara would be blocked by the sand. At this moment, however, even Gaara stared at the newcomer with wide, disbelieving eyes, as if frozen in place. Natsuki beamed, a bright, sunny smile gracing his lips. See, you look quite cute when you're not scowling. It must be tiring carrying that burden all these years. How about joining my Dimensional Ends congregation? We seal away great demons that threaten the world. You'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 113. For a moment, Gaara was mesmerized by Natsuki's bright, cheerful smile. More importantly, his sand hadn't automatically reacted defensively, which was unbelievable. It had never happened before. Anyone who dared approach him with ill intent was usually strangled by the sand before they could even act. Did this guy want to be his friend? A warmth bloomed in Gaara's chest. Could he have a friend? But the next instant, he felt something touch his head. Gaara's good mood vanished in a flash, replaced by a ferocious glare. I'll kill you. Killing you will prove my worth. A maniacal grin twisted his lips as a torrent of sand erupted from the gourd on his back. It's over. Gaara's lost control again. Kankuro's face paled as he leaped back. Sigh, acting foolish again. Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you, Natsuki said nonchalantly, completely unconcerned by the ominous yellow sand. His body seemed to defy gravity, floating away like a phantom. At the same time, he flicked his right wrist. A powerful repulsive force slammed into Gaara's small frame, sending him flying like a cannonball. Boom. 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 Towering trees splintered and crashed as a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the air. Gaara. Temari screamed and rushed towards her brother, intending to check on his injuries and use the opportunity to escape from this terrifying enemy. The attack had been too bizarre. A simple wave of the hand had sent Gaara flying, His condition unknown. Was this still the Chunin exams? How could such a terrifying opponent exist? It was the first time they had seen their brother defeated so easily. Both Temari and Kankuro were utterly shocked. Don't worry, your brother's tough. That little attack won't break through his double defenses, Natsuki's voice drifted down from above. Kankuro took the puppet off his back and stared warily at the boy floating in the air. A moment later, his pupils constricted. He saw another figure floating effortlessly down from the tall tree canopy to join the boy. A girl with Byakugan? From the Hyuga clan. The two were undoubtedly powerful enemies. No, a team has 3 members. There should be one more. As if to confirm his thoughts, several shuriken shot towards him. He used his puppet to block them. 2 figures, one after the other, appeared beside him. A boy and a dog. Natsuki, you're being too reckless. So the one who sent Gaara flying with a single move is called Natsuki? Hey, I'm your opponent. Kiba shouted excitedly, dropping to all fours and activating his 4 legs jutsu. As a puppeteer, being approached so easily was extremely dangerous. Beads of sweat appeared on Kankuro's forehead. It was all because he had been focused on Gaara and the others. He had to escape first. Black secret jutsu, poison smoke bomb. Instantly, a thick, acrid smoke billowed from the joints of the puppet in front of him. The sudden attack forced Kiba and Akamaru to retreat. Kankuro took the opportunity to vanish into the fog. This secret technique could not only block the enemy's vision and contained a paralyzing poison. It was a perfect escape tactic. I'll kill you. Gaara's enraged roar erupted from behind him. Although usually afraid of his younger brother, Kankuro felt a strange sense of security hearing his voice now. The next moment, Gaara emerged from the swirling smoke, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. Several horrifying cracks marred his normally smooth face. The sand armor's defense is truly impressive, Natsuki chuckled, further enraging Gaara. Sand drizzle. The yellow sand on the ground surged up like a flood, transforming into countless projectiles that hurtled toward Natsuki and Hinata. But the two were no longer where they had been. You're a slow man, you can't hit us. While he had been commenting on the sand armor, Natsuki had pulled Hinata back, drifting away from the attack. Gaara's forehead pulsed with a network of bulging veins. After only 2 exchanges, rage consumed him. Gaara, calm down. Don't forget the mission father gave us, Temari warned anxiously from beside him. She was terrified he would completely lose control and unleash the One Tail. Her words brought Gaara back to his senses somewhat, but his fury remained undimmed. He shot his sister a cold glare before charging towards Natsuki and Hinata. Such a bad temper for someone so young, Natsuki's voice rang out. I'll let my pet play with you for a bit. I choose you, Agumon. Go. With a shout, a small, dinosaur-like creature dashed out from the nearby bushes. It leaped into the air and launched a small fireball towards Gaara. Poof. Gaara simply raised a hand, his sand transforming into a whip that swatted the fireball out of existence long before it could reach him. He then nonchalantly smacked Agumon into a nearby tree trunk, sending it tumbling to the ground like a rag doll. Gaara scoffed. This weakling felt more like a stress reliever than an opponent. Is this supposed to be some sort of joke? However, Gaara's dismissive attitude only served to infuriate the energetic Agumon. It roared and charged again. But before it could reach Gaara, his automatically activated sand defense ensnared it, burying most of its body, leaving only its head sticking out. Undeterred, Agumon opened its mouth and launched another small fireball. While it had no effect whatsoever, still being effortlessly blocked by the sand, it successfully ignited Gaara's rage. You! I will kill you too! Sand binding. Gaara slowly closed his right hand, the sand around Agumon tightening its grip, threatening to engulf it completely. Agumon. You are the bravest. Give it your all and dig evolve. Natsuki's voice called out clearly from above. He raised his right hand, aiming it at Agumon. If the dig evolution failed, he would use his gravity manipulation to pull it out of danger. Roar. Agumon struggled violently, sending sand flying, but it couldn't escape the sand's hold. It felt a faint pull of gravity reaching it. It knew that was its master's power, coming to save him. But it hadn't done anything. All this time, despite his master's eccentric personality, he had been cared for, fed delicious roasted meat. Did he deserve his master's care? Below, the boy with the dark circles around his eyes displayed a cruel, bloodthirsty smirk. Sand burial. Gaara's right hand finally closed into a fist, the surrounding sand crushing inwards. A spray of blood erupted. What? My gravity didn't pull it out? Agumon is resisting my help. Natsuki was stunned. The next moment, a blinding pillar of light shot into the sky. Agumon, dig evolve. A voice, unique to Agumon, suddenly resounded. Chapter 114, A blinding light tripped through the sand that encased Agumon. A massive, imposing figure emerged from within the radiant column. Agumon evolved into Greymon. Agumon, who had been less than half a person tall, instantly transformed into a colossal being nearly 6 meters high. Its head was covered in chitinous plating like a beetle's, resembling a helmet. Razor-sharp claws, enormous, ferocious horns, every part of its body was a weapon, highlighting Greymon's power. This. What is this? Temari gaped, witnessing a live evolution for the first time. Was that even a thing? Careful, that summoned beast is dangerous. Kankuro emerged from the concealing mist. He had forgotten about Kiba, his attention completely focused on the monstrous creature that had just appeared. Amazing. It just evolved. Did you see that, Akamaru? Kiba stared at Greymon with undisguised excitement. Such an intimidating partner was exactly what he dreamed of. If only Akamaru could evolve like that too. His eyes were filled with envy. Roar. With a deafening roar, Greymon locked onto its target, Gaara. It charged, the ground trembling beneath its massive feet. Shield of sand. Gaara's sand formed a gigantic sphere, completely encasing him in a protective barrier. Boom. Greymon's 3 horns slammed into the sand sphere, plowing it dozens of meters away, leaving a trail of toppled trees in its wake. How dare you? A mere summon beast. I'll kill you. Die. Gaara's face, visible within the half-destroyed sand sphere, was contorted in a furious snarl. Others might be intimidated by this beast, but compared to the colossal nightmare of a demon that had tormented him for years, this was child's play. Sand-binding prison. The sand beneath Greymon's feet shifted and collapsed, a wider and more encompassing version of the previous sand-binding technique attempting to bury it alive. Not enough. Greymon swayed but remained standing. Sand hand. A giant hand formed of sand slammed down towards Greymon. Greymon, use Nova Blast. Natsuki's command came from above. As if triggered by a command prompt, the newly evolved Greymon instinctively opened its massive jaws and unleashed a gigantic, intensely hot fireball. The sand in its path vitrified instantly. This time, a flicker of alarm crossed Gaara's face. Boom. The giant explosion detonated against the sand hand, a raging inferno erupting. Gaara's small form was sent flying through the air, trailing thick smoke. Gaara. Kankuro, quickly go check on Gaara. I'll hold them off. Temari yelled as she pulled out her giant fan. With a powerful gust of wind, she extinguished the approaching flames and fanned the smoke away. If something happened to Gaara, they wouldn't be spared. These enemies were too strong. They couldn't even defeat their summon beast, let alone the summoners themselves. Gaara at this stage is still a bit too weak, unless he uses the feigning sleep jutsu and summons the One Tail. Natsuki observed from above. He could see that a large portion of Gaara's sand armor had been shattered. However, it was still difficult to truly injure him. The vast amount of tailed beast chakra was rapidly repairing the armor. Well, a lesson is enough. I shouldn't let him unleash the One Tail here. Of course, he still needed the scroll. Natsuki slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at Temari below. The scrolls from the 2 teams that Gaara had defeated earlier were in her possession. Universal pull. Temari, fully focused on Greymon while using her wind style to extinguish the surrounding flames with powerful gusts of wind, suddenly felt an irresistible force pull her upwards. And then, she was airborne. Her eyes widened in terror. The feeling of weightlessness and the loss of control overwhelmed her. Her fan slipped from her grasp as she flailed her limbs uselessly in the air. The next moment, her slender neck was caught in Natsuki's hand. He held the panicked Temari aloft as if she were a kitten. Don't move, or you'll fall and break yourself, his voice sounded teasing. Temari finally focused on the figure beside her. Natsuki was looking at her with a smile, the sunlight creating a dazzling halo behind him. He '', beautiful. Temari's heart skipped a beat. She had never seen anyone so captivating. No, wait. He's the enemy, a demon. Even Gaara is no match for him. Temari quickly banished the nascent flicker of attraction, forcing herself to see Natsuki as a threat. Hand over the scrolls you collected. They were ours to begin with, Natsuki said without preamble, subtly admiring Temari's figure. Since arriving in this world, he had been interested in every character from the original story, especially the girls. However, with Hinata so close, he couldn't afford to jeopardize his shining image. Nonsense. Gaara fought hard for those. How can you say they're yours? Temari retorted defiantly. She resumed her futile attempts to struggle free, her limbs flailing like a kitten's. But it was useless. Natsuki even let go of her, yet she remained suspended in midair. What kind of jutsu is this? It's incredible. Exhausted and defeated, she finally stopped struggling, her head drooping dejectedly. Natsuki's gaze sharpened. I said they're mine. Or I could just erase you right here, right now, just like you did with those other teams," he threatened, his voice taking on a menacing edge. "Humphrey, the battle's not over yet. Gar still has a secret technique he hasn't used. Once he uses it, not even you will be able to survive, and this entire forest will be destroyed," Temari retorted out of habit. As the princess of Hidden Sand Village, she wasn't used to being treated this way. "Then you can try," Natsuki said, flicking Temari's forehead lightly, but he was a ninja, his physical strength far surpassing the ordinary. It did more than to just serve as a playful flick. Temari clutched her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't risk that. If Gara went berserk and unleashed that monster, not even she would be safe. Defeated, she reluctantly took out the scrolls she had barely had time to warm and said cautiously, "Fine, here you go." After receiving the scrolls, Natsuki found that one of them was the Earth Scroll they needed. Now, as long as they reached the central tower, their team would pass the exam. "Well, you have the scrolls now. Can you let us go?" Temari asked pitifully. In this moment, she was a far cry from her usual boisterous self, appearing incredibly meek and submissive.